No eyes on Garage though. That's where FlyQuest are gonna creep on in, and Demon One with the time, and One makes waves at the perfect time. A 4K.
That's enough.
And what's the Oxy? Ice is on the flank. And 2, and even with C9 SR, One has a lot to deal with here in the slide. Already in her face. She doubles up. Okay, she's gonna go for more.
Oh, she's good.
It's
She is real good.
Divide and conquer. Big divide.
Oh my God.
The ace. Stomping around. Can't get the goal in time. It's ace for G2.
America's game changers and challengers, the 3 pillars of Valorant competitive, all coming under one roof for one epic competition this weekend. Welcome everyone to VCT Spotlight Series Americas, where we're bringing out 4 mixed gender rosters for a great competition to showcase the best of the best that we have here in competitive Valorant. Coming to you live from Monterrey, Mexico. Cannot wait to be kicking off this weekend and see what we got. Welcome, everyone. My name's Sierra Dawn. I will be your host for this weekend, and joining me, we have wonderful analysts. Welcome, Ash, and wait a second.
I'm kind of lonely over here, Sierra.
Do you hear that?
I don't know. So I don't know if you've ever been in Mexico. Have you ever tried this mazapan? Have you ever tried? So I've been in this. This is my 5th one that I eat today. Here, you can have one.
Thank you.
You can have one, and I usually don't share.
Thank you.
But I just don't wonder how many I have in the back.
Why are there so many crumbs back there, Dan?
No, don't worry about it. But it's a little Mexican dessert. It has almonds and it has sugar, and I think you can taste it.
I really made a mistake eating this live because it's actually kind of like, it's really good.
Yeah.
But it's really like, I don't know if I can talk now.
Well,
I messed up, guys.
it's okay. You don't need to talk.
That's okay.
Right? It's not like you're a host or anything, and then we're relying on you to talk for the entire.
It's not like it's your job.
No, we're good. We're good.
I'm going to learn from Sierra, though, and I'm not going to have a bite now, and I'll wait until we're on break.
No, there's no way.
We'll save this for
It's
later.
okay, I'll have it. Hey,
But you know what? This is an excuse not to speak, actually. You're right, Dan.
There you go. But Dan, thank you for joining
yeah,
us.
I have a little question for you. So almond. This has almond. Do you know how they say almond in Mexico? It's just I just want to say it because it's the funniest thing. Because I'm Colombian. We don't even say in Colombia. Cacahuate.
Cacahuate?
Cacahuate.
What?
To almond. So in most of the countries, you'll say almendra, almond, almendra. That makes sense, right? Cacahuate. I don't know if we're cooking there, but we're cooking with how good this is. So I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
I don't mind either. It is really tasty. I did manage to take like a little bite. I love little almond candies and everything like that. Definitely would recommend.
Yeah, it's good.
And I appreciate you cooking long enough that I could finish eating mine so we can get started with our competition today. Because, guys, we have a lot of Valorant coming at you. This is going to be the final off-season event that we have. And, boy, do we have an event for you. Let's break it down how it's all going to be happening. Today, we have a lot of matches. And I mean a lot of matches. 6 best of ones, single round robin here, Ash, to be able to see all of our teams, but also determine the seeding going on for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. It's going to be our first preview to see how these teams want to, like, what direction they want to take when it comes down to like their compositions and whatnot. And as we head into those playoffs as well, with the fact that we only have these 4 teams, there's no eliminations out of the group stage. Everybody's going to be making it on.
Yeah, today is a day of fun, everybody. So we want to be able to highlight all of our teams, have an opportunity for all the teams to be clicking and see what they're made of as they get ready for the playoffs and going on to see who's going to be making it into the grand finals. As we said, Dan, these are going to be mixed rosters, so the teams will need a moment to try and click, which I'm really excited to see the teams we have featured here for this weekend.
For sure, because we had this event last year and it was really fun. It was a little bit of some of the players that we're going to be seeing today, but also some players that, were only in that first event of that spotlight. So I'm excited to see how this new kind of mix of players between game changers and that VCT are going to play out, especially because, like you said, we're starting with these best of ones where you need to be starting hot, you need to be starting strong, and maybe you don't have as much synergy, but I feel like that it kind of makes it like a ranked game, but like in a the good ones,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the good ranked games,
Yeah.
not some of the ones that we have to endure out there, everyone. But let's talk about the teams that we invited here to Mexico for the weekend, because seeing this list, I was really, really excited about the potential of some of these rosters, because it's not just some of our America's teams and Game Changers teams, but we have a little bit of challengers in there as well, which I think is going to make this all the more exciting to see, to really be able to spotlight these players.
Yeah, and we got like such a great preview of some of those teams. If you're watching Ascension, if you're not maybe locking in on each individual like region when it comes down to challengers, but it definitely is going to shake things up a little bit, and I think a great opportunity too for some of those tier 2 players coming into this, right? And Dan was talking about it. We've had this we had this event last year as well for Americas, and G2 the winners, I think it was Valen that talked about how it was cool that they all learned from each other as well, like different lineups, like little things like within the game. And I think that's also what makes it so fun to see all of these different levels of competition meshing and the ideas that also come from them as well.
Yeah, I think it's really cool as well because, as we mentioned before, there are some players that played in that first spotlight that we had last year in LA, but there's some that, like you mentioned here, are coming from challengers, and that is not really something that we got the chance to see last year. I feel like Winthrop University, for example, was so exciting to see this year of challengers, and now we get to see them kind of having a little bit more fun as well with the SR team, so I'm very excited.
It's going to be a great competition, everyone, and one too that, again, we have a lot of matches coming at you today. So I cannot wait to see what these teams are made of. I know that looking at the rosters, we are all very, very excited for them. But looking at the schedule for today, I want to know what match everyone is excited here for. We're going to be kicking off with 100 Thieves, of course, the regular 100 Thieves roster and their GC roster going up against NV and FlyQuest. But 6 matches in total. Dan, what are you looking out for?
I'm excited for the KRLY Lion against Winthrop University Shopify Rebellion. That is such a short name actually for that match. I'm so excited. But yeah, I'm really excited just because of the players. Obviously, the KRLY team, when you see it, is going to be that Game Changers KRLY team that recently played in Korea. And then obviously for SR is a little bit of that Team K. So you have like the tier 2 teams with the Game Changers teams. And it's also cool because it's that one of those matches that is between Latin America when you look at KRLY and also North America when you look at the other side.
No, that one will be really, really fun to see. Winthrop SRG was one of the favorite rosters I was looking at coming into this. But Ash, what are you looking out for? I know we got 2 pages of matches here too, so you don't have to pick quite from these 4.
I definitely agree with what Dan had mentioned there, but I think I'm also interested to see. Ooh, it's hard
tough
to say. It actually is really hard to say. I want to say that the KRLY Lion versus 100 Thieves game is actually one that I think could also be really interesting, especially with that opportunity of like, you still have one team that has a couple of those like, tier 2 players within like the KRLY Lion roster, those members from like 6K, and then just like how all of that is going to look to mesh, especially with the fact that I think the 100 Thieves team is one of the only teams where we have majority Game Changers players on the roster. So I think that one is going to be an exciting matchup as well.
100 Thieves, I'm really excited for as well. I'm excited about all the teams. I feel like this is such a cop-out to be like, oh, I can't wait for this team. I cannot wait for this team. But what I really can't wait for is our first matchup of the day. The 100 Thieves roster that we've been talking about is going to be facing off first, going up against Envy and FlyQuest. Really exciting because, of course, for 100 Thieves to be able to have both of the rosters playing together is really, really nice. And Envy, of course, is our ascending team that we will be able to see in Americas next year with a FlyQuest that's always been around here in Game Changers. So this is going to be a really fun way to be kicking off our day, Dan.
It's really cool as well because 100 Thieves is the only squad that, you know, they don't need to merge with another team. They have their VCT team and they have their Game Changers team that is going to be competing today. And what I like as well is that 100 Thieves, they didn't have a team before in Game Changers. It started this year in 2025, back in July, and they didn't even have to change a lot of the players. They're keeping 3. I know Lydia was supposed to be here. They made just that slight change. But when it comes to that roster that was playing Game Changers in North America as of recent, they're going to keep that the same. And of course, it wouldn't be 100 Thieves without Asuna and Cryo. So just getting the chance to see them in kind of a different environment is super cool.
And let's talk a little bit more about 100 Thieves and what we got to see throughout this year as well. Because as you said, it was the introduction of 100 Thieves Game Changers and a really great group of individuals that maybe didn't quite go as far as they would have liked, but still a great result. And Ash, I'm not going to lie, the first time I saw this graphic, I had to double take because there was a lot of matching numbers on here for both of these teams.
Hey, consistency across the board there for the 100 Thieves banner, right? But both of these teams, I think they had quite interesting runs throughout the season, throughout this year overall. I think when we're touching more on like the 100 Thieves Game Changer side, you look at that 5th place and honestly, you consider how the competition was really closing within Game Changers. It felt like this year in particular across all of the regions, like the gap closing. It used to be such like top heavy competition, but it feels like all of these teams are really just starting to get closer and closer, and you kind of almost don't know necessarily where teams are going to be placing. And I think that for 100 Thieves, this is a team where I could have seen them also placing definitely higher than that 5th place spot within GCNA. And for 100 Thieves overall, Dan, you're a little bit more familiar with that than I am.
Well, yeah, for 100 Thieves in general, I just feel like it's, you know, out of the players that they could have brought from that VCT team, it just makes sense, again, to have Cryo and Nasuna.
Yeah.
They just announced kind of recent what that team for VCT is going to look like next year, and that core that they keep from last year and obviously a few years before as well is the Stu and Asuna. In Cryo, you have 2 players that are able and have been playing this double duelist in the past, but also the cool thing is that Marceline and Melia are also double duelists in Game Changers, so you have 4 players for this team today. They can play duelists, and I really want them to run all 4. Can it please, that's my one request for this tournament, can it please have the 4, maybe even 5 duelists? I mean, you have double duelists in each one, it just, it has to happen. It has to happen.
Give us the 4 duelists, 1 smoke comps.
Exactly.
Like, I want to see that high octane gameplay. Like, let's turn this into a TDM right now kind of vibes.
Exactly.
Fingers crossed. I mean, with no eliminations today, maybe we can see teams taking a little bit more fun.
Yeah.
But I mean, to see the veterancy of these 2 on this team, I feel like even if they don't want to go the 5 duelists and maybe want to play something a little bit more standard. No, they can't.
No.
They're actually not allowed.
I will go to the PC and I'll insta-lock Reina, Jet, Neon, and Waylay.
She is the biggest Reina insta-lock that I know. She will do it.
And you're saying that, so that is a statement because you also only play Reina, and I'm calling you out.
Except for when I
People
put
don't
that
know
and then
it.
I have
Wait,
the
that's
pocket sage.
You don't know enough about that.
I have 2 insta-lockers and I'm the fill player when
Yes.
we play together.
As it should be.
That's crazy. Yeah, this is why the 3 of us, it's a chaos stack. It's a chaos stack.
We win, of
but yeah, there is some way. But let's talk about the other half of this 100 Thieves team that's coming here this weekend. Because, I mean, you talked about the firepower that this team has. But also, when you're looking at these 300 Thieves GC players, Ash, they're players that we've seen for a long time within the scene and players that, like, always just be able to show up.
I know. I love seeing Slandy back into competition for the 2025 season, and especially like taking on that IGL role for her as well. And I think that what's also kind of cool too, Dan already talked about like the double duelists on the side of 100 Thieves. And on the side, or well, I said 100 Thieves as if like both teams are not named that. I meant the VCT roster. But when it comes down to that Game Changers roster, like Dan was saying, you also have that double duelist. However, you also have insane flexibility, like on the side of both the Game Changers players and on the side of the 100 Thieves, like VCT players within Cryo and Asuna. So if we don't even get to see that double duelist or quadruple duelist that Dan is wishing for there, you really almost don't know what is going to be brought to the table. I think this is just going to be a really fun one to see these players playing on LAN.
I love that you talk more about that flexibility, because I think, too, if we're not looking at the silly, goofy, run it down, all duelist playstyle, that flexibility is going to be one of the biggest advantages that 100 Thieves has going into this weekend. Of course, when you have a core of your own team, and then you're playing with the core of another team, so there is going to be some synergies there. But when you're looking for everyone to click on the day, and it is best of ones, to be able to have a degree of flexibility, Dan, going into an agent select, I think is just going to be so important. And I can see 100 Thieves doing really well this weekend, just off that alone.
Of course, and that is something that we've known always Asuna and Cryo for. I mean, Cryo, we always think about the Jet, but also the Omen back in the day, and he's turned into, the more years that pass, the more flexible that he becomes as well, especially, looking at the announcement that they just made for 100 Thieves. They're going to have Timotino, who's another duelist as well. So you think about all the possibilities and kind of the need for everybody to be flexible. And you also look at Asuna and how iconic he is on the race, for example, but he's also playing a little bit of the initiator and playing whatever the team needs. So everybody kind of willing to flex a little bit alongside that GC team. I feel like it's ideal for this kind of situation.
And there's so many players to really be keeping an eye out for, but Cryo and Marceline are two that I really just have my hopes on. I mean, Cryo, you're just being able to see what he's able to achieve in VCT, which just is amazing. And Marceline as well is just someone that always in the server ash, just some of these pop-offs has just been insane. So like two players that really have the potential to be switching up these rounds.
Yeah, just like the impact that they're able to have with those individual plays and the insane mechanics that they bring into the table there as well. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how their play styles end up matching within the server too, especially if we do end up seeing the two of them maybe doing that double duelist together, depending on how the wind ends up blowing with how they want to approach these comps and whatnot. I'm extremely excited to see it, and I think it also works out well because Marceline and Cryo also, I think, while they have very deep duelist agent pools, what they're iconically known for is a little bit different, even though we're seeing the Yoru 10 times. Guys, it's the meta, okay? It was the meta. But you know what I'm talking about there.
It's just going to be whoever can lock that Euro first, I think, right? Yeah, you know a little bit about
what
that.
What is it called when everybody just selects it, but they don't actually...
Oh, the agent roulette?
Yes, the agent roulette.
Amazing.
Maybe they can do that.
Ooh,
They could.
They could.
Hey,
they really could, guys.
First game of the day, best of one. You're guaranteed playoffs. There's no better time. There's no better time.
Yeah, it's a fun weekend. It's time for them to play some games, and I think for us too, before we hop into our next team, to have a little bit of fun here on the analyst desk couches ourselves too with a little game. Get to know our players a little bit more. A little bit of who is that, or another title for this game that I wasn't quite aware of. But we're gonna have a little prompt. We're gonna show some players, and we are going to guess which player that matches to. That is a great explanation, guys.
That makes
ready?
sense to me.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I don't remember signing up for this, but yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
It was fine print at the bottom of the contract.
Oh,
tough.
Yeah.
That changes everything.
So yeah. First one. Who likes the Phantom more than the Vandal?
Okay, so if our options are Alexis, Poppin, Asuna, and Mephisto, it has to be Asuna. That guy, I know he'll sometimes switch it up. Sometimes he will play with the Vandal. But he's known for like the crazy run it down, like I don't even know how to explain it. But if you've seen Asuna, you know what I'm talking about.
So you can't get away with his playstyle with a Vandal.
And he's done it a few times, but most of the time, yeah. Phantom and Asuna, they're just always holding hands.
Yeah, it's like peanut butter and jelly.
And if it's not Asuna, then I think we just quit.
We're just cooked.
There's no broadcast today if we're wrong here, but I'm going to go through your answer. We're all champion Dan for this one. So let's see who
no
it
pressure
is.
on me or anything.
It's all on you, Dan.
I'm actually so scared because I could be wrong.
All right, let's get the answer. Little drum roll. All right.
Okay. She cooked.
She's cooking. She's
That's
cooking,
my goat.
chat.
That's my goat.
Thank goodness. There will be a
You're
broadcast
not
today,
fired.
courtesy of Dan Dryad. Congratulations.
Thank you.
She's not quitting.
All right, we got more questions though to make sure that you really know your stuff,
Oh,
and
okay.
all of us too. But now we're just putting Dan like in the hot
It's just
seat.
me. Okay.
Just you. But next
That's my
question.
arena carry. Yeah, let's go.
That's our arena. That's our arena.
yes.
Next question. Drum roll. Who is the insta locker?
Okay, we got Asuna moves. How's Coach
Joe. I feel like it's Joe, bro.
It has to be, because why else would we have Coach Joe?
I think
True.
it's Joe. It has to be Coach Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're locking. I don't, cause like, I feel like Moobs would flex. I feel like he's respectful in that way. I feel like he would flex. I don't think Moobs does not give me insta lock energy.
Yeah, I agree. And Asuna is definitely not an interlock. We just talked about how flexible he. Imagine if it's him. We just talked about how flexible he is. He's like, no, actually, I just interlock.
I'm down to lock and
Yeah.
coach show here.
Yeah,
Let's
go.
I
for
feel
it.
like that would
Okay.
be like the irony of it too, right?
Yes.
Like, okay.
Oh man, I was gonna say
lied.
for a second
I
too.
lied
like,
to all of you. I lied to all of you. I lied to all.
What
of
is he?
you.
What is he insta locking?
I feel like he's just insta
Cypher?
locking. No, I feel like he's just insta locking
Vice?
whatever he wants to play. Probably Chamber, if anything.
You think? Yeah, it could be.
He's either insta locking Chamber. It's just like he's whatever he wants to play. It's insta locked. It might not be like a specific agent.
So
That
we're
makes no sense. That guy always switches it up. I'm not
one
happy
right,
with this.
one wrong. Next
we're gonna have
question.
words
Let's go
later.
positive on this. Let's go positive. In a clutch, who prefers too many comms over no comms?
Okay,
Okay, you.
I have a problem with this question
Oh, okay.
because who
Ooh.
likes too many
I
comms
know.
when they're clutching?
I was not gonna say it, but I'm glad you brought it up because I'm like I don't want anybody to be talking. Please lower your voice if I'm in a clutch, please. So I don't know.
For this one, from talking to Envy and them just saying, like, Poppin especially saying just how chaotic comms
Yeah.
are and them having fun,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say him because, again, I don't know if anyone really prefers too many comms, but when he's talked about just like, yeah, the team has fun and we miss comm, we all do all this stuff, I feel like that has to be my answer for this. So that's my best guess, at least.
I agree with you because I was leaning Poppin too, but then you bring up that point. I think that really cements it for me.
My thing here is I agree. That would be my first choice. But also I think there's a difference between my team doesn't stop talking and like, do I like that? Am I okay with that?
Envy is chaos, so I'm locking that one in.
Yeah,
Let's
sure.
see.
Let's
Let's
go
see
with
the answer. Let's see who this is gonna be.
Yeah, I
Oh,
do. Honestly,
Okay.
okay, I'm thinking about earlier in like last year, 100 Thieves, you
Mhm.
would hear their voice comms. God, they are saying everything at the same time, every single one of them. It's not the same anymore. It
Yeah.
has changed, but I mean, just because also they changed their roster so much. But that was something that they were used to for a long time. So I guess I get it, but
I don't necessarily agree with your opinion, Asuna. I'm sorry. But it's okay. You're allowed to have your own opinion.
yeah, that's
Just
fair.
kind of crazy.
Next question. Next question. We are not doing so hot at these guys, but I
I got
believe in this.
mine.
You want to
That's all
talk
I gotta
about hot
say.
opinions. You want to talk about hot opinions over here,
Okay.
and not agreeing.
Okay.
Who likes pineapple on pizza?
The answer is me. I do.
Me, I like it.
Wait,
I
is
love
this
it. In
actually
fact,
a
it's my
full
favorite.
desk of pineapple enjoyers
Wait,
on
do
pizza?
all
so
three of us like
good.
it?
Yeah,
I
Right?
actually eat some wacky
Amazing.
pizza combos, though. I'm not gonna lie.
it's my go-to.
Pepperoni pineapple.
No.
I don't like
Mine.
pepperoni that much.
Okay, chat's gonna cook me for this.
Okay. let's hear it.
Alfredo sauce instead of tomato.
Oh, I'm already gonna cook you. What? What is this?
I see the
Pineapple,
vision. Okay.
beef or chicken, depending on how I'm feeling.
Okay. I just go ham and pineapple.
That's
But
a classic.
Basic.
I can
Like
see that
classic
being
point.
good. I respect
Yeah.
it.
All
I
right, we-
respect it.
If I'm feeling spicy, I'll add olives to that too.
You're crazy.
Yeah.
We gotta lock in,
I
guys.
think, okay,
We
okay.
gotta
Listen.
lock in. I'm saving you from chat here,
I
Ash.
I think it's too late for that.
That's true.
It's okay.
All right, with the question. I don't know. Thea is just so
I'm
awesome
gonna
and
say
wholesome. I just think that she would like everything, and that includes pineapple on pizza, personally.
Okay. Well, I was gonna say Joe Seda because we
I
haven't
was-
had him.
Literally going to say Josera.
He's just giving me that vibe. I don't know. I don't know why.
No, I agree with Dan because for me it was also a soul read. Like I have no reason to
Yes.
think that it's him, but I'm just like, no, it's him.
With just
Yeah.
the soul read.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
a soul read.
All right, let's see if it's soul read or facts and logic. That's going to be the answer for this one.
We're all wrong. Okay.
We're bad at this, guys.
Honestly,
We're just-
whatever.
Poppin didn't strike me as the pineapple on pizza type of guy.
I didn't even
would
consider
not-
him.
No, me
I saw
neither.
the other three. He was not there.
I glazed over
He was
Poppin.
not there. It's fine.
All right, let's get back to something that we're good at and start talking about some Valorant and talk about our next team up for the day. Because, man, we are not it at the mini games, guys.
Hey.
I'll tell you what. But Envy and FlyQuest is where it's at. The other team that's going to be facing off first series of the day. I mean, Envy is the team that ascended. We will be seeing them in VCT next year. And FlyQuest, even if maybe they didn't quite do what they wanted to this season, again, we talked about the strengths of Game Changers, everything else, and really strong players on this team.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you see that number one for Envy is because they are the team that most recently won Ascension. And I feel like everybody has been keeping their eyes on what they're going to be doing because we just got a little bit of a teaser, but so many things have changed in Valorant since they ascended, right? You know, with massive changes to the game, we don't really know, you know, not all of the players being able to be part of that VCT squad the next year. So I'm very excited to see, you know, when they're having more fun, like they always like to do, how this version of Envy is going to look like.
Yeah, no, that's for sure. And then I think like on the FlyQuest side, like you were talking about there, Sierra, it really is just the competition. You look at that placement that has just the gap has just been closing within GC, and you take into consideration like the roster that we're going to be seeing there on the side of FlyQuest for the players that will be joining us. And I think what's going to be fun too is, you know, Jazzykins back with the FlyQuest folks, and then also having that opportunity for her to go up against the team that she was just on within 100 Thieves GC. It's going to be a really fun one.
Oh, it definitely will be. But talking about this roster, you talked about half about it. Let's talk about the other half and our Envy players that are going to be showing up for this weekend, Poppin and Eggster. I mean, what we got to see from Poppin leading the team to Ascension and to beyond was incredible. And we talked about a degree of flexibility coming out from 100 Thieves. We don't quite have that with Eggster, but I guess we don't really need to because he's just been a Yoru extraordinaire throughout the year.
He should have been on that question of who's the
He's
insta-lock.
true.
I don't understand why they wouldn't make it easy for us.
I actually
don't
too
get it.
easy.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we know him for some of the you know, iconic plays that he made throughout Challengers and also even Ascension this year. So I'm very excited to see what these two MV players are going to look like. Again, this is a team that if you haven't seen Challengers, if you haven't seen Ascension, they do love to run it down no matter what. Poppin,
Yes.
I remember, and this reminded me how many operator plays he had on defense, especially on that map. But I think, you know, it is not something that you would expect from your IGL, from your Soba player, but they're switching it up and they have so much confidence in themselves that they're able to get away with pretty much anything. So for today, especially when you have that mentality already, I feel like it should be a lot easier for them.
No, for sure. And it's going to be interesting, though, I think, how that's going to work with the playstyle of the FlyQuest players as well, because I think that they don't have as in that kind of like same energy. We do see it within like the double duelist and whatnot, but I think that when Jazzy is coming back in, I question whether or not it's going to be that double duelist with her and Eggster, or if it's going to be like seeing her on the Initiator that we've been seeing her on more recently as well. But Eggster too, I think we've also seen him develop so much as a player throughout this year. Like the way that he's changed into being a little bit more of that proactive player, being that player that's more at the forefront there for Envy. And I'm curious to see what version of him we will be seeing today.
Yeah, and you were talking about how they're going to mesh with the FlyQuest players, which I think is my biggest question going in today, because we've gotten to see a lot from Envy in terms of a play style and an identity that really works for them. But looking at the side of FlyQuest, again, these are some players that we've seen for a long time within the scene, and I think that's what's going to make this really, really exciting. Because even if I'm not necessarily sure on paper how the styles are going to mesh from the get-go in terms of what's in the server, I feel like we've got a lot of really experienced voices that should be able to figure it out.
I love that you bring up the experienced voices, because that was the other point that I wanted to bring up as well. You've got two IGLs on this team that will be working together. I'm curious to see what that system is going to look like, how they're going to be sharing responsibilities, if they are sharing responsibilities between Poppin and Thea. So very curious there, especially with the fact that I feel like their calling style is very different as well. Like Thea's a little bit more controlled, a little bit more methodical. Not to say that Poppin is not, but he has like those set plays, and then like the mid-rounding is obviously usually like very chaotic for that team when they're playing with the Envy roster that we had grown to know throughout 2025.
And something that I feel like is worth mentioning, because we're not going to be seeing in the graphic, is that Lace is here, and she is kind of that sub player that we don't know if we're gonna have the chance to see her. But also coming into talking about that experience that you guys were mentioning, this is Thea specifically and Lays as well are players that made it to that GCC 2 years ago back in Berlin, and it was kind of a little bit of that same scenario where they had 6 players to work with, and they actually did get the chance to all 6 players get to play on stage at some point. So I would love to see Lays at some point. She's so fun. She has such a cool personality. She's always so excited, and she's always so, I mean, like, she's so real. And I love that. And I love that from her. So I hope that at some point, maybe they do a little switch up with one of the players and she gets to play too.
I think whatever iteration of this roster we get to see, whether there's a sub or not, I think a lot of it is going to be fun. The fact that we do have a lot of voices on the team, the fact that we get a chaotic playstyle, a controlled chaos in Envy versus a FlyQuest, that is just so much experience. Jazzy is just so experienced with her own tenure within this game. I think it's going to be awesome. I think what I'm most curious about is looking at a couple of these roles and players and how this is going to be interacting in the server. Talking specifically about Evan popping, because I think that team should be able to make it work. I mean, we're all professionals here, right? But I'm specifically curious about these two and how they're going to be playing in the server together.
Well, I think that it kind of fits well, actually. Like, I know that you're kind of hinting at like the initiator role being shared there, right? But for Poppin, he's that scan initiator. For Ev, they're very flexible. We might not even see them on initiator, to be honest. Like, we've seen them on so many different roles across like different teams throughout Game Changers. And Ev tends to lean a little bit more towards like the flash initiators there as well. So it will be interesting to see what comps I think this squad ends up pulling out, because the opportunities here are also endless.
I'm just thinking. I'm trying to imagine what an agent select this team would look like.
5 duelists, both teams. Run it down. You don't need to be doing that. You don't need to be making theories. What are they gonna be? It's okay. They will all run it down. Reina, Yoru. What did I say before? Reina, Yoru, Waylay, Neon. That's my vision for the 4th. And then I don't know about the 5th. Don't ask me.
I think I'm believing you less and less as time goes on, Dan.
I'm always right, so I don't know.
Well, we'll come back to this. But I love that you're talking about, Ash, like how there's the difference in initiatives they play, but also too, looking at them, both have been able to have huge step-ups within their games in their own series, which is going to be something too that if we do get to see individual prowess coming out here today, I mean, we've gotten to see it both in their own individual games, and it'll be fun to see just like 2 power players in one server.
Yeah, and I think that if they do end up being on that initiator, but these players are just so good at setting their teams up for success there as well, right? In very different ways. Like Poppin, it feels like he's constantly getting value out of his scans when he's on the Sova, and then his squad, I feel like we always saw Envy just getting kills through smokes like all of the time.
All the time.
Somehow.
So it's like, if we see them go for like the double initiator, that's like an insane power combo to me, because Ev has also been just so consistent with their util on these like flash, on the flash characters and whatnot. It would be potent to be able to pair those with some of Poppin's lineups.
We're in for a great game ahead, guys. It's going to be a great day of Valorant, and one that we cannot wait to get started with. But one we're going to make you hold out for just a little bit longer. A short break, an opportunity to fill up your popcorn, get a snack, and we'll be back with Spotlight Series shortly.
down and dots again. Actually goes further aggressive, but Michaela there should have been seen, but still handles it to perfection.
The only one up and a bit to hold on, and then no!
Let's give it to him as well. Double ace for.
Got the time even on this one? You can't even stop. I don't think she's got the time.
Oh,
She does! What is that?
Welcome back, friends, to Spotlight Series Americas. I hope you got your water and your snacks. I know I did, and we're getting ready to start with our very first match of the day, 100 Thieves going up against FlyQuest. Guys, we had talked all about these teams, what to expect. Not 5 duelists on both teams. I'm so sorry, Dan.
You haven't even seen it. You didn't know yet.
Well, we'll see. But I want to get down to the real nitty-gritty of it and talk about how we think this very first series of the day is going to be shaking up with very limited information about how these teams are going to be performing together. Are we ready?
No.
No?
No.
You had 8 minutes of break to get ready, Ash.
And?
And?
I still put my prediction in. I'm not ready.
All right. Well, now I'm going to make you defend to the death up against me and Dan. To the death. You picked 100 Thieves to be taking this first series, Ash.
I died. That's the silence there. I died.
My bad.
But I think with 100 Thieves, honestly, I'm going to keep it real. Vibe pick. It was a vibe pick for me, honestly.
I respect that so much. I respect that so much. People don't go with vibes enough.
I agree.
And it really changes the game sometimes. But only sometimes.
Only sometimes. I think today it will be one of those times, Dan.
Right. So I would usually agree with you, but because I'm going against you, then it kind of doesn't work that way. But I get your vision. Just maybe next game, we'll see.
Oh, okay.
Do you have facts and logic on your side here, Dan?
My facts and logic are FlyQuest is really cool. Have you seen their jerseys? I'm a fan. That's my logic.
Just different vibes.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Dan can always be bought, bro. Like, have you noticed all of her predictions are
never
just like very low key? You know, if you slide me a plushie,
I already got that. I'm not even. But actually, if you have any more,
I'm learning from Dan. That's why I picked FlyQuest. Their jerseys are like,
exactly.
I would like one. No joke. But I think regardless, we're all in for a great series to be kicking off our day. I think we're in just for a great day of Valorant in general, one that we're ready to start underway with. So let's get the Spotlight series started.
Yeah, but look at the ult coming down and dots again. Actually goes further aggressive on this, but Michaela there to fill the gap behind. Michaela going wild in this. Should have been seen, but still handles it to perfection. 5 in the round.
The only one up and available, no way! Looking to hold on, and then noise! A thumb on the round!
Shot here, it might be a double peek.
30 seconds.
And it's so easy for Cryo. It's just on for the ace.
10 seconds left.
Double ace for Cryo.
Back of the hand to Mel's face there. This is just Dodo Nut to try and decipher this post plant. Fast to it, still doing it. Dodo Nut. The time even on this one, you can't even stop. I mean,
Does she have time?
I mean, that was close. I don't think she's got the time.
Oh,
She does! What is that?
A reminder for today, all of our matches are going to be best of one to get an opportunity to see all our teams, what they're made of. And yeah, best of one I think is especially exciting because you only have one opportunity. You got to show up at your best or else you're not going to get eliminated. You just won't get the best seeding for tomorrow. But that is going to be okay. But heading into the map picks and bans, Ash, I just frankly don't know what to expect. I'm just ready to vibe, as you would say.
Yeah, I legit have no idea. I mean, it's like you have one map that you're going to see as well. We have to get through like 6 vetoes, 3 per team. I I feel like normally I would say that we would get like
Breeze.
what? What
No?
year are you living in?
The Breeze. We're playing Breeze, right? 5 duelists against 5 duelists.
See, the more and more she talks, the less I trust her over here. I'm not gonna lie.
Are you okay? Like, are you feeling okay today?
I'm feeling great.
Got a
Ash.
fever
How are
at
you
all?
feeling?
Like, you good?
Are you sure you're not like feverish?
No,
Like-
I don't think so.
You didn't cook in the sun
Too many
much or
candies at the beginning of the
anything?
day?
Yeah, I did have a few of those. Candies,
few?
but
The
maybe
rappers
more
would
than-
say otherwise.
Okay. I'll let you know what the break was really for, guys. But going along here, we've wasted enough time that we got most of the way through our vetoes and stuff. And
Wait.
what's that, Ash?
What did you want to see?
I honestly, when I was saying like bread and butter maps, like I was expecting maps like Haven to come through, honestly, for today. So I'm surprised to see it as like the first one that ends up being banned out by NV and FlyQuest, especially with how that map has historically been a good map for both of these teams. And guys, I'm not gonna lie, it going to Pearl makes no sense to me because I feel like when you're pugging it out too, Pearl is not usually a map that you would choose to go to.
Yeah, no, I can't. Yeah, it's so hard to predict, especially for maps like this. Kind of what if they had any time to scrim, or you know what map everybody likes, or what they're going to be playing here. But I think my question into not only this map select, but also the rest ones that we're going to be seeing for the rest best of ones is in Red Bull Homeground. We saw everybody kind of going for that same map over and over again. So I'm wondering if it's going to be everybody also playing Pearl, or you know, maybe everybody playing a different map in every single match. We don't really know.
Yeah, that'll be really interesting, especially too with maybe not Pearl. Maybe we'll get to see an oddball Pearl to start the day, and then maybe the same bread and butter map throughout the rest of the day. But again, Pearl, when we're looking at teams that are merging together for the first time, brings up a lot of questions. It'd be fun for the 5 duelists, don't get me wrong, but I'm curious if we're going to see, you know, regular comps, exactly where we're going to be landing for this.
And I think also like Pearl is one of those maps where you can be punished very easily on as well, because like the rotations are so long and you look to see them playing that push and pull as we head into the agent select for this. Unsurprising to see the chamber coming out, honestly. I think that you're going to see a lot of like compositions that are really going to just try and enable a lot of those fights and go for like a lot of those early picks overall, just because of like the vibe of the event, right? Like just how it's formatted, it makes sense to go for agents like that.
Yeah, I think it makes sense as well, because we just talked about some of the potential players and these two teams that could also be playing on that duelist. And also when you have Amelia and a Cryo that are great with the operator, just having you know, a chance to have the chamber to play with the operator, but also have Amelia in some of those scenarios, I think it's great. And also, I mean, for the Tejo, we're starting to see a few teams willing to play with the Tejo on the map. So I feel like, you know, compositions here make sense. The post plans as well with the Astra should be interesting, and I'm excited to see who's going to win.
I'm not going to lie, my first thought seeing Thea Pearl was going to be, ooh, this is going to be some great Astra gameplay coming up. So I cannot wait for that. But it's a Pearl that is ready. Let's get underway with our very first match of Spotlight Series. Let's head to it with your casters. Let's introduce Marks and Tenric.
Thanks so much, Sierra. Exciting to get to start the Spotlight Series today here with NV FlyQuest and 100 Thieves. Marks, we're taking it to Pearl to start things out here in the best of one group stage. We know there's going to be a lot of running it down, a lot of experimentation, I think we'll say. But already, I mean, you're seeing a couple of the players who have already been shifting those roles, kind of coming into their own. Asuna on this KO as he's been starting to flex a little more. Marceline also taking up this Astra that, as Sierra said, it's going to be really easy to pay attention on this map. And Poppin on the Teo. That's a little unconventional for him.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's a lot of unconventional things happening here, and the first and foremost is that Eggster cut his hair. I'm not gonna lie, when I saw that picture for the first time, I was like, there is no way. This is the changing of a generation right now. But yeah, once again, we're coming into this Spotlight Series, best of ones. Pearl coming up here, surprising pretty much everybody, including myself, and these two teams kind of being melded together with both the game changers as well as the main roster. And you know what? The predictions were pretty interesting between all of us. And here's why I'm going to pitch to you 100 Thieves. I genuinely think that they have a pretty good shot of pulling out ahead of this series, just simply because I think their playstyle matches a little bit better. Whereas the NV FlyQuest, it's not that they're going to be butting heads, but we know NV as that team that just loves to go high octane all the time. And FlyQuest, a little bit more methodical, a little bit more, let's take our time with things. It seems like there's a lot of potential for some potential clashes happening there. And so I'm curious to see how this series is actually going to play out at the end. But regardless, we're getting into things right off the bat. NV FlyQuest is going to be starting us out on this defense, while 100 Thieves, they're going to be looking to attack.
Already going to suss out that trademark as Melia has taken up the jet. Something that the desk was discussing too, like you said, 100 Thieves, everyone's a shooter, and everyone has a pretty similar play style. It's hard to find players that want to move as frictionlessly as Envy. So I'm excited to see how FlyQuest manages it, but they do have those inner workings, thanks to Jazzy and Lace working in the wings previously for that 100 Thieves GC team. And as Dan mentioned, even having, Lace here as the sub, great to see her input. She's one of the OGs that knows how aggression and confidence works well in North America. So I'm sure she and Envy got along just great in prep for this tournament.
Right now, pin drop and serve and finally execute going to be happening on this B site.
KO knife out to suss the inside of the site. Extra's only good for the one, and 100 Thieves, with the help of the smokes, can take enough ground, plant that spike pretty securely. NVFQ stayed pretty bare bones on that B site with the lack of noise really being made. So they'll go for this 3v4 retake after Melia spear tipped her way in. All about how you re-enter though, and Jazzy doesn't have any util to do so. Knife back in 5. And Thea still on the way back here. So much upkeep you have to deal with. Jazzy's found a head tap onto Asuna, but 100 Thieves still maintaining. Cryo holding up the hall. It's hard to crunch this. Have both ways to look before crossing that street, and Jazzy only dealing with the one before the time bank is already nearly fully depleted. Hey, there's the Astra. Pay attention to that, folks. So it is 100 Thieves taking that first attack round. Yeah, I mean, pretty by the book for what we expected here. A little bit of pugging out. A lot more patience, I think, than we initially expected, though.
Yeah, honestly, like that time around, it was just 100 Thieves really just kind of playing the map, really taking our time, exploring all of our avenues here, and seeing really where they could kind of like pop into. Well, you see on the other side, the NV FlyQuest side, they're just kind of chilling. They're just waiting, trying to get some information, and then when the crunch actually happens from that mid to B push, it just looks perfect from 100 Thieves. And of course, they're going up against players like Cryo. I'm a big Cryo believer. I think, especially on this chamber, that's going to be something that we're going to have to wait for NV FlyQuest to kind of take into account because, a lot of potential pop-off moments from Cryo and honestly can just turn around completely on its head as we now move into our second round. Asuna going to be buying up the Phantom. Well-known Phantom enjoyer found out on the death segment there. And Cryo going to have a Vandal into this one. I didn't know that either, to be fair.
Well, Cryo's caught popping, staring into space a little bit. Oh, but still a lot of dry checking, so Jazzy's going to be able to at least refrag that. 100 Thieves just trying to maintain, and Marceline's going to choose to just hold this down. The Nebulas are going to fade out really before the team gets here, and a gap's been found by Jazzy, but in time for the rest of 100 Thieves to get back. They should be able to line up these shots, at least intimidate this KO out. Wow, Jazzy's still able to land a nice head tap on a Slandy. Re-entry up by Exter is early, though, as always. Classic Envy. Out they stretch Melia from the lane. Again, you got to look both directions. It's so difficult to do so. The lineups are clean, and the smoke resets are just not there. 2 standing after all is said and done.
Yeah, a great round coming through from 100 Thieves that time. I do like the response coming through from FlyQuest Envy, but I think that we're seeing a little bit of that like clash on comfortability, especially too knowing Exter. Yeah, this Yoru, you're going to walk in, you're going to try and frag out, try and take an opportunity, try and take a timing. And this is something that we know Envy is so good at. But this time around on the walkout, a couple of angles just go a little bit unchecked. And as a result of that, 100 Thieves are able to clamp down Still overall, pretty good round. It's going to be 2 sheriffs coming through from 100 Thieves. An excellent flash as Asuna finds there right off the rip there. So a nice little aggressive play, and it works out perfectly for 100 Thieves.
Great spread of the stacks, so you could still turn that flash very efficiently while watching the same sightline that was actually in danger. Very good early upkeep to keep these defenders on their toes, but he'll just go for a second one, and that'll work out just fine. Double initiator working wonders on that push eventually. And now, sans util, Jazzy does have that null command to play guard dog on top of that spike. And that's the other thing that 100 Thieves are really bringing into this is the experience. Slandy is the oldest player in this tournament, and then Austin is the longest tenured member on a given team in the tournament, not counting that 2-month period that he was technically inactive. But FlyQuest, they want to prove that they can outshoot those shooters, and bonus will be theirs with 2 standing as well.
Yeah, just once again, the pop-out flash from Jazzy, I believe, and then Poppin just swinging through, finding so much value. Jazzy able to capitalize there, find a couple kills, and that 100 Thieves first advantage of finding that kill so early on gets completely 0 value. An excellent read coming through from the FlyQuest side, and it's in those little small micro plays that I think that they really can find that success. You know, this is something that we can really see just a couple of players playing off of one another, using some good util, finding those excellent timings, and then everything can kind of work out, especially with how the smokes have changed after this most recent patch. Cryo, though, now has the tour de force online. Exter, just on the other side of there, gets one of the flashes out there to try and get that angle off. But this time around, it's FlyQuest being a little bit more proactive on the B to deny that extra space that so far 100 Thieves have been very comfortably taking.
Had the sense on that trap that Eve was trying to set up. Exter's going to pop the TP. 100 Thieves will take that opportunity to chomp on a little more space. Eve now set up to intercept Cryo's TDF. Oh, but Exter finding the high ground pick on top of the approach. That was solo as Melia still hasn't fully carved out spawn, but well, she's about to.
There's no way that they're going to be expecting Melia all the way back here. Poppin going to be the first one to potentially come to fruition, but actually just slips away in time.
She's going to catch this gate crash too. She has so much knowledge on where they can end up going.
And look at this, 100 Thieves looks like they're cycling around, but Melia finds that first pick, so now Exter has to kind of hold the fort down alone.
Yeah, knowing that Melia's coming and then hearing the steps from the link, it doesn't matter! He's got both on the entry and up to 3 now for him. On the hunt for the ace, no one else available to take it from him. Melia toying and dealing half the other way as well. Exter into the right click on the pistol, 10 seconds, and Marceline's gonna dare to fight it. Setting up. 1 star available just in the fadeaway, giving Exter a 50-50, and Marceline can steal the ace away. But FlyQuest will still grab the round. Yeah, that haircut is going to take a second to get used to, dude. He looks like Chris Evans from Scott Pilgrim.
Oh, yeah. I was sold really close by to me, so that hits home. But yeah, Exter there, like, lost his hair, gained a couple of kills, and a lot of patience, actually. Just kind of hanging out here. Excellent kill onto Cryo. I think that Cryo just couldn't see that based on the zoom in on the scope here, but it was so important for Exter to at least find 2 kills to make it a winnable scenario. But instead, Exter just comes out on top. The solo anchor onto that B site just holds down that aggressive angle. 100 Thieves, though, trying to go aggressive right off the rip here. Flash is going to be successful. They're able to get that ground just outside of A, but now FlyQuest was so aware of where this push is going to come through.
I love the 0 to gas play that this is going for, but yeah, FlyQuest quick to meet it, and a huge knife out of the fadeaway that lets Jazzy grab the first freebie, but 100 Thieves trying to just refight this out, gain an advantage back, and eventually Marceline cuts through it. Flowers cleared away, and FlyQuest still have to try to babysit this A site with a minute to go, and 100 Thieves now have their pick of the litter in the 2v2 reset. Astra, KO, Ditto. Only difference is Austin that doesn't have that rifle on him.
What was that? Right off the bat, they're just kind of dry swinging it. Jazzy now in an excellent position, catches Marceline. Asuna able to find that rifle. That's the back out, has the spike. No command available as well. With the fragment going out here, not a lot of tools left in his pocket to try and clutch this 1v2.
Yeah, still 10 seconds left for this knife to reset, but Thea is 2 by herself. Try to approach this at first, then the step up from the spike, and she can just hold it Another good retake. That'll let it go to 3-2 here. FlyQuest starting to gain that momentum.
That was, once again, like, I didn't really get to fully explain what happened right off the rip there, but it was so funny because it was literally just, oh, they got a kill? Okay, now it's my turn to go out and peek there. Oh, another kill? Okay, now it's my turn to poke out here. And
maybe we should have done 5
forth.
duelists. Like,
yeah, Dan was kind of cooking on the desk with that one. But yeah, and then it just gets down to a 2v2 where, once again, 100 Thieves were kind of walking into that one a little bit more disadvantaged when it came to their weapons, and yet still were able to just kind of trade off of it thanks to, honestly, amazing aim coming through from Marceline on that round. Still, though, FlyQuest, they walk away with it. Oh, yeah, I'm going to be popping the knives right off here to supplement some of the weaponry. That's a lot of fire right off the bat here for Ev.
Yeah, they're going to take a heaping helping a util after TPing so close. Cryo is going to dare to peek it, and yeah, Eve's out of options. They've got to fight this out. The trap is set up. Extra is here to play saving grace, but Cryo and Melia hold it down for all 3.
Cryo, though, now down to 5 HP. That more or less just opens the door completely onto that B site. Should be a nice and easy take here. Melia's still lurking. So far forwards, might be able to find a timing, actually. Not the Jazzy, but oh, what was that flick? That was disgusting.
So nasty. And that will be the kicker for sure. Popping a lot of tools in the bank. No excuses to use them. And a pretty tough eco to work with going into this next round, despite winning those 3 consecutive. Yeah. I'm gonna pick out he's going Christmas shopping.
Hey man, it's that time of the year. It's never too late to go and find those gifts for your loved ones, you know? That's what Poppin was actually telling us there, but an unbelievable kind of play getting set up there. Thanks to Melia as well as Cryo, just kind of holding things down, forcing the chamber out in order to find a couple of those kills there, making sure that the team was able to just fly through completely. Good coordination of utility to shut Egster down. Of course, Melia finding that kill was unbelievable, but yeah, just worked out perfectly for 100 Thieves to stabilize themselves a little bit more. And once again, it really is just kind of coming down to those initial gunfights that are happening here. That was disgusting. Speaking of disgusting, Marceline already down, and that takes out a lot of smokes for 100 Thieves to kind of play off of.
It's the second round in a row that they decided to challenge that too. 100 Thieves stacked it even heavier, and Eve came away with even more. They're going to do the same thing with this approach, though. Answer it with a Prowler. Cryo steps out. This time a Nova Pulse given in response to the door entry, though, so Eve has a little more time to play with. Now a Nebula, too, so no need for Egster to come play Keeper, but instead they'll just spray through on the walkdown and find their way through an open road. Yeah, that's one way to deal with it when you know that the goose is cooked.
Worth mentioning right now, FlyQuest on a little bit of a save, so even though we saw Egster do disgusting things here, solo anchoring B, this time only does have that Marshal in hand. Dimensional Drift available to escape if he deems that necessary. Right now, 100 Thieves are just really taking their times as, well, there goes a couple of salvos here. Already, though, Egster misses that first shot, so Melia gets a lot of damage onto Egster.
Good little maybe time waster with the salvo, though, so 100 Thieves isn't entirely sure how
30
much
seconds
presence
left.
is on this B site. Especially if Egster is down this low. Might have called the reinforcements, but no buckling from the defense. They know that the pivot is coming, and they know that a lot of it is going to come through Art. Thea is perfectly attuned to this, but going to have to avoid the C's to start things out. Can't entirely, and so the pressure forces Jazzy to also step into it, but there's enough util to placate that as well. 7 seconds, and Slaney's going to get that plant down. Heard by Thea, sprayed away to 1 HP as she gets out of there, and the rest of 100 Thieves have to make the ascension. Cryo buckling forward, hunkering down. 2 for him, and he's still skating, still looking. Popping, though.
Wait.
Finding his own 2-piece on the Sheriff, and it's suddenly a 2v1 against that 1 crack of health that Slandy's boasting. Nothing in her kit.
Oh my
and
god.
Now the Armageddon to force Poppin's third kill of the round there. Yeah, sure. Why not? And the Cosmic Divide as well. I love it. 4-3 now for FlyQuest. Only good decisions in these games.
I was gonna say, that's the most Poppin thing I could ever imagine, where you're into a 2v1, unbelievable Sheriff kills kind of coming through here, and then just decide to use the Armageddon and the Cosmic Divide, just add insult to injury. Kind of crazy things happening here, and it's so interesting to me watching how 100 Thieves want to just play this offense moving into things, because usually, you know, based on the composition, you would really expect Melia to be playing with the rest of the squad, playing that kind of like jet that just kind of flies in, and then Cryo's going to be the person who's going to be playing that like flank watch, trying to find those off angles. But it really has kind of felt like an opposite game where Cryo's been kind of the tip of the spear here, and Melia's been doing an excellent job at taking that back map control. Of course, though, started this round here, Thea under a lot of pressure as Melia really close by, but a couple more smokes are going to get set up. Thea, though, still holding ground. 100 Thieves are just on the other side of all these smokes.
Yeah, having little doubt that that TDF is on the B side, so they want to toy with these extensions as long as they can, but it's actually FlyQuest that's taken the biggest bite out of this space. I am amazed at how far up Thea has managed to stay, despite all that's been said and done already. TP back over from Eggster, so you rebalance the stack, but it's still early to meet this. Yeah, Thea's still been there. So that'll be a trade out, but no more Astra smokes. Next checkpoint, Jazzy. Nothing to find her, and oh, Cryo turns to it. That's a stumble, and 100 Thieves have the go button in on the Nightfall. Won't catch anybody, but Melia's got the rest of the spacing. Extra quick response so she doesn't get too flighty.
30 seconds left.
Now it's about the reapproach, and Eve is here with that TDF, able to cut short Marceline. Slandy now alone on that spike plant, and has to use basically everything left to play keep away. Eggster spooked away by that haunt, though, despite the 2-stack, knowing that the presence from Cryo is now here, and Slandy can start dancing around it again. Eve in that 2v1, and Slandy already pressuring them away with the shots, while Cryo just holds that staunch watchdog position from main. Still, that TDF is dangerous. Has enough shots to make it work. Quick switch to the Headhunter, and Cryo's repressured. One shot's all it takes, and Cryo's not falling for that first tap. Eve's going for half. Eve's second tap. Cryo goaded in, and the shot's missed. 100 Thieves tie it back up.
I was going to say, in that moment where we see the flood through from 100 Thieves, would have been an excellent time for a Teo ult, if you ask me. But once again, it just an excellent job kind of coming through from 100 Thieves this time around. And of course, Cryo just kind of clutching it up at the last second there to really make things work. Thea, though, honestly, I like the adaptation coming through from FlyQuest here. FlyQuest Envy, sorry. I think they're doing an excellent job at starting to read the tempo, really, that 100 Thieves are playing with, because they always go for this kind of like first layer of aggression, then they back off, decide to maybe go one way or another, but are very patient moving there. And now FlyQuest, we're seeing them take a little bit more of that space after that initial aggression to try and catch some of those opportunities to surprise 100 Thieves in the early part of the round in order to make sure that they get themselves into an advantage. Cryo, 2 to force online. Ev just on the other side, but can't even blink for a second. Cryo swings around, and that's going to be an easy kill onto that chamber.
Can't let him get a sightline for a second. He's still somehow the most stoic on this team that has just gotten aimer after aimer. Eggster, much sooner than he intended. Back here. No sniper, though. He's going to get up close and personal.
Oh my goodness.
Salvo spooked him a little bit. Look out, buddy.
Slandy this time, playing things forwards. Eggster actually retreating, but this is that phase 2 of that 100 Thieves attack plan. Look how they've gone all the way back out. But FlyQuest have really reinforced the site. Keep in mind, Eggster the only one with a shotgun. The rest of them do have rifles.
There are tools that Envy could use to check for Slandy's lure. She's already fighting this out, but she's keeping everyone here. The rotation from Jazzy, too. FlyQuest have made the call, and Slandy on this IGL roll has fully duped them, and now the Cosmic Divide to take over A-side with all the security in the world. That's a stunning fake. Well done by Slandy.
It turns out it was all just a clever ruse, and now FlyQuest have to run their way over to the A site. 100 Thieves, plenty of time to get themselves set up. Decide to go more towards the middle as well as all the way back here. And yeah, you can see they're getting ready to play off that util.
Slandy still not killed. Did not go through T, going for the flank, and she's actually going to get help. Melia's going to go with her. Long-winded backstab, but if they're able to have the other players fry as well, then it's no trouble at all. Eggster's actually going to be the only one who gets a kill on the board with that shotgun. And picks up a rifle in response to grab one more on the way down, but 100 Thieves will take back that lead.
Yeah, just an excellent duping happening there from 100 Thieves. I mean, once again, it felt so committal if you're NV FlyQuest, right? Like you see so many people, you see Cryo get that first kill, you're like, for sure they're going to be ending here, especially if their fate is still going to be hanging out around B site. But turns out that was all just a clever ruse. They pulled the carpet out from underneath them, had plenty of time to set up, and then it's just watching NV FlyQuest walk right into their crosshairs. 100 Thieves, very patient, holding those cross angles, and then know exactly when they want to pop off, when they know that round is going to be collapsed. Another fast start here. Melia under a lot of pressure from that salvos, but a save for NV FlyQuest across the board here. No real ultimates to use on either side, but we do see Slendy getting closer and closer to having the Nightfall online, which I think is actually a pretty good tool, especially with the deafen.
Big salvo to deal that chip and force Thea out. Just this experimentation, dipping your toes in the water, seeing what you can get away with. Such is the nature of a best-of-1 group stage in the co-ed tournament. Everybody's just seeing what's working. How we feeling? Now they're just walking a couple rounds since they did this, and Melia's gonna get a clean break on Exter. No way peeking until the flash, and it's still a little dodgy. Jazzy, you wish she had a little more help for that, but Eve just can't find the angle, and that's all she wrote for that round. So NV FlyQuest, one more stabilization here in this half for them to make it a tie game.
Yep, it's, you know what, we're getting closer and closer to the half. We got 2 more rounds left on the board here to try and make that one happen, but honestly, even though the rounds are not really going their way, I've been really impressed with how NV FlyQuest have been really good at flashes lately. It felt like the flash grenades have just been doing an excellent job at blinding up quite a few members of 100 Thieves, leaving them to be a little bit scrambly. Unfortunately, though, we don't really see the NV FlyQuest squad be able to follow up on those flashes, and so we don't really see 100 Thieves really get punished that hard. It's going to be the Blade Storm activated for Melia alongside this operator. So a different look this time around as Exeter, once again, under pressure, very far forwards, but can back all the way up thanks to the portal.
Yeah, he's been fishing in those 2 pockets on the opening this whole time. Thea holding down the road, so 100 Thieves are going to pump up the gas. Exeter is prepared for it, though, and this is the kind of push that you do expect NV FlyQuest to manage without really any hesitation. The stack is prepared. They have the interceptions. They've witnessed all of the key util already thrown. They have all the intel they need, and they're more than smart enough to understand how to counteract it. It's all about preventing.
Spike down B.
10 years on their role ships. It's always been this effervescent ever-presence ever since they started. And seeing Asuna especially on this, flex role that he's been adapting on to, taking on the smoke sometimes, taking on this KO lately as well. He's been trying so hard to just continuously be on top of things and be as smart a flasher as we've seen Jazzy be so far this game, really. Someone up a la Eggster with those flashes that he's been able to do for the traps. But the nature of NV FlyQuest is like being so fast that you're preventing that kind of thing from happening. So you haven't seen Asuna be able to kind of springboard too often with that.
Honestly, like the looks that we're seeing from both these teams right now, it really feels like 100 Thieves are like, all right, we're going to play this one methodically, see what we can do, work out the stratagems, figure out what our best move is going to be. But on the other side, NV FlyQuest are just looking for those opportunities, looking for those timings, looking for those chances to completely pounce and dismember 100 Thieves one member at a time. And so it's a different of clashing styles here. But Jazzykins under a lot of pressure, very far forward this time, but Cryo just running it down.
And he's not done. He's just going to walk straight through that smoke in the garden and head out into no man's land. Rest of 100 Thieves can blossom as the spike gets planted by Slandy yet again. Not before Eggster goes down 2. So, okay. So Eve and Jazzy are still in spawn here. Asuna didn't fully poke at it.
Yeah, you really don't. And now Thea really has to make some sort of ground happen here, but so many angles being held.
Yeah, just straight through. Easy peasy. Thea's able to grab a quick twofer. So, nice turn on a Cryo. Cosmic dividing. Yeah, last round. Let's go. Get your ace. Come on.
Team A.
All right. So it is 7-500 Thieves. Yeah, like you said, a little more methodical, a little more consistent with being able to just kind of cut through and pierce enough of the the starting defenses to make a lot of the post plants pretty easy. But NV FlyQuest are going to do that too.
Yeah, and once again, I think that round did a really good job of explaining it. Like that time, they just completely split the defenders up, and then it's this weird kind of scenario, right? Where it's just like, okay, well, we don't really know what to do anymore, but we're going to just try and make this one happen. And Thea coming up with a little bit of magic here, but it's been so fun kind of watching these two squads go off against each other with such very drastically different play styles. But regardless, both of these teams have just been such heavy fraggers, and I think that has made this so exciting, Tenrek.
Yeah, we're only just getting started. We're only just getting active, and these players are going to fill up that kill feed a whole lot more. We're taking a quick breather in between the halves. When we come back, NV FlyQuest takes on the attack.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Spotlight Series Americas in Monterey, NV FlyQuest and 100 Thieves taking on Pearl here. Marks, you know, seeing the differing play styles among the, 5 teams that litter these 10 players in the lobby. It's been really fun seeing everyone in this community just getting to figure out how everyone kind of ticks.
Oh, 100%. And like, you can't see the kill feed anymore, but I'm pretty sure Exter had like 14 kills and Cryo's on the other side sitting at 16 kills. And so really, it kind of comes down to them walking into each other and kind of holding their ground. Definitely, you can see the impact of both Exter and Cryo for both of these respective teams in kind of making sure that they've got those advantages as they kind of play things out. But once again, it's been a lot of fun because this is really like the first time that a lot of these players are playing together. And the desk highlighted it. A lot of potentially clashing styles kind of coalescing in different calling styles, different agent pools for all these different players. But one thing's for sure, I mean, you saw it during the break there. Everyone here is having some fun.
For sure. Hey, that Reina Roulette is still up for grabs. We got plenty of games left. Plenty of tired that these guys can get in the group stage. I am manifesting so hard. FlyQuest starting out on the attack here in the second half. As they started things out, they showed that if, the stack was there, then they could pretty easily intercept the entrances. But the headline was for sure Cryo being such a consistent guy that could just walk it down. No walking necessary for first blood of the half, though, as NV FlyQuest have the stack but no spike. So they're just going to try and do their due diligence until Poppin figures out where he's going.
And that's a statement to be made right off the rip there. Extra going down to Cryo. But a lot of room given up on mid. Something that both of these teams seem like they're kind of doing on this defense. But finally, 100 Thieves going to be re-aggressing here. Understand where Thea is trying to pressure that middle side just a little bit more, but now they're going to be running right into KRLY's crosshairs.
Fully around about it, just to get to the road to B anyway, where Cryo will get his second kill. It just doesn't matter, dude. 100 Thieves have the lockdown, have the lineups, have the counter flash, and now a huge personnel advantage. Flashback in from Jazzy, catches a whole stack though, and all of a sudden, it goes back their way. 2 now for her, and she's holding up this front line as Poppin has made his way back as well. Sudden turnarounds, littering this team, even when they're not playing for a VCT spot. Melia on the slow entry though, and she's just gonna keep walking it down too. Can keep Asuna steady on the entry. Poppin jumps away to avoid Asuna and can now reset from the road. Tries to go for the head tap. Asuna chasing it down. Little time on the spike, but he's gonna be able to find it. And 100 Thieves will take the pistol. Oh, wake the hell up, Samurai. Welcome to Spotlight Series.
What was that, man? Jazzy again. Excellent timing on those flashes, has consistently got so much value onto 100 Thieves, and it felt like a round out of that first half there where we see the flash go perfectly, and then Jazzy's able to find a couple of kills, and suddenly the round flips right back into the favor of FlyQuest Envy's side. And then 100 Thieves are kind of less scrambly, a little bit chaotic towards the end. You know, that's when Poppin is really going to be coming out on top, especially in some of those more interesting kind of crazy scenarios here. Almost makes it work, but Asuna able to kind of clutch that one up at the end. Plenty of time to defuse that spike, and that is a statement of a first round of this half here. 100 Thieves, though, they win the pistol yet again.
Asuna with the 5-man knife on the immediate entry that NV FlyQuest has 4-spot their way towards. They want all the smoke. And 100 Thieves, in response, still just spin the block, take care of that trademark, and sell whatever stack is flanking that they want to. In the meantime, Asuna, his position is obvious. Surely still holding this site. Prowler out to give away at least 1 on the flank. Yeah, Envy is going to be pretty tuned to how many might be spinning this, but are they prepared? Probably not. Jazzy at least with the 1, but the rest of Envy has to tuck and tumble into Asuna to try to get that personnel advantage back, but Asuna can just flash himself back in and manage the 1v1 against Thea. And this crunch is a lot tougher with the Stingers as opposed to Cryo with that Outlaw that can just walk it down and continue the streak for 100 Thieves, making it 9-5.
And a good read from 100 Thieves. You see, as soon as that pressure gets felt, Asuna is just like, actually, I'm gonna hang out back here, and just walks right away from that site. That was a buy-up coming through from NV FlyQuest, and so they were just running at them with Stingers, ready to just overwhelm them with massive amounts of bullets and numbers. And yet 100 Thieves completely give up the space. They take their time and play those long-range engagements and play to how they want to engage. An excellent read coming through from 100 Thieves, making sure that NV FlyQuest are back onto a save for yet another round. And yeah, this time around we have something fun for you. You're gonna be listening to the live comms for one of these teams.
Here.
You go Prowler.
Nothing B. Flashing for you. 3, 2, 1, pop.
Leave me. Yep, leave me. Too close. They take the Astra chamber.
Sorry.
We play heavier for B. I have the full aim in line. Can we get heavy for B?
Yeah. I have to spot B.
I was holding on. Good. In R1. Yeah. One in R1. Close mid door. Walking up R right now. Come peek this with me. Great. Yeah. Ready? One in R1 mid door.
You have mid door.
Both are. They're grabbing guns. Grabbing specters right now. You're good. They smoke to get out.
Out planning.
Planning in the spot. One could watch.
Just hold Matt.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Hold on, you can let Emily clear space.
One enemy remaining.
I think he's in R. Yeah, Emily. Yeah, on my right.
On your right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. Well done.
Sorry, I was like processing what right meant. Is there any other guns? Or do you guys just have specters?
No, it was just specters, I think. Yeah, it's a lot of specters.
Fun to listen into 100 Thieves for that round, being able to pretty quickly manage the retakes. That was a good double tap by Thea though, to at least manage one end, but tough to work with when you didn't have the economy. So, but yeah, I'm excited to get to listen into more of those comms going forward this group stage. Everyone's gonna have fun.
right? Like we've never actually had like kind of like listened in for the challengers of the Ascension circuit here, and yeah, I mean, really fun as well watching a judge come into fruition. You know, always got to comment on the judge here, especially when it's in the hands of someone from 100 Thieves rather than the NV FlyQuest side, because you know they love their judges on the NV team, but that time around, Melia just kind of ripping through them with that shotgun, just find a double kill very early on, and Cryo through to force. This time they wait out the knife, not going to give up a lot of information. That allows Cryo to move up just a little bit more. Yeah, shoulder found.
That's kill number 22 for him, by the way. And Exter is going to be able to chase that down. Ballsy, but it works. So now 100 Thieves have to throw a little bit of piecemeal util to try to prevent a lot of this. And Exter, the TP is good. Asuna, though, steps into the smoke. And a great double counter frag as Melia susses out Exter from the one-way. An immediate restabilization that makes this defense just impenetrable. That was so impressive. And again, that's just terrific presence from Asuna. Great understanding of when exactly to cut that corner, because you know Exter's just going to keep running that down.
Yeah, once again, Asuna, one of the most seasoned Valorant players, has been in the circuit since basically the beginning here, and just an excellent kind of finding of timing to walk into the smoke and get the spray down, especially understanding the enemy's weapon advantage. And yeah, also too, Melia was able to find the foot of Exter there, and you see Exter just kind of jumping back, trying to find just the timing to get out of there, but able to just clamp down on top of all of that one. And yeah, 100 Thieves now, as if they've honestly just had a completely flawless second half thus far. And so we're going to be seeing the timeout getting called from NV FlyQuest to try and pull themselves back into this one, because, well, 100 Thieves 2 rounds out now from clearing out our first series.
I'm expecting a lot of power of friendship type timeouts from these teams. Oh boy. I mean, not just NV FlyQuest, because I mean, for those guys, a lot of the timeouts are already sort of just like, guys, we can do this if we just work together. But I think everyone is really working on that to an extent, because I think even if you're just like sort of pugging it out, especially in a group stage like this, where you're playing 3 matches today, you're going to be up for a while at these desks under these bright lights. You're going to get a little burnt out occasionally if you're just kind of going through the motions of working the normal sort of tendencies of the defaults and the retakes that this game has. So making sure you have those breaks in energy, understanding when, you know, you want to kind of get those vibes back to a solid ground again, I think it's a good call at a round like this. But unfortunately, that's a great way to just shut us right back up, isn't it?
Yeah, imagine the entire timeout, you're like, all right, guys, good vibes. And then Eve just dies right off the rip, and you're like, well, good timeout, I guess. But all things considered, NV FlyQuest, they don't really have all the weaponry that they would necessarily want. Where I get a little bit concerned, though, is they bought up all these Guardians. So it is a bit of an investment. An excellent flash. Melia finding 2, finding 4 now. Blades from popped, looking for the ace.
Give it to her, Thea saying, I dare you, and Melia dares. Your first ace of the Spotlight series happening in the very first game on 100 Thieves. Continued tear. Cryo's been the one owning that lane the whole time, too. So, you know, Melia's got to feel good getting her time running it down there on B main at least once today. Oh, that was so great. And you know that Envy is not prepared for it to be specifically her. A pivot like that to the outskirts after manning the door off rip. She did that so fast. And there's Asuna with that great flash to facilitate exactly the kind of thing that he's been workshopping the past couple months in this offseason. I had some great fruition here in Spotlight.
Oh, well, that's a lot of information there. Hey, remember when you said that the timeout for NV FlyQuest was going to be about vibes? Well, this is going to have to be something more. 2 ultimates online, though, so NV FlyQuest have a lot of tools to work off of.
Another big entry, another big shutdown. Asuna still that cutoff, man. And able to re-up with the help of the Nebula, too. Rest of the stack is here. NVFQ have already made a good amount of space work. No command tucked in. Jazzy gonna try and take some space with it. Quickly refragged by Marceline, and now 100 Thieves can cut back. A lot they can just control off the Nebula as well. They can start the spike tap and force FlyQuest to start second guessing. There's one ultimate to play keep away, but yeah, 100 Thieves are already way in front of it yet again. They know this all too well, and it is a fantastic start to their group stage. A 13-5 victory here on Pearl.
And once again, the 100 Thieves squad, in general, I would say, they were looking
turn off
so
the
good when it
computer?
kind of came to the strategy, when it came to how they really wanted to play the map and worked all of these different things around. I'd say, you know, FlyQuest, when it came down to those little micro moments, we saw some amazing flashes coming through from Jazzy. We saw some amazing moments from Exter to be able to find those pop-off moments. But on the other side, 100 Thieves just across the board, all of their players were still hitting their shots. Melia closing us out with an ace, but of course we got to see Cryo in prime form. I'm really excited to see how far this squad goes because I don't know, after that one, like, for me, they're kind of up there when it comes to these 4 teams.
Yeah, how about Marceline on the smokes as well? After seeing her being, you know, the one that's normally been the spirit tip that runs it down for so long, it's great to see her kind of take a more stoic position in the frag outs. She's had a lot of more time in that spotlight and kill feed instead of having to necessarily throw her body at the problem. I really love what 100 Thieves decided to do coming into this series, and I'm excited to see them play again. But FlyQuest, hey, they're full of surprises and room to grow together. I mean, this is 3 teams combining together with Jazzy Kids coming in clutch to help out. So seeing them sort of figure things out over the course of this, they'll have a little bit of a break time in between matches to do so. But 100 Thieves taking the first victory of the group stage. Huge congratulations to them.
Yeah, and on top of that too, I mean, you know, I know we talked a lot about Exter's hair. At the same time, Cryo got a little something going on as well. So you know what? Maybe it is a little bit of a hair diff here because at the same time, Cryo and Exter were honestly the 2 players on both of these respective teams that were just looking so stellar and so sharp. Once again, this was the first time that these teams have played together. And so you can see a little bit of those growing pains definitely still being there, but excited to see how both of them continue to develop as we continue further and further into the weekend because a lot of great Valorant around the corner.
For sure. And right after a break that we'll take, we'll have a quick interview with the winners of that first match, and then we'll be heading right into the second. Like Mark said, still so much game to go. We'll be right back with it.
Welcome back, everyone. I am here with 100 Thieves Landy, winner of the first match of the day. Pretty strong victory as well, 13-5. How you feeling?
Feeling pretty good. I think things are meshing well, and that everyone working together has been really fun and nice. So it's just lots of fun so far.
And we were talking a little bit before this, and you're saying that it was kind of an easy match because a couple teammates kind of just popping off, making your life easy.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to look like a great IGL when you have Cryo and Melia just dropping absolute bombs every game. So, I mean, if that keeps going, then this will be good.
And then I want to talk about like IGLing and going into a tournament where you're not playing with just quite your regular team, right? We do get this mixed roster, so it was kind of easy to start things off, but going into it, was it any like discussion of like, okay, roles, how is it going to be an issue? Or like, what was the philosophy with you going into the weekend to help bring this team to success?
Yeah, it's kind of like we just had a discussion last night of like, okay, how's this going to look exactly? Like we figured out roles a little bit. Like it's a little all over the place, but like you expect that with like an event like this. And it's kind of like puggier, but we just have like a really simple game plan. And it's like we just talked beforehand and made sure that we were all on the same page. And everyone's talkative, everyone's figuring out the plan together. And it's just been really, really like keep it simple, keep it good, keep it clean. And that's what we did so far. So hopefully.
I mean, it definitely paid off to be starting off. And then going into the rest of the day, obviously today we got a lot of best of ones and then tomorrow the best of three. So how are you feeling just kind of going into all of this, especially building up this energy with these players you haven't necessarily gotten to play with as much before, I'm assuming?
Yeah, I mean, we're feeling good. I mean, it's just like BO1s. I feel like these are like seeding matches for tomorrow a lot of the time. So it's kind of like feeling everything out and making sure everything's like good to go. So we're just kind of feeling it out slowly as we go. Like we haven't really played together much at all. So other than the people obviously that I've played with on my team, but we're just trying to figure it out and make sure that we're, again, keeping everything clean, keeping everything good, and doing the best we can.
And last but not least, I mean, everyone gets to compete here in person, so that's a lot of fun. So how has Mexico been so far for you?
Oh my gosh, it's so beautiful. All the mountains and stuff like that all around here and around the hotel have been beautiful. Like it's such a treat driving back and forth, and like the food has been really good too. Like it's just been amazing.
I'm glad you're having fun. You look like you're having fun in the server, and hopefully you'll get to continue having fun. Thank you for chatting, and best of luck when we see you round number 3. As for us, we still have a round number 2 to get through, and let's start talking about our next matchup of the day. We have KRLY going up against none other than Winthrop University and Shopify Rebellion. 2 teams that, I mean, 4 teams, I guess. Wow, never do math on broadcast, kids. 4 teams that are a lot of fun to watch individually, so bringing them all together, you know we're in for a treat.
I am very excited to see how this is going to play out. I feel like KRLY and this new team of Lion, you might have never seen this logo before, but they used to be Six Karma. They just kind of rebranded as of recent, and they actually have some of the old KRLY staff, and that is an Adam that used to be that coach for KRLY, now moving into a Lion for Tier 2, and I'm super excited to see it, mainly because this is the only team that we have that has 2 Mexican players for a tournament in Mexico, and Mephisto and Munch, and I know how much they are super proud of, representing Mexico, so having a tournament here and even getting the chance to win it, I feel like it's something that they're absolutely looking forward to.
I always love the hometown heroes,
yes.
Right? Being able to compete and show up here. And let's talk about this team first and talk about this KRLY Lion squad. Because as you said, too, the collaborations just kind of beyond just the players themselves, I think is really, really interesting. And I'm intrigued to see going into the server today how things are going to be popping off. And of course, Ash, looking back at the placements of it all, when you see a first, yeah, I think destined for greatness here.
Oh, they definitely are. This KRLY Blaze squad was absolutely insane. They just came back from Korea not that long ago as well after joining the other teams for GCC. And then I think it gets like a little bit interesting there as well with these squads, because Dan was just talking about how it's like this mix roster, but then with also like the Lion squad, this is like a Tier 2 team that doesn't play with Benji, right, from KRLY Spark. So there's definitely like a lot. I think when it comes down to KRLY Blaze, though, every player on this team has been absolutely insane throughout Game Changers, and we're thinking about Munch and Michaela. I'm so excited to see what they're going to be able to bring to the table. It's so fun to be able to watch them as well on LAN.
Yeah, we'll talk about them just a little bit more in a bit, but let's talk about the Lion players that we're going to be seeing competing here as well, especially to being able to see them sooner rather than later when we're looking back at this Ascension tournament.
Absolutely. And again, this is why you're seeing the 6 Karma on the screen, because this is the team that just rebranded completely from that 6 Karma that we used to know for in Latin America North to this Lion that is now not only having a few of the players that we just saw in Ascension as of recent, like we talk about Joe, but also just having that addition of Adam, for example, in that coaching staff that it seems like it will be adding a lot to the table. But for now, they're going to have this little tournament to get a little bit more experience when it comes to the individuals. And I'm excited to see it, because this is a team that for the North in Latin America, they mean a lot. They're one of the teams that are always talked about, and even though they couldn't really make a deep run when it came to Ascension, I feel like this is a little bit of a teaser of what can happen for next year.
And that's what this is all about, right? Being able to spotlight the players. You get it because it's Spotlight series. But no, really being able to see a little bit more of what these players are capable of as they try and push on forward more with their own careers. So being able to see these two is really exciting. But we were talking about the crew players as well, Ash. And let's dive back into that, especially too, since we're talking about teams that have played very recently and travel very recently. And again, the fact we just saw them is crazy.
It is absolutely insane. I'm so excited to see these two players in particular on the side of Crew Blaze joining the fray here for Spotlight Series. When you're thinking about Michaela, she's just this insane initiator player that's so good at setting up and supporting your team, which I think is going to be huge when you've got a duelist like Mephisto who can absolutely take over in the server. And then you've got Munch, which is that consistent lurking anchor player that's always able to hold her own. This team's got a lot of firepower that they're bringing to the table.
Munch is absolutely one of my favorite players now to watch, and she was such an incredible addition coming into this year for Crew Blaze. She used to... because Crew plays in the South, she was that player that they imported from the North, from Mexico specifically, to play, and then she had such an impact into GCC. She talked about how much it means for her to have such a drastic change in her life from, you know, living in Mexico to having to move to Argentina. But on top of that, you can look at her and you see how much of a leader she is. She had one of my favorite moments as well when she was getting a knife kill as well for a clutch. That was incredible. And it's just a team that I love seeing, and I'm excited to see what they're able to do, these two individuals, for the tournament specific.
Yeah, and I feel like too, when I look at this team, we talked about, you know, the fun with the knife kill and like all this stuff we'll still be able to clutch up. But I think too that this is going to be one of the more fun teams to be watching throughout this tournament. So seeing these 5 players all together, Ash, I am so excited about this potential here.
I'm really interested to see how they're all going to like look to mesh together as well. You know, so many different pieces. It's not just 2 teams that you're piecing together like the other 3 that we're seeing in the competition. It's individuals from 3 different teams. And I feel like that just also adds other layers to this. But with the experience that you have on the table for this roster here as well, I feel like the transition should be pretty seamless.
It'll be really fun to see. And I think too, it's another, we keep talking about today being these best of ones and for seeding. I think too, when you are merging the 3 teams, it's going to be a great opportunity today to really be able to test out the team together and make sure those synergies can be built up throughout the day. On the opposing end of things, though, let's talk about their opponents going into today, because I know when we got to see the rosters for the first time, this was one that I was definitely the most excited about. We got our challengers, we have our game changer team. It's Winthrop University and Shopify Rebellion.
I'm so excited for this one as well. I know that I just mentioned it for our last squad, but for this one, I feel like it is kind of the one that is going to have the most eyes on, because we talked about Winthrop, we talked about the journey that they had coming into this year for challengers, how far they made it as well going into Ascension, and then we talked about an SR that has won an insane amount of trophies when it comes to North America, also internationally as well, and last year and the year before. And then you have 2 of my favorite players for SR. And, you know, I'm not saying that all 5 are my favorite, but everybody's my favorite in that team. But, you know, having Alexis and Dodo here playing is just, it's kind of a perfect combination that you want between Winthrop and SR.
And I think what's really cool about these 2 teams and why this was, no bias, maybe one of my favorite teams to see going into this event, that both of these teams were very like groundbreaking within their respective realms. We got to see Winthrop University as a collegiate team, as the collegiate team to be breaking out in challengers this year and kind of redefine these collegiate players. And Shopify Rebellion, these players and the barrier that they've managed to break through, Ash, has been totally impressive and paving the way through even challengers themselves, right? So what they've done in the scene has been incredible, and that's why it's my favorite merge.
I think that's super valid. It's a pretty insane storyline to see this combination coming together with both of them like making that stamp on tier 2. And I think that what's going to be really interesting too is just how these compositions are going to work out, right? I'm really expecting to see that double duelist coming in when you've got Dodonut and Infiltrator on the roster. You're not really looking to swap them off of their respective roles. And honestly, I feel like Governor, kind of expect him to be at the helm of this team as well.
I don't really know what's going to happen. I feel like for the amount of duelist players that we had in the opening match, we didn't really see that many. Well, in a way, I mean, we saw the operators that we talked about with the Chamber and the duelist that they were playing, but coming into this match as well, I do want to see a double duelist coming in, like with Infiltrator and Dodo too. Dodo was incredible in that championship in Korea. She was insane in every single one of those matchups, especially that semifinal when she was like plus 30 something. Just some insane numbers that we've seen for years with her when it comes to North America, but also her doing it internationally, and maybe potentially her doing it in the Spotlight series would be great.
Yeah, I mean, coming off of a form like that at the championships is a final form in itself, let me tell you. But talking a little bit more about the Shopify Rebellion players, we've gotten, as we talked about at the top of the day, we got to see some returning players from our last Spotlight series, and Alexis was one that was like my biggest standout last time around. I mean, she's always a standout in Game Changers, like the amount of assists she has, everything else, but last year as well, Ash, she was just frying.
No, she's insane. And I think that what's so amazing about Alexis too is just the added flexibility that she brings to any team that she's on, whether it's, you know, for an off-season event like this or the value that she has on SRG. But we saw it again, like her ability to pivot into that Sentinel role to allow Noya to take on that Viper within like the recent like adjustment from SRG in the meta. She's just constantly so impressive and so good at supporting her teammates as well, no matter which role she's on.
And I think, too, that's why this team is going to be really, really strong together. You've gotten to see the flexibility from Alexis. You've gotten to see Donut with a step up in a Winthrop University that's just kind of broken through so much going into this year. So I think that this is definitely a team that you cannot be counting out at any point, even if it is one of the quote-unquote challenger teams going up against, you know, VCT teams. Like, they should not be counted at any step.
And I keep thinking about something that you mentioned right when we started introducing this team, and is that, you know, how they've changed the way that we've seen challengers in North America specifically. One of them being that first collegiate team that we've had in the scene, and the other one being that first game changers team that made it to challengers. And that all happened very, very recently, especially for that side of Shopify Rebellion. So I'm excited to see how this mix is going to work out. And yes, we talk about the players and the things that they're going to do in the server, but also the mix of personalities that we have here. I cannot wait to see it and even hear it in the voice comms.
Oh, I think this is gonna be one of the more chaotic series of the day. We already talked about KRLY and just the explosiveness that this team can have, and Winthrop Shopify. I mean, some of the personalities, both in and outside of the server, lovingly, is just gonna be absolutely amazing. How we think it's gonna be shaping up, though, I think that is going to be the great debate of all. I say debate like I feel like I don't know majority of people's answers, whether it's based off of bias or just the fact they're that strong. But
bias? What are you talking about?
Dan,
what are you? Huh?
What do you think I'm implying here?
I've never been biased ever.
You've also never lied. Ever.
I've also never lied. I'm glad you understand, Ash. I'm glad you get it.
I get you.
Exactly.
It's just two vibes chillers on the couch here, Sierra.
It's just vibes?
Yeah, and it's just because, I mean, how can you not be biased for a team like this?
I thought we weren't biased.
Oh, I mean, but I'm just saying, if it wasn't me, and it was, you know, me, like, but in the audience watching, how could you not be biased? You know? How could you not? People watching, hey, I get it.
All right. Just for that, here's a punishment. We're playing more games. More games, guys.
Yeah, because we were so good at the first round.
We were so good at the first game.
We have to run it again.
We have to run it back as punishment for all this biasness over here. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But we got Truce and a Lie, guys.
Okay.
Talk a little bit more about this team. See how well we know them as we've been following them.
I'm so scared.
Throughout the year.
I'm so scared. Okay.
We should be. All right, let's see.
Our track record has not been good.
It is not. It has absolutely been not. But let's get into it and see what the first one is going to be here, friends. All right. 6 foot tall for moves. Alexis with 2 pets and Governor being a basketball fan. Ash, didn't we meet Moops at Toronto?
2 trees in a line. Moops is not 6 foot tall.
I'm trying to think about how tall it seemed like Gabe was when I was walking next to him in Masters Toronto, bro. But also gamers are slouchers. And I know Moob's posture was not perfect when he was walking around.
That is a crazy call out.
I'm not calling. I said gamers. I did not say Gabe only. Okay, I didn't call out Moobs by himself. I feel like
I think I think it has to be that. I don't think he's 6 foot tall. But also the only one that I'm like kind of thinking about is Alexis. I know that she has one pet for sure. I think that is a cat named Bucky or a puppy. I'm not sure.
She has a cat named Omen.
Oh,
but I
so
think
then
she has
2.
She has 2?
Yes.
I wasn't sure if she had more than 2. That was why
that's a good point.
That's why I hesitated, because I don't know if she has more than 2.
I would go with the moves being false.
Yeah, I don't.
Sorry, Moobs, we think you're 5'11" and you're lying.
I mean, anyone who says they're 6 foot tall isn't. You're either taller or shorter. No one's
crazy.
actually 6 foot tall. So I'll get on board with that one.
We think you're rounding up.
That's
We're gonna
That's
find out.
crazy. All right, let's. I don't know.
Are we locking that in?
Yeah, let's
Are we gonna lock that in?
We think Moobs is lying.
All right. Can we get the answer? A little drum roll. Little C.
If it's I knew she had more, bro. I should have
Oh, the name was
trusted
Aries.
myself.
Oh, I really hope Moobs does not watch this back.
I should have trusted
He just got
myself.
roasted by the entire desk over here.
I love
I cooked
Alexis.
for him.
Your pets being named Aries, Spike, Ace, and Omen is
Amazing.
insane. I love her. I love her.
It's amazing name.
She's so iconic. That's why.
I love how we just sort of like, yep, Governor, basketball
should've
fan. We
trusted
didn't even
myself.
discuss this. We were just like, yep, no, we trust that.
I was like so confident that she had more than 2 pets, but you guys really got me on the Moobs is shorter than 6 foot train. Like,
Hey, I
got
never said
gaslit
shorter.
into
I just
that.
said nobody is 6 foot.
Have
It's
you
either taller or
considered-
shorter.
He just lied, and we have to measure him for the interview and find out.
I think that's what we should do, actually. I think Winthrop and
Just to prove
SRG
that we're
should win
right.
this, and then I think we should measure him and find out if maybe there were 2 lies.
Yeah.
All right, that's crazy. Okay, we'll find it. We'll try and find a tape measure somewhere. Okay, we got one more truce and a lie though.
Okay.
Before we get into the match, because we did so well with the other one. Okay, guys.
Well, yeah.
So let's send it. Let's see what we got here. Favorite subject was history. Why? Moves like, why are these all about moves?
He was like, guys, I have a lot to say.
He always has a lot to say, let's be honest.
And then Alexa's favorite artist is Halog. I've never heard of that.
I also don't know who Halog is, so this is not helpful.
This is like things that I would know, and I wouldn't know. I'm like, in what context would I know this about them? But Moob's favorite subject was history. I don't think that's true. Is he giving history to you guys? Not to me. I think he was like. I think his
No.
favorite subject was science.
You have to think about men and bringing up Rome, though.
Okay,
Like,
okay,
Dryad,
okay.
come on. Men love to talk about history, Dryad.
Okay. But I
Let
don't
me
know
cook. I think Moves is the type of person where you look at Moves and you're like, okay, he would like football, but he definitely doesn't like football. I think the football is the lie,
I feel like
guys.
he does. I feel like he does that.
I feel like it would be the sleeper pick. I'm like so locked on that.
Honestly,
just-
any of them could be. I don't know.
I'm gonna say Alexis a lie because I just don't know the artist.
I am
no other reason.
I am locking on Moves football.
I
we
feel
don't
like
have
So we
agree.
all have a different one.
We don't have
Yeah.
to agree.
perfect.
I
One of us
also-
has to be right.
That's
if we
a
all
great
different,
thing. Okay. Okay.
someone
One
here
of us
wins
is a
out.
winner. One of us is a winner.
One of us is winning. Let's
Give us
roll
the
the answer.
answer.
Let's see who's got it. I feel like there's just too much about moves, right?
No!
It was lunch.
It
Bro.
was lunch. Yeah,
Bro,
that sounds about
That's
right.
so lame.
That
Wow.
sounds about right.
Wow.
I was gonna say
That's not even a subject.
so my
That doesn't count. I feel
She's
like that's a cop
wait a
out,
second.
bro.
I was gonna say if one of you were right and I was wrong, I was gonna say, well, we're all winning as a desk, but because I'm the one who's right, then I'm the only one who wins, and I hope that you two understand.
You know what? I get you. I get you because me and Dryad are the same.
Yes.
Yeah.
You
so
would
I
do the same.
understand.
You know
Yes.
what? At the end of the day, these games don't count. These games do not count
it
because
counts
I am
if I
losing.
win.
No, you know what counts though?
No.
You know what
Okay.
counts though?
What
It's the
counts?
predictions.
All right.
Officially, this is where all the money is. It's on the official predictions that we have going on for the match, and I'm ready to win this one. Cue and roll the drum roll because I picked last for the predictions. I saw that it was going to be a clean sweep.
You always do this.
To be fair, I was gonna get roasted either way. I either vote Winthrop SR and we cast or curse it, and then the team hates me, or I predict the other one. I'm the contrarian, and you guys make fun of me. So,
Right.
so I don't know.
Me, I was the opposite. I was the first one to make my predictions, and guess what? It was all vibes.
It's always vibes. I
Guess
think
what?
like it just has to be vibes.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes we overcook our predictions and then we're like, wow, we really should have just gone on
You
vibes.
got your vibes prediction for the first one.
That's what I'm saying.
So this one is all vibes, and we're gonna be right, I think. Sorry, Sierra.
Man, I see. My biggest thing too with also picking last is I saw that you didn't pick crew, and I was like, ooh, if Dan gets this wrong and I'm right, like it's the extra salt.
That's
in the
actually
wound.
crazy.
The
That's
extra salt in the
true. Wow,
wound.
that's insane that you brought that up. Because I will get cooked no matter what. So now that you bring it up, people would be like, oh yeah, that's a good point, Sierra. Wait a second.
It's the same thing like if Liz doesn't like vote Sentinels. Like it's the same vibe.
Yeah.
That's betrayal right now, live in the
Betrayal.
studio.
I just love, I just want everybody to have fun and win.
Wow. That's so
Oh,
based,
and win.
Dan Dryad. Thank
I
you.
like how she said that after she just told us that we don't all win as a desk because
Yeah,
she
I
won.
hesitated.
She called
like,
us
wait.
losers.
Exactly.
Amazing. Let's talk about the series though.
Okay.
Best of ones for today. Matt picks some band. We were surprised with the very first one of Pearl. I mean, we're talking about the cookie cutter maps. Not cookie cutter. What was it? The bread and butter. Bread and butter
like
maps.
your classic.
One of those.
Yeah, it's kind of the expectation. So I'm kind of curious. I don't think we'll get a clean sweep Pearl for today. I feel like that map's just not it. But I'm kind of curious what we can see coming out from our teams.
I'm gonna say, Haven.
I'm soul reading a sunset.
You're soul reading.
A sunset,
Sunset.
yeah.
Hmm.
That's the vibe I'm going for, a sunset. I actually don't know why. Like, that was really just a thought that came into my mind. There's genuinely no rhyme or reason behind it. But I'm feeling a sunset.
I'm going to say a Haven.
Oh, okay.
Haven's just a good map for
Okay.
good gamers.
So you're copying Dryad's homework.
Wait, did you say Haven?
I did. Oh, I'm glad that you're listening. Yes,
I just
said
forgot.
Haven.
I just forgot. My bad.
No, it's all good.
You know,
we.
She's smart. It's a good idea to copy her, right? So
We could be right. We could be right. I'm trying to think if there's a real reason.
I mean, there's a 1 in 7 chance.
I'm thinking part of it is SR in North America really good playing Haven.
Yeah.
Historically. And outside of that, I got nothing. So we'll find out soon.
my other pick was going to be Split, and it got banned first, so I'm glad I didn't go for that. But no, these map vetoes are really interesting because of the fact that, yeah, for the teams that we don't really know what exactly they're cooking up, this is kind of maybe the first time that some of them are playing together. I'm not going to make assumptions if they practiced at all going into this, but I'm just kind of going to assume not. Ash's soul raids are just not it, but
It's okay. I honestly
know.
feel like you guys are right with your Haven pick. I think it also makes even more sense if we're thinking like we could see like the double duelists coming out for this series as well.
Yeah.
It's also just a comfortable map for a lot of people, which I think is kind of more what I expect for today.
I think I got too caught up in the fact that Pearl was selected for our last series, and I was like, surely we're going for something a little bit
We could still have
wonky.
it, right?
If we get Pearl, I would actually be...
Oh my god, we
okay.
might be...
You guys cooked.
We're...
And I'm so glad that we're on a desk together because I'm winning too.
Wait a second. Hold up.
Amazing.
Hold up.
I mean, Haven to be starting it off. I mean, first off, thank you for letting me copy your homework, Dan, because
No
you were right.
problem.
But
I used to do that in school as well, so...
amazing. I mean, the map just kind of makes sense, though, because I feel like, too, both teams are going to be looking for something that's just kind of comfortable all the way through. And I feel like, I don't know, like almost everyone's at least decent on Haven. It's so well known.
Yeah, I feel like it also plays into a lot of opportunities to play different things, especially when it comes to the duelist role. I feel like in this map we've seen kind of a little bit of everything. And we've also seen these teams very recently playing on this map, so it just makes sense. I think the big question now is going to be what the agents and what the roles are going to look like. I don't think there's so much of a difference or kind of everybody playing the same roles or agent as we saw in that first match, or as we were kind of speculating. But hey, Michaela, I just remember she got an ace on this map, so that was another reason why they were going to Haven.
Ooh, so you're telling me that I should expect an ace coming from her?
Yes, you should expect an ace when she's strongholding A site.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I'm asking for lottery numbers if this happens.
Yeah.
I tell you what.
Trust me.
All right, trust in Dan. Trust in Dan.
And then, you know what else you should expect?
Oh no.
On this map as well.
Do not say 5 duelists.
No. We're past that one.
Okay.
Next one, Munch with a knife kill. This is the iconic one that I just talked about.
That's true.
It was on B. It's all going to repeat itself. So this is just what's going to happen. And you guys are going to think I'm like a wizard and I know the future. And you might be right.
We're
Hold on.
I don't even know, man.
Hold on. We're going to Haven. Monch is going to get a knife kill.
On B
Kayla
site.
is going to get an ace on an A stronghold. And Dryad still didn't vote for KRLY.
Wow.
Get her.
Great point. Next
That's
question.
crazy. That's crazy.
Honestly, I think for all the other matches that KRLY play, I voted them to win, except for this one. I was like, yeah, this one is going to be. They have to lose one, you know. It can't be just all
fair.
a clean sweep. So
You can't jinx them like that.
What is Dodo doing?
I love Dodo.
Oh, we love
No.
Dodo Nuts.
It's taking me back. It's taking me back to their like team cheer at GCC.
I know.
I can't. Okay, we're lingering for a long time on Dodo right now. That actually kills me. But that also brings me back to what Sierra was talking about earlier, right? Like the vibes on the side of SRG Winthrop are going to be so good. And I feel like events like Spotlight Series, and especially when you're doing like, you're playing like best of ones, on the first day for the group stage, it's just so important to be able to like have fun and be able to like keep that kind of energy and not take it too seriously in a way.
Yeah, even teams that we've seen in more serious situations throughout the year have still like, okay, come down to having fun, right?
Yeah.
Like make sure you can still have fun in the game, keep it lighthearted, right? So for a tournament that like day one, again, it's for seeding. This is the time to get the chemistry. This is the time to have fun. Oh no. Oh no.
They've got them all on it.
No. Okay, this is too much fun, guys. We need to back it up a little bit, okay? Too much fun.
No, let them be free.
Let them free.
Let them do it.
Oh,
I get
my
it.
goodness.
That kills me.
Oh, they're okay. We're just all vibes all over. You know what? I love
Trying
this.
to open the.
I don't think he can open it. Okay, do we got this?
He said, "Look."
Let's go.
Amazing.
We should try to do that. Oh.
Oh, okay. You know what?
What are we
Now,
doing?
now I'm glad that I said that he was under 6 foot. That's.
I can't.
I
no
don't think
words.
Michaela
We
would
have
do
lost the plot. What is going
I don't
on
think
with our
Michaela would do it.
players?
I don't think she'll do it. She's chill. She's locked in. She's kind of thing.
This is like
Just
chill
dialed.
vibes versus chaos vibes.
Well, I don't know if I would say that.
Oh no.
Governor
I know
looks
the
like
governor
he's
was
being,
like,
he looks like he's being held at gunpoint, like being forced to do that, bro.
Oh man.
Wait, spoiler.
Okay.
I see it.
Oh, we do see it.
Shush, guys.
But we
I
don't
want to be
see the names.
Munch.
I want to be
Killjoy.
surprised, guys. Come on.
No, Munch, Killjoy, Michaela, Sova. I'm assuming. Hold up. It's almost there.
She's cooking.
She's cooking, chat.
No, that's it. That's all I
I
got.
bet that Dan knows a couple of these agents. She knows everything.
Yeah.
She just knows. She's a knower.
I mean, I said 2, so maybe I get those 2 right.
I would hope so. Thanks for bearing with us, everyone, as we're getting our players into the game. We said today is about having fun. We got to see the fun coming up from the players. Before we lock in and get super, super serious about this match and everything else.
Yes.
With our agent select. Dun,
We are
dun,
locking
dun.
in.
Oh, there
We
you
are
go. There you go.
serious.
Oh, never mind. Wait.
Okay, we got.
Oh, that was the other side that I saw.
You
I was like, where the Silva for?
I'm excited for this Infiltrator Donut combo. I don't know if it was said beforehand, but this should just be so much fun.
It is going to be so much fun to like see them work in tandem, I think, together. And you got like an Infiltrator that just like dives in, goes crazy. Donut, same thing, but she can play a little bit more of that like slightly supportive role, like how we previously saw Envy working like the double duelist with Eggstar really early on into challengers and whatnot. And then for the side of crew, I feel like this lineup also makes sense when it comes down to the agents that we're seeing on the board here. It's going to be a really fun one, honestly.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I feel like also, like you guys are saying, the compositions here make sense for both. And we talked about the double duelist having those opportunities. And I'm looking forward to seeing Mephisto as well as Joe being able to play it on that side of KRLY. One thing that I feel like is important to mention is that not every team is having a coach right now for the extra support, and this Latin American squad having it, I feel like it does add a little bit more. So yeah, maybe they could get a win. Maybe I'll get my prediction wrong, and I know that people will love that.
We'll have to see how this match of Haven is going to be shaking up to see if you are in fact going to be wrong with your prediction. Thanks again, everyone, for bearing with us. We are ready now to head into the match. KRLY going up against Winthrop and Shopify. It's time to head into Haven with your casters, Marks and Tenric.
Thanks so much, Sierra, for introducing us to the most serious match of the year. Catastrophic consequences if these predictions are not right. Okay?
Lock in.
Everyone in this lobby is locked the hell in. But also, let the kids 6'7", man. I've been saying this. Like, let the birds fly free. Let the eagles fly with Shopify. I mean, if you putting Governor and Moobs with Dodonut and Alexis is just the most insane decision anyone's ever made. I don't know who greenlit that, but we're gonna be in goofy mode today. That being said, it's so exciting to see Leon pick up these players from Six Karma in Joe and Mephisto, as well as Fenice. I'm so glad that they found a new home, and I'm so excited to see them play with Munch and Michaela from Crew Blaze, and also Benji from Crew Academy.
Yeah, honestly, like, I feel like when we take a look at these rosters coming into this one, the Winthrop Shopify, we have a really strong idea on a lot of these players and how they kind of mesh well. And honestly, the vibes that they're going to be bringing there. On top of that, too, like the first time you guys are playing together, if you're kind of having that much fun, then no matter what the result is, you're going to see some fun plays. But on the other side, for Crew and Leon kind of coming into this one, here's a little bit of here, a little bit of there, and a little bit of Benji just kind of getting inserted in the midst of all of this one. And you know, coming from the Ascension tournament, seeing Mephisto and Joe really just kind of take the reins on that previous Six Karma squad, really just kind of paving the way. And then you've got the backbone of Munch and Michaela, who honestly have just been looking spectacular. I mean, they called it out on the desk, the ace, the knife kill, all of these things. There's a lot of opportunity between these two teams to honestly kind of turn this one around and win it for the respective side. And I genuinely think that this one is a little bit more of a toss-up. But, you know, I predicted Winthrop University and Shopify because I just love the Winthrop guys. I really think that a lot of these players are underrated. And now getting to see them shine in a little bit of a different way, for me, it's just really cool to see.
And I think Alexis is going to have some great, going to be able to pass this torch to Moobs on the controller as well. I like the roles that they've set up here. Double duelist here from Leon, obviously, with Mephisto and Joe. Going to be pretty fun to watch them work, but Governor taken out pretty quickly after a bit of spamming through B main. Shopify, Winthrop starting off on the attack.
And it's really slow right now for the Winthrop Shopify side. Dodonut trying to feign a little bit of noise. Joe ready for that swing, and we've seen Joe do some pretty disgusting things on LAN previously. So you know that this guy is a little bit of a shooter, especially when it comes to this LAN environment. But Winthrop University should be able to, Winthrop Shopify, sorry, should be able to just get that spike nice down and easy. It will be a 5v4 retake though. And let's see how this one goes, because a lot of tools still available for the Crew Leon side.
You've at least cleared out the rest of the map, but Joe is going to ping that alarm bot and doesn't have a gate crash immediately free, so he's going to have to make a bit of a split decision in the meantime. Rest of Crew Leon has to just jump on. Infiltrator, the first wade into the water, is going to let the first blood on the site, but the rest of Crew is going to be able to walk on here, and Munch has been good for 2. She'll start defusing that spike with coverage from Benji, who will also get on the board. And to speak to Crew, oh my god, he's already doing it, dude. Holy. Dude. He had to beat him to the punch. He knew they were going to do it the second they went around.
And I'm going to be honest with you, like Mephisto specifically, we saw during Ascension, the 6 Karma run, Mephisto into this LAN environment, especially with there and hit them with the 6-7 right off the rip. You know he's going to be in a much better headspace, and I'm excited to kind of see him pop off. He started us out with the first kill there, and you know what? I want to see what this player is capable of, especially going up against the Winter Shopify matchup.
1 enemy remaining.
Stinger will clear out the court.
Down mid.
And that'll be a pretty one and done round. Oh, we bought. Okay. So takes another shot to take him down, but that'll be a pretty easy clear away. I gotta say, I'm so happy that Benji also has a home, and Crew has picked up a bunch of the Oxen core that they were supporting last year as well. He and PHC were 2 fantastic reasons to continue watching the team even after Dante got called up. So I'm excited to see him continue to work in LATAM as well.
Oh man, it's so painful to watch that replay. Dedrick, like they all just walk in the door.
It was a bit of a
right into the meat grinder. Yeah, and on top of that too, exactly like you said, they actually decided to buy up there. So Winter Shopify really just try to run things down. Moves already taking so much damage right off the rip here. Mephisto not quite done yet, but under a lot of pressure.
He's read that Infiltrator's already in, but not much you can do at this point. You just got to get what you can, but Donut able to crack open that back line, and that'll open up the site pretty well, but Munch is just going to open it right back up herself. She's on the road to clear 3 on her lonesome, and with the help of a flash from Joe, it's going to be easy for her to finish that. Nice breakaway from KRLY to take the advantage back and devolve it to another spray ward through the B door. Decoy into the flash out from Joe, who's just going to try and one-hand this, but yeah, you got more than enough people on this, and so it's a very quick 3-0 to kick us off.
Yeah, these are like lightning fast rounds. I think that is mostly just because of how the pacing from Winthrop Shopify have been, but we're actually really getting to see the Crew Blaze players right now really shine through and be able to just kind of accept all of that aggression and be ready to counter it with their own defense. It's been looking so clean. Every single time we see the Russian come down, it immediately the door is just slammed shut right in their face. Mephisto under a lot of fire, just kind of scrambling to the back of the site. And then the rest of the Crew Leon players just kind of flying in, make sure that that player is supported. And Mephisto stays alive in the midst of all of that. So great stuff. Already, though, a lot more pressure yet again.
They've tried to escort Michaela behind the boxes to meet this early, but the real fight's going on through the sewer, and Benji and Mephisto are just going to walk it down this time. Michaela will finally poke her head out, too, and that's another quick clearing of a so far. And, I mean, I'm very impressed by how staunch everyone on KRLY is. A couple of them, to be fair, did not have very far to travel for this tournament, so maybe not hit as hard by that. But I mean, they are just sinking their teeth into this defense so far. They're running it down.
Yeah, they really are. And honestly, you say that they're running it down, but actually, I would kind of make the argument for the other side, because with their Shopify, they're just running into the brick wall that is KRLY at the moment. Like,
kind of walking into this a little bit.
Yeah, like they're just going in there, and then you see spray downs just happen through the smokes. Not a lot of the players of KRLY really maneuvering around. They're just kind of holding these crossfires and are basically rewarded in the midst of all of it. If you are with them Shopify, we need to see either a little bit more respect playing or a little bit more utility to kind of clear and flush those players back on that defense. That should give you a little bit more wiggle room in order to be able to position yourself and get that rush set up so you can overwhelm the site. But just kind of sending it in. You know, the vibes are still high, but you gotta secure a couple of those kills if you want to win out this map.
Yeah, still going for this early breakout for A-lane control. KRLY just going to toss a little bit into it. Michaela not as heavy into the counter util as she has been. Joe going to take a couple steps into the sewer, make sure no one's gotten too close, but Moobs is watching it and even pre-fired it. I think if he saw that first and just didn't manage to hit the shot.
Definitely a different pacing now from Winthrop Shopify. Eldrone does get a little bit of information, at least secures where that turret is, but look at Mephisto, so pushed up here, and well, that really limits the options of Winthrop Shopify. Looks like they will be going unknown at the safe site, but still a lot of players holding strong.
Pay attention to Alexis on this lurk as well, especially now that that alarm bot's been able to catch him. That'll alert Mephisto to the fact that Alexis is also still here, though, so KRLY will be prepared for the sandwich or the pivot.
30 seconds.
Yeah, Mephisto is watching that and will bring Governor down to 5 HP, but yeah, here comes Alexis. Trail's been made. Munch is privy to it and wins the 1v1. But Mephisto's position is still found. So all is not lost for Winthrop Shopify. They don't have too much they have to pay attention to just yet, so they get the spike down.
And now it's going to be this 5v3 retake. Plenty of tools available for KRLY. Looks like they are going to be going aggressive here. Moobs finds 2, and suddenly this is turned completely on its head.
Oh, the lineup onto the Blazers. That is a toughie. And another setup intact for the front line on this defensive retake. Mephisto turns onto Dodo Nut and makes it a 2v2. Governor's still on that crumb. It's got to be the double swing to try to facilitate, but Mephisto adjusts and does it all himself. Too bad he wasted the 6-7 already. What does he do for this one?
Yeah, used up on the 6-7 when he wasn't even really the star of that round, but that time around, I mean, once again, like, it feels really, what's the best way to describe this? It feels like if there was a team meeting before we actually got into these matches, Winthrop University and Shopify Rebellion might have just went into the back room and we're just like hanging out, having a good time, like super excited to meet each other, vibing, and doing all that type of stuff. Whereas on the other side, Crew as well as Leon, it feels like they really sat down and tried to think through a game plan. Of course, this is the kind of hometown turf for some of these Crew Leon players, but still, like, when it comes to where each of these individual players are holding and how they want to kind of go about and play things, they're looking extremely strong. And it's just a matter of crossfires, honestly, and finding timings. Mephisto, once again, a player who I kind of had big expectations to kind of come into this one. So far has been living up to it and looks extremely comfortable up here on the stage.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's a stage that he's already played on for LATAM finals a couple times at this point. So, you know, it's a place that he literally knows all too well as it is. Spotlight Series as a tournament, though, is something that only Alexis and Karn have played in before. Like last year, they're the only 2 returning players, and they were on separate teams last year too. And obviously, you know, this tournament is not like, there's not a lot of like conditioning you can do for this. So I'm not saying that there's an experience buff, but it is kind of fun to see the same sort of vibe with a different setting and with so many different players, particularly from this tier 2 scene that in Americas in particular has just been budding. So much of VCT 26 has been impacted by the insane skill ceiling that has risen in this region.
100%. Looks like it's going to be a fast pop here on its side. Just such good awareness. Infiltrator, though, ready for the trade.
Yeah, that's good awareness to be able to get that early counter frag, but the rest of KRLY's already here. Mephisto almost finalizing with those blades. Now you just got to step into the smoke, and Governor can at least turn on to the one, but Benji can take care of the rest. And everyone's getting more than just theirs so far on Crew V1. Good luck getting a 6-7 scoreline this game, guys.
Yeah, like it literally is just them kind of running through things and just being like, all right, time for me to pop off now, and then just kind of flying through, and
yeah, my turn.
Mephisto absolutely pop off. Well, Munch as well, just kind of holding things down. And wow, speaking of vibes right now, things are looking pretty good on the Crew Leon side here. They're coming in, 2 ultimates on the board. Winthrop Shopify, though, have all 5 available. Not going to have enough money to be able to buy up across the board here. So I do wonder what is in store here. But once again, like, it really feels like Crew Leon cannot do anything wrong on these rounds.
Yeah, just a little more aware, a little more tuned in. I think, yeah, Winthrop and Shopify, certainly not phoning it in, but it's definitely still a lot more vibey. That is what the group stage is for, though. Very inconsequential, most of these games. purely to get to those semis that are happening tomorrow where everyone will still get to play. Governor poking around with this Hunter's Fury is going to be able to find Benji, and that's going to be an attempt to escort everybody in, but Michaela holding it down on site for a little too long will reopen things before Winthrop can fully control. And Joe's still on this lane after the drift. Is going to still stick a thorn in the side here. You've got to manage multiple angles, and Alexis, the only one left, can deal with the Ditto. On to Munch. That was a hell of a firefight to get Winthrop Shopify on the board.
Yeah, and it opens up with the combination of the Dimensional Drift alongside the Hunter's Fury. You can tell it's very well coordinated. We get to see a lot of value being done. Governor able to find a couple of kills, and it's just that chaos element, right? Like, it's so chaotic on the A site. You see all the different players of KRLY trying to look at so many different angles, because at this point, Shopify and Winthrop University have completely overwhelmed the site. And it just kind of comes down to those individual gunfights. But the curse is broken. We get to see Winthrop University, Shopify Rebellion. They get their first round on the board. Let's see if they can scrounge together a couple more. 5 left in this half here. And still quite a few ultimates on the side of KRLY starting to pile up. They've only got Alexis's lockdown on the side of Winthrop Shopify.
Joe, very early to this. Gate crash expired. Don't matter. You got Spike, you got a head tap. Another fight. Infiltrator re-up it and actually manage without taking a lick of damage. Good turns. Michaela, once again, planted very on the inside.
Enemy down.
To manage outside the door. Michaela, all the while, though, just deals with everything.
Remember on the desk? How they were just like, Michaela's gonna find an ace on B. I mean, not an ace. However, we're seeing Michaela be so effective on that B site so far. Genuinely speaking, every single time we do see Shopify Winthrop try and run a B attack, it always feels like Michaela has their number. Is ready to just walk in there and just completely shut things down. And honestly, there's so much room that's being taken by KRLY. They're all over the map all the time. And it really isn't unless we get to see that Winthrop Shopify kind of crunch down in onto one of the sites. We just see the map control squarely and securely on the side of KRLY. And as a result of that, they're finding Winthrop Shopify in so many unfortunate timings, so many unfortunate angles, and they're just stringing rounds together here. As once again, it's a bit of a...
Yeah. Keeping it a little grody, a little grimy. Let's late in the half. Just keep on running through it. No management so far. Just keeping everything respectful. They've been tossing out the drone earlier and earlier these rounds, despite the different tempo shifts that they'll take regardless. I guess it's to suss out either Munch or Michaela just because they've been so close so often. But, I mean, Munch is going to find a lineup no matter what.
So you're going to be coming in now. Munch smartly actually backing up here, waiting for the rest of the team to kind of go through moves. Almost finds the time, but has to back out of that one.
Good policing. That lets KRLY kind of pressure the garage again, but they have to throw a Prowler at the window, and then this fight is still so awkward. Moves will get away with the 2-piece. Yeah, that's still well managed by him. And then the lockdown toss down. That is tough for KRLY, and it's an easy shutdown on every end from Win. And that was good early aggression to kind of goad KRLY forward, but after the smoke got set up on site, they didn't have an immediate ticket in, so it seems like Crew just wanted to try to rip the Band-Aid off and aggress before they could set up shop on the site, and Moob's able to hold that opening down so well.
Yeah, Tenrek, I've cracked the code here. I think I figured out what it takes for Winthrop Shopify to start to win some of these rounds. Hear me out here. Put your tinfoil hats on. But it always comes down to the spike plan. I know, kind of crazy to say out loud. But genuinely speaking, when we see them actually put the spike down, and we see them start to be really aggressive into KRLY, then we see those opportunities where, you know, KRLY almost look like they're just not anticipating the level of aggression. They're consistently being surprised there, and then it's just Winthrop Shopify just kind of running all over them. When KRLY really shine is when they shut Winthrop Shopify down on the entry to the site. So as long as Winthrop Shopify can kind of walk in and get that spike down and bypass that first layer of aggression, then it's looking very much into their favor. Let's see how this next one goes, though. I might be completely wrong here, but given the buy coming through from KRLY. I'm anticipating that this is going to be a Winthrop Shopify round.
Yeah, already the slowness prevents that steal into the fast break that KRLY have slam dunked 7 times. Poking. Hey.
Not like this.
Hello. Oh, man.
Oh, boy.
I doubt Mephisto even feels good about that one. All right. Munch gonna do her thing. Gets Dodo Nut on the entry in the TP, just watching it. And the pistol, what? Sure, why not? Yeah, we'll recoup on this round. Why not? Let's just don't even worry about getting rifles back. Moves on the op. 1v2, 19, well, 20 effective health. But the Haunt has tracked him down, so he's gonna have to TP away to. Oh! Play spoiler, maybe. TP ult active. He's out of there. 1v1 against Michaela. With Shopify could still save this.
What is going on, man?
I don't know, man.
What is going on? But this is actually an excellent position. Moobs very well seasoned with this operator in hand. Shuts it down. Sends one right back over to the other side. But throughout the entire Ascension tournament on Winthrop University, they were consistently sticking Moobs on the chamber and always just playing kind of like that sniper Overwatch. So this is a very comfortable position here. Things got a little bit rambunctious. I do like the calling on the side of KRLY. You can tell that the paranoia coming through, excellent timing, everything feels nice and coordinated. But when it comes down to that clutch scenario, Moves with an operator comes out on top. Winthrop Shopify now at 3. Infiltrator already blinded up, not able to really escape as Mephisto finds the headshot through a smoke. It is chaos bananas right now.
There's not many places Infiltrator could go, but still the fact that Mephisto found that in, what, 2 shots? Maybe even just the 1. So impressive. Another ping, another connection, this time onto Benji, but the rest of the backline is controlled. Governor and Moves shut back down. And that push has been reduced to rubble. Munch, another classic kill.
Time when Winthrop Shopify tried shop.
I think you should be keeping score. You're doing great right now, yeah.
There's no winners on the desk, but however, if there are winners, I'm feeling pretty good right now. No, but once again, like, we're just seeing these opportunities, and I do think it kind of comes down to that entry that we're seeing from Winthrop. Their utility, not really using it to aid their entry, which is allowing for a lot of these angles here, as it's already chaotic right off the bat.
Yep, in we dive again. Once more in the sewers. Double swing, no, Governor with the drop-off, throwing off Michaela. Nice convergence, little sacrifice necessary. High reward. Interesting carve out. Benji holding this smoke without any step in. Munch here on the window though, and Benji is ready. Oh, he doesn't even need the help. Damn! Wow. That was clean to get Crew to 9-3.
Yeah, that was unbelievable. Oh, man. Mephisto's got shivers there because that was ice cold coming through from Benji. I was thinking, okay, yeah, this is going to be one of those times Benji goes down. There should be an advantage here for Shopify Winthrop. But really, just the patience and just kind of chill vibes that we're kind of seeing from the KRLY side have been so well. It's working out perfectly for them, going up this little bit more chaotic side from Winthrop and Shopify. Winthrop and Shopify look like they're looking for those opportunities, look like they're just kind of sending it in, trying to find those individual frag out moments, and yet they're always just met with so much resistance from the KRLY side.
We'll see if that individuality can shine a little bit more and if the goofiness can still persist when we swap sides. We'll take a short breather and then we'll be back with the other end of Haven. Returning to Haven as Winthrop Shopify playing against KRLY. A really great start by just about everybody on the Spanish-speaking side. They've been in their element and holding their own. But the question is, Marks, will the other goofballs be able to do the same on their own defensive end? We saw some op shenanigans. We saw some individual shenanigans. We saw so much 6-7 in the first. I didn't think we'd be hammering it in any more than we already are, and we've already done it more.
It's just day 1 too, Tenrek.
It's
I
everywhere.
want you to think about that. Yeah.
I can't escape it.
All I'm gonna say.
She might do it again right now. Karn might do it again
wait.
right now.
Don't manifest it right now.
Don't do it.
Cool.
Okay.
All I'm gonna say is I've heard that some parents have dressed up as 6-7 for Halloween, and to me that's the sign that it's on its way out. So
yeah,
enjoy it while you can. You know, enjoy it while you can. But
we're gonna unfunify 6-7 by the end of this event.
Oh, great. I thought they were already doing that in GCC. But when we take a look at how this one is going, I find it really funny that you just labeled Winthrop Shopify as the goofballs here, because it has been a little bit goofy. But if they kind of pull things back, then I think there's a real opportunity. But never mind, Mephisto already going in, finds that pick onto Infiltrator. The spike going down onto this Beast site. It will be a 4v5 retake.
Nice vacuous jet v jet that Mephisto just wins outright. That's a nice confidence booster to start out your pistol. Rest of Winthrop Shopify gonna make it in through these B openings, and no smoke. Open season for Donut. Seeing how much more they can get away with. Benji a little spooked into the double swing. Nice wanted trap setup, and Michaela's still hanging out on the site, so you gotta manage 2 prongs with now just 1 stone. Donut, oh yeah, that's unfortunate. Just can't manage a full pull, so it'll be a couple standing left for another win for KRLY.
And I'm noticing something on the side of Winthrop Shopify. It really is when they're taking those duels and taking those engagements. Generally speaking, we actually don't see them comboing utility to kind of go in with like a flash or something like that, which is really contrasting to like the last 100 Thieves versus FlyQuest game that we saw, where consistently we were seeing so many flashes get so much value. This time around, it really just kind of comes down to a lot more of these like dry swings and relying on finding those first picks, which in this matchup, KRLY have definitely been coming out on top of. And you can see that there's a lot more confidence building on their side. So there's going to be Winthrop Shopify. They've got all sheriffs in hand, while KRLY do have a little bit of buy up here. Joe just kind of making sure that the back line is put together. My eye is still on Mephisto. Has the Outlaw in hand. Nice, easy 1 taps just on the other side there. Once again, this should be a KRLY round to win.
Good to see Michaela not have to sort of root herself as often for these attacking plays as well. She can be a lot more fluid in her enabling. Case in point, Prowler straight away onto moves, forcing Donut to play alone and thus away after that first little bit of noise is made. But no exacting despite the smoke setups.
Don't forget.
And it is odd, isn't it?
On this new patch, the smokes take longer to come back. And
yeah, Benji has nothing for this 8-take that has 3 people on it.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say. Like, they use so much utility, now have to use utility to clear out this side. They're gonna be walking into Winthrop Shopify holding it down.
Governor holds the first corner. He's not checked for a bazillion years. Mephisto eventually able to counter frag, and Alexis, oh, that's some nice Euro stepping to grab a freebie. And still on your way out, you've got help now. Stepping into it to try to dual munch, but she'll win that. It's down to Infiltrator, but out of shots, Benji can counteract. 8 seconds to go. Doesn't know how far away moves is. He's gonna have just enough time to get the spike down and reset for the duel with the ghost, but Moobs lands the shot and saves the round for Winthrop Shopify.
Moves again with a clutch. And once again, I really think it just kind of came down to that call to fake that B site. I wonder if on the other side, they're like, listen, we saw what happened last time we won pistols. They ran at us with stingers galore. We need to just mitigate all of that. If we just use all your utility on the B site, surely Winthrop and Shopify will just run out at us, and then we can just kind of wait it out. And nothing kind of happened there. And so you see the pivot gets made, but all this utility is kind of expended. And then at that point, it's just with the Shopify just kind of walking in and holding it down, despite the weaker weaponry, are able to find key kills with their own smokes and just allow Moobs to do his thing. Moobs now with an Odin in hand, as it's going to be a rough buy for KRLY, but they're dedicated on going on this one fast.
Let's run it down. Let's go A lane. Let's do it all over again.
Bot coming back.
And we'll trade Jet for Sova for KRLY's entrance. But yeah, you don't, yeah, they're fine with not having Mephisto for this as long as nobody else is on. Spike goes down clean. So far, so decent for the Eco. 2 on Hell. First extension from Joe. It's a tough angle to take if you're getting entry'd on. An Infiltrator with the help of that Cloudburst. Yeah, he's able to make such an easy dent on his own. And now the
Oh my goodness.
Dodo Nut. Ooh, going shopping. 4-piece. Down for this Yoru. I'm so glad she's on the Yoru, dude. I was wondering who was going to take it for this. And I'm so glad that it's her. Because she is having the time of her life being able to bookend these rounds with the TPs in. It's like, it's conventional. It's doing what she does, throwing her body at the problem or getting a 4K out of it. But she's always good for the objective. And Winthrop, Shopify, they have so much less work to do. I mean, they didn't need Governor's util to entry the rest of that.
That's true. Yeah, Governor dropped so early on here, and actually you raise an excellent point. The combination of Dodonut alongside Infiltrator, both 2 duelists who just kind of love going in there and doing their own thing and finding the multi-kills or at least opening up the space. Obviously, we've seen it from Shopify Rebellion. Donut just kind of going in there, able to find crazy kills. But this is something that Infiltrator is also well known for on Winthrop University. And it wasn't until the other Challengers teams decided to really counter that and just anticipate the Infiltrator fly-in that we see Winthrop University have to change up their tactics. But now, both of these duelists are just kind of flying in. Donut on the Yoru, very comfortable. Infiltrator on the Jet as well. Also, the 2 of them, and it's looking fantastic. Mountain in front of them as KRLY still leading with 5 rounds. And this time around,
Still that comfort. Oh, Joe, nice step out Governor once again found early. And so now KRLY can continue. Through Shopify, as you said, they have that comfort with the double duelist, that split responsibility, but at the same time, that means you're splitting your stack that much more as well. Less resources to support purely.
30 seconds left.
So you're going to babysit a tad bit, especially when Infiltrator is this choked up on the garage. But Munch is not watching it. It's not fully finished, though. And Infiltrator is in panic mode. That's going to be instantly silenced by Munch. And KRLY are given the site. They had the moment. They had the opportunity. It just wasn't completed. And that may be the round done and dusted. Donut can poke back in. Lower health pool on the log presence, but Mephisto is playing close to it. And can finalize that as well. Moves in the 1v4. Just have fun with it, man. That's what we're all here to do, right?
surely Moobs goes for it, right? Moobs.
Let's see. Come on.
6-foot king, you know? Unlucky.
All right.
You know, sometimes you just can't send it all the time there, but
maybe later when we're more tired in the group stage. These guys are still amped up. It's everyone's first match.
That's true.
Dude, the amount of goofballness that we can hit today. I mean, there are levels unknown that we could hit.
And honestly, this last round kind of came down to the linchpin of Munch not realizing that Infiltrator was holding that angle. Because Infiltrator just flick it over for that split second, spotting the Killjoy, spotting Munch, trying to find that kill, completely just swung out his aim. And then the rest of KRLY kind of went through. If Infiltrator was still holding that angle, could have came up with a little bit more there, but then exactly like you said, went into panic mode because of just kind of the chaos that was happening onto the site. And as a result of that, KRLY had such an easy time walking in and claiming that C site as their own. Things are starting to close a little bit more here. KRLY 2 more rounds in order to secure this series up against Winthrop Shopify. Sierra, the only person who predicted KRLY out of the 5 of us today. And honestly, is looking pretty good with how this map has kind of unfolded thus far.
We're not going to hear the end of that.
No, we aren't.
He's going to be like, and you're welcome, and the curse is broken. Another gorgeous step up. I mean, that, like, I admire Benji's paranoia there, because that, again, that splits the board really easily, but still, that's just pure aim walking out of that. So impressive.
Spike plant.
Oh, Spike goes down nice and easy. 3v5 here, Governor, only with a Marshal in hand. Good utility, Owl Drone spots him out.
CP out, drone to support, Infiltrator can't get far. Have the garage cut, Michaela turns onto that too. She's going for a fourth, and she won't find it, but Mephisto will quickly follow up. And we're on the verge of 13-5, number 2 here in the group stage.
Yeah, if I'm being honest, all of the players on KRLY at this point have had a pop-off moment in this series.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing is like, yeah, sure, we started this off with a little bit more like goofball energy, but like you'll look at some of their faces now, and they're just like, they're so dialed in. Like they're like, you know, we're still having fun right now, but we know exactly how we want to play this one. And they've been looking these last rounds have been looking absolutely clean coming in from them. And now they do have that Nightfall available, scattered by for Winthrop Shopify, but this could potentially be the last round in this match.
Governor with that Hunter's Fury pressure is gonna let Dodo Nut walk up unfiltered and unscathed, and even so, Michaela will drop the spike by getting tapped by it, so Dodo Nut has a free policing, but Munch instantly steps into it. Infiltrator trying to activate God Mode with this Blade Storm to try to hold on to that spike space, but the lockdown is gonna fully control it again for KRLY. They can hold on to this T-spawn for another 30+ seconds if they need to. Infiltrator, is he gonna hold this? Oh, he's gonna stick around! Is he checked in time? They know he's somewhere. Can they find him? Oh, I don't think they can!
Spike down.
Infiltrator's safe! The rest of KRLY is still away, though. And Mephisto finally caught. Infiltrator's position revealed, and Benji can turn back onto it, so it's only good for one at the end of the day. But a 1v1 that Benji is prepared for. Alexis will win it out, though. And Winthrop Shopify will last at least one more round after the fight is brought to them.
It just feels like if there is Fog of War in Valorant, we just saw a round where Fog of War was ever present all over the map there, because everybody just happened to be looking the wrong way, not anticipating where another one of those players are, with the lockdown kind of coming through there. So early on, kind of trying to deal with the aggressiveness that Winthrop Shopify were kind of applying to that middle lane there, and somehow Infiltrator staying alive in the midst of all of it. And that really is the linchpin that makes KRLY kind of lose their cool in the midst of all of that chaos. Coming out absolutely strong, but we go yet again. 3 ultimates now online for KRLY here, as Mephisto goes in deep with the Blade Storm, able to find Infiltrator.
That's a sick switch up with the updraft. What a change in movement. And Governor, the walk down through the smoke, getting a free 2-piece before the fight is even said and done. Oh, it's a beta co-ed chaos continuing here on A main. Joe with his own 2-piece to carry himself out and bring it back to even Stevens. But Munch still stuck here, and Moob's free to run it down garage or sewer. Make up a lot of this space already. Sandwich, it's coming, and Munch not prepped again. This time punished far quicker. And Joe in the 1v2 to try to get this done here and now.
Is going to actually decide to escape out of here, or at least fake the gate crash. Has an idea that maybe that flank is going to be going on here, trying to get that one out, but has no idea at least where one of these players are. Moves is going to try and go for it.
Yeah, 30 seconds in Moves is choosing to go for it, but Joe doesn't turn back. Oh, man, he set the trap and everything, but he just thought enough time had passed. So that's the opportunity gone. 12-7 now. We got a bit of a game on our hands, I think. And it's like you can't sort of just plunge into the depths anymore. Winthrop Shopify are going to be prepped for it. Governor's going to get in front of it. Karn is going to be, quicker to it. They're starting to get a little condition to it.
Yeah, and you say like you can't just kind of like plunge into it, but at the same time, I think Winthrop Shopify are the ones who are plunging into.
Yeah, they're just plunging right back. They're diving right back.
Yeah, like it's just like, oh, okay, well, we think that we should have been able to flesh out this spot, and then what? Someone completely just walked around the smoke, and you just walked by him, and suddenly it's a nice and easy kill. And so we need to see KRLY start to mitigate some of that. Cross their T's, dot their I's, pay a little bit more attention, make sure that everything is very formulaically checked, because those gaps are where Winthrop Shopify have been starting to win these rounds. It's an easy take onto this A site. The weaponry is weaker here, but we've seen a ton of clutches come through from KRLY just on this map. So let's see how this one goes. Alexis is going to be starting us off with a lockdown.
And you still have the drift too. Governor taken care of quick. And they'll stick this corner. They're not afraid to keep both the duelists here, too. Michaela just sticking it out on the approach. I just didn't expect him to come in so soon, but they're here now. And Infiltrator's taking that high ground and is holding on to it. Nice kill on the Mephisto. Benji is also completely intimidated. These smokes are doing half of the work for them. Not even everybody needs to die before the defuse is done. Winthrop Shopify have one of the cleanest rounds we've seen yet.
Yeah, and like, a very key point of that was Infiltrator just kind of going up there. And especially with the smokes kind of coming down, you see how tactically they are placed. Obviously, moves right now on this Omen, kind of setting up those defensive smokes. But it's, once again, just really well played because Infiltrator on top of the box, able to watch long and then swing around and apply pressure onto short as well, makes it so that there's so much more hesitation from the KRLY on side to even try and make their way back in. They no longer just have to deal with players potentially pushing out of the smokes, but then have to flick their mice upwards to deal with the Jet on top of the boxes. It felt like almost an impossible win scenario with just the vanguard that was being created by Winthrop Shopify. And now we're seeing them slow down a little bit. It is a timeout for KRLY as a Winthrop Shopify. It was looking pretty done and dusted for them, but they're slowly climbing up that ladder one ring at a time as they're now only 4 rounds separating these two teams.
Yeah, they've been making the climb. They've been keeping the fight going. And look, I mean, the more time that we get to spend with each other now, the better that these playoff games are going to look as well. Again, relatively inconsequential day today, but we ain't just here to have fun. There is money on the line, and there is the excuse to be able to 6-7 if you win enough rounds. So these guys, they're playing for something, I'm telling you. But still the Dimensional Drift online for Winthrop Shopify. Good thing, too, because the Nightfall is free for Michaela due to her going down so early in the previous round. Early Prowler to suss out Garage. This alarm bot's not immediately checked, and in fact, it'll proc out, but Joe still finds the first pick through the opening before Infiltrator can make a choice to really connect onto something. Still, Joe's low.
And if Infiltrator just sprayed there, could potentially come up with 3, but just on the other side of the smoke, unaware of what could happen here. And we're seeing once again, Winthrop Shopify be a man down really early on in this round, and Donut going exploring, at least able to scout out Mephisto in the midst of all of it, to kind of confirm that nobody is outside of Garage anymore.
Probably confirming the C-pin with the way that he was going. So yeah, they'll be there this quick. A little scary how alone Alexis is at the moment. There's the TP in from Joe. Great paranoia to force her to be blind. Rest of crew jumping in, and Munch will grab 2 from the corner. She just chokes up. She doesn't even worry about the spike. It's just the fight that needs to be managed, and KRLY will finally manage it for that 13th time they need to take their first win of the group stage.
And once again, that time around when they were moving in onto the site, Mephisto just able to completely circumvent them, go into the back line, and set up such an uncomfortable position onto Winthrop Shopify. And finally, when things are starting to spiral a little bit out of control there for KRLY, they're able to close out a round and therefore close out the map. Once again, we talked about Winthrop Shopify being a little bit goofy at the start there, but you could see them really start to pull it together on that second half. And there were a couple of ideas, you know, we're not just kind of sending it anymore, playing off a bit more utility, holding these interesting angles, or willing to take the fight into KRLY, which that's really when things started to shine. But unfortunately, they're going up against KRLY, who have looked so clean ever since that first half with how things kind of played out for them. Once again, highlighting Michaela, highlighting Munch. Both of those players are doing an excellent job at just kind of holding their own individual places. And then we got to see Mephisto and Joe just kind of go and do their own thing, take up all that space, and find so much value with some of the crazy angles that these double duelists were on.
But my eye was on Benji more than anybody by the end of the game. Just the way he was able to continuously set the rhythm with those smokes, and the paranoia assists were fantastic for those long-winded lane setups. I'm very impressed by his ability to keep up with these other duos on the squad. And I'm really excited to see KRLY play again. But we will have to wait a moment for that, though, not for Winthrop Shopify. They'll be going up against 100 Thieves in match number 3 after a quick interview, after a quick break. We'll see you in a moment.
again, actually goes further aggressive, but Michaela there, and there should have been seen, but still handles it to perfection!
The only one up and a bit to hold on, and then no!
Let's give it to him as well. Double ace for.
You got the time even on this one? You can't even stop. I don't think she's got the time. She does! What is that?
A fantastic haven for KRLY, coming out of the gate strong and finishing the map off quite as well to go up in their series up against SRG and Winthrop. And now to talk a little bit more about it, well, we have a very special guest. We have Dan here, we have Monch here, but wait a second, where is Ash, everyone? Wait, what are you doing?
Hey, I mean, we had this conversation earlier, Sierra. We did our 2 truths and a lie. Moves, you submitted that you were 6 foot. It was the truth. The desk did convince me that it might be otherwise. What do you have to say?
I think the desk is really biased against me for some reason. It's kind of mean, but I'm pretty confident. Like, I measured before, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I believe you. I want you to know I was on your side, and then I was gaslit into changing my answer. But there's only 2 other people on the desk, so like I can't really. I think we got their answers there, but we are gonna measure. So I'm gonna put this down real quick.
What I don't know. I don't know why. It all happened really fast. I forgot.
All I'm saying is I am also a short person, so I am not maybe the best person to try and measure it, but I think we're being honest here. Like I think you're honest. You're 6'5". Okay.
6'5".
Those are the centimeters on the other side, but that was a really nice attempt.
I'm an American, or Canadian, but close enough. So
I was gonna say you are from the same country.
Assimilated, you know what I mean? I'm assimilated to the U.S. culture now.
Okay, but that still doesn't make any sense. But we are locking in at 6 foot. We are locking in at 6 foot. It is the truth.
I might have lost the battle, but I just won the war.
This is real. And his favorite subject is not history, allegedly.
It was lunch or PE.
You're not fair enough. Back to you, Sierra.
Thank you so much for the incredible investigative journalism. And Boobs, we're officially not biased, because if we were biased against you, we'd make your measure without the shoes on. So you live for you live for today, buddy. You live for today. But we got some answers. So unfortunately, that does mean we are still wrong for 2 truths and a lie. Good luck, Moves, with your next match. And we're going to come back and chat a little bit more about the match, everything we saw going on. Unfortunately, it did mean that we lost a special guest on the desk because, of course, Monch had to go talk with the team. They have important team things to discuss, guys. They're a winning team, okay?
Just like us.
Exactly.
Just like us.
I don't know about that. But we'll get an opportunity to talk to her later. Right now, they got to focus in on winning, and we got to focus in on the next series of the day, because Moops did win that war, right? And then trying to fight another war going on forward at the next match with, the next series coming up, is they're going to take on 100 Thieves now.
Yeah, I mean, when he was here, by the way, for everybody watching and for context, he was like, "Did you guys like my Omen place? How was that? How was that?" So you know what I want? I want more of those Omen plays.
Yes.
He was like, "I don't know what I was doing." I'm like, yeah, "Keep bringing it,
Bring it back.
Yeah,
Run it back again.
exactly."
No, I think it'd be a fun one. I think that you were also seeing, like, it took a little bit for Winthrop and Shopify to warm up in that first match up against KRLY and Leon. And I think for 100 Thieves, I mean, they just went absolutely insane, to be honest, in the first map of today as well. I think we're in for another banger matchup here for our 3rd series of the day.
Yeah, it's definitely good that Winthrop Shopify were warming up near the end, but 100 Thieves did not need a warm-up. We saw them earlier on the day on Pearl, and this was 100 Thieves that was just absolutely frying. Slandy was talking afterwards about teammates just absolutely popping off, and yeah, it's pretty easy for a team to succeed when you have KRLY just going nuts, Melia just going insane. Like, it was just a recipe for success.
It was insane, and it seems like everything was going the way that they wanted to for this map of Pearl, where you see Melia getting an ace, you see also the side of NB FlyQuest kind of constantly trying to go for these V hits into the second half, and it was either Asuna getting the all 5 or 4 players, 3 players with that knife early on, or it was Melia getting an ace, or it was KRLY kind of pushing forward and also getting 1 or 2. So it just feels like everything was going the way that they wanted to, and they were able to fully take control of the series. I would like to see it again because, you know, getting an ace, KRLY popping off, they're all fun things to see.
And so much of that just started with how well they were opening up those rounds, right? It was 13 first bloods across the entire team there for the side of 100 Thieves. And I think that says so much when it comes down to the impact that those first engagements are having in these rounds here. But I think it's going to be very fun to see where we also end up going, right? Because for that 100 Thieves and NV FlyQuest game, we didn't expect our first map of the day to be Pearl. We got a little bit more basic again when we saw Haven just now, but there's always just that opportunity kind of just to take a team somewhere they might not expect to be because of how that veto can go.
I think my question with the team is when they get tested, because we got to see just Amelia just popping off in this first game, right? And I feel like when you have players that are just dominating the server, and we were looking at how the synergies of these teams are kind of matching up on the day. I mean, they played really well together, don't get me wrong, but again, we had players taking over the server. So my question is, if Winthrop and Shopify can test them a little bit, how well is that going to be holding up? But I want to circle back around to, again, players taking over the server, the buzzword, because again, Melia, looking back at her performance and like what she was able to do, like, we've known this from GC. We've been knowing this, Dan, so I'm hoping we get to see it again.
I think it'll probably happen again, and I think it should be an interesting matchup. I feel like 100 Thieves, with the way that they were looking, and like you said, Melia popping off and KRLY popping off, they could potentially be one of our favorite teams for what is going to be this next match that they had after they already won our opening series. But it's going to depend a little bit more on if they're going to keep playing this Melia on that Jet, KRLY playing with that chamber as he was doing before, or things are going to switch up a little bit. I like it because Winthrop University and Shopify, as we just got the chance to see them, they were warming up towards the end of Haven, so there's a chance for it to be closer.
Yeah, and I'm really intrigued to see now, because we are having a back-to-back game here. Winthrop, Shopify, Rebellion, we're warming up, and they're going back on the servers to try and take down their next opponents. And I think, too, when you're seeing a team, this was already a team here. Oh, we got their roster first. Never mind, guys. We'll talk about SRG and Winthrop in a moment. We'll talk a smidge more about 100 Thieves and what we got to see here, because, yeah, I mean, it's a warmed-up SRG. It's a warmed-up Winthrop. But again, if you're looking at 100 Thieves that was just so dominant to start off the day, we're really going to need to see that turnaround going on for it to make this impact.
Yeah, I think you're definitely spot on with that, but like we were talking about, SRG and Winthrop, we're also looking to warm up. We're going to look to see if KRLY and Melia were able to stay as warm as they were in that first map that we just saw on Pearl, but I think that map veto is going to play a big part in this, like you were talking about as well. The fact that we do have that synergy that they had when it came to that push and pull on the chamber and the Jet. Are we going to see more maps that kind of enables that kind of gameplay, or will the side of Winthrop and SRG look to try and ban some of those out?
Yeah, I feel like there's so many possibilities, but once you get to see, you know, what we saw in that opening of wanting to play the chamber, wanting to play this double up, Melia especially, what she was doing with the Outlaw constantly into these early rounds, and even when the team had enough economy, I feel like now you understand the kind of maps that they would like to go for if it comes down to it. But, you know, if we see Pearl again, I'm not mad. It was fun. It was fun. I'm not mad.
It was fun, so I'll take it. I'll take it, even though I'd like to see every map on the day. But I was so excited.
That's not happening.
Shush. I was so excited to talk about SRG and Winthrop University. So let's start talking about them now, because even if this was a team that maybe didn't have quite the impact to start things off as they would have wanted, it was a team that instantly we got to see the vibes, a lot of vibes. They're joking around, they're having a good time, but we got to see a lock-in near the end with some clutch plays and everything else. So Ash, if we get to see that part of the team continue on forward with the vibes that they already had, I mean, the team has it made to make this.
Yeah, they definitely do. And I think the fact that they're able to carry that through that first map without those vibes kind of like dropping and whatnot, just again, says so much about the personalities that you have on this roster. And once we did start to see them heat up, like, what was that? Round 19 was absolutely insane coming out from Governor and Moobs. The fact that Gov is able to get like that crazy 2K towards A long, and then Moobs gets that timing to wrap back around to cement it for the side of SRG and Winthrop. That's kind of like what you expect out of this team, right? Moves to be looking to take a lot of those crazy timings, and also on a role that we don't typically see him on.
A role he was really proud of too. Again, you called out that he comes into this room not knowing that he's about to get, we're gonna call him out for being 6 foot. He's like, you see my TP plays? He was really excited about that, which again, just shows like this team is having fun, Dan. They're enjoying what they're doing, and it's a team that maybe if they didn't get that win, like they have that degree of flexibility, and I'm expecting things to like click more this time around.
Absolutely, and again, we got the chance to see it into that second half. They were able to punish a little bit more of those mistakes coming in for the side of KRLY, where you see the individuals kind of being punished, and also this team being able to find some great timings that end up giving them a few more rounds than that first 9-3 that we went into going into that second half. So I feel like it should be a lot closer. I am starting to question if we're going to be seeing any sort of overtimes today, and I feel like this is a good midpoint to find out if that can be the case now that we talked about this team being warm up, and also 100 Thieves that looked pretty good in the opening.
I'm hoping so, because I want as much Valorant as possible. I also want more crazy Omen TP plays, so I'm hoping going on into this next map, as we talk a little bit more about moves and the impact they had that first time around, if we can maybe get to see that again. Because again, calling out that this isn't something that we don't really see as much, but we've gotten to see moves throughout the year, kind of pick up a couple different agents and be able to pop off, so...
It's the reason why when we went into that game and we talked about who was an insta-lock, he was not even an option for us because he plays so much. And I don't ever remember seeing him play Omen. Obviously, it's a role that he doesn't play in general. But I think we always see him when he's playing Challengers, when he was playing Collegiate as well, playing a lot of different Sentinels as well. When he had to, I remember him playing Reyna. And trust me, I remember every single player that plays Reyna. And then kind of switching it up. So I don't know if he's going to be wanting to keep the Omen. But whatever it is, you know, keep bringing all the agents that we haven't seen yet.
I mean, it's the time too, right? You're playing with some really talented players. Again, best of one seeding matches. But whether it is the Omen or something else, like again, we've gotten to see the impact. We've gotten to see an SRG that is starting to really be able to pop off, and they're having fun, and hopefully get to see that a little bit more going on. But how do we think the series is going to be shaking up? Not to... pull the mini games don't matter, but the predictions do. I think I might be leading those. Dan, I gotta throw that in there once.
I don't remember actually.
No.
I don't think we've done predictions today at all.
We haven't. No predictions.
No, I don't think we have.
All right, fresh slate. Predictions from here on out. Let's go. What do we got for this next match here? And on to this. Oh, we're all friends. It's just Marks we're up against.
That didn't sound very genuine from you. Oh, we're all friends.
I also got to say, we submitted all of these yesterday before seeing how people played today. I feel like I still would have picked this, but it could not be understated how well 100 Thieves played earlier, which makes me think like Mark might make out really well here.
I think what's tough about predictions for this event too is that it feels like honestly any team could take any matchup realistically as well. Like you just have individuals who are able to have such insane pop-off moments. For me, I went Winthrop SR again. May I be biased? Perchance a little bit. But it was honestly a tough pick for me between these two teams. I felt like on the side of SR Winthrop, I really had a vision for what I think Infiltrator and Dota could be when it comes down to like that double duelist like pairing in the server. We didn't quite get to see that in like with the same impact that we expected in our first map of Haven, but it's something where I feel like they could definitely find that kind of flow state with each other, and if they're able to do that, it feels like they could be absolutely unstoppable. But going up against Amelia and Cryo, that's also a hard duo to be facing.
At least they have 6 foot moves on their side.
Dude.
So Winthrop Shopify can do anything, guys. But a big topic of this discussion going into this has been the map picks and bans and kind of how this could be shaking up. Maybe kind of being that defining things. We've gotten to see a map apiece come out from each of these teams. And I'm curious, too, if that means we're going to get any I don't know, a little switch up if we're going to see teams try and really lean into something comfortable?
It's so tough to say because it's like I feel like sometimes we overcook the veto and how we think it's gonna go, and then we interview the players afterwards and they're just like, yeah, I just didn't feel like playing Bind today. So it's like
That happens
actually
so often.
hard.
That happens more often than anybody can imagine, where we're like, everybody's like trying to figure it out, looking at what they've been playing recently, looking at the permaban, and then it's just sometimes there's one specific player I feel like in every team that is like, you know what, I'm not feeling split today.
Yep.
And then that sometimes that's enough. It's actually it's just that simple.
I mean, so far going into this, there is a high chance of a repeat as a bunch of the other stuff kind of getting banned out. I'm curious. It'll depend on this next Winthrop SR veto, but okay, so we have a chance at running back Pearl, but Haven is officially out. Okay, we get a new map.
Oh, new map.
Abyss. I love Abyss, guys.
I love the fact that we're getting a different map every
Yes.
series right now. And now watch the last 3 maps of the day end up being all Haven because I said that.
Yeah, it's possible. But you know,
wait,
Those
what is going on?
I think those glasses might be too small for you. I don't know.
I love those glasses. I'm about to go to the stage and steal them.
I
Dodo,
love
can
the
we
vibes
have a pair
here.
too?
Oh,
cute.
I love those two.
Actual faves. But I think locking back into like the Abyss pick here, I'm very interested to see like the direction that these teams want to take with it. It does very much so enable, I think, the playstyle that 100 Thieves were going for, that we saw on Pearl as well. Like that works very well on Abyss with that proactivity.
And it's also 100 Thieves that is going to be starting on that defense too. So a lot more of the Outlaw, a lot more of KRLY with the Operator too, just as we saw in the opening series. And that could be everything they need to win it. Or, you know, you can have a Governor popping off before the match, and that could also be enough on the other side.
Lock in, Sierra.
Dude, you guys cannot watch this and be locked in. Like, this is
I am locked in.
No.
I believed it for a second. I'm like, oh, he's not doing it.
The double fake, the triple fake out? That's crazy. Absolutely insane stuff to be seeing.
And on the other side?
No 6-7s.
Nah.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Marceline's locked in for this next series.
We got a team that is absolutely locked, guys, and ones that I love the vibe. I'm
like that
locked into them, honestly.
I like they say this, but for 2 matches that have been a bit crazy, both times has been Winthrop Shopify, the ones that are, you know, having fun, getting crazy, and then the other side is always just let's lock in everybody.
Yeah, you gotta have a mix of both, right? It's all about balance out here. And see, they're locking in now too. We got to see balance. They're ready. They're ready for Abyss, guys.
I think the next step is somebody playing Reyna.
Ooh, yeah.
I don't know if we're seeing that this map though.
Reyna, yeah,
Not
let's go.
confident on this map.
Imagine though.
Imagine. I mean, we do have the
not
agents now.
Actually.
I love a good, we're not going to see any more crazy Omen TPs, but we get to see a Chamber apiece, super strong. We get to see the Jets. I mean, there's just a lot to love here.
This is what we talked about of what worked out for 100 Thieves in that opening match when they were playing Pearl, where Melia was on that Jet, KRLY was on the Chamber. They're going to be starting on the defense as well, so it seems like they're set up for success. Even Asuna, with how good he was with the knife and very early on, are really good at finding and catching a few of those players, is something that I want to see once again. And even for the side of Winthrop Shopify, having moves with that Chamber that has been great, and Infiltrator plus Dodo on this double duelist, I sense a little firepower. I sense a lot of let's run it down, especially right at the beginning.
Yeah, I think this is going to feel a bit more comfortable for Winthrop Shopify on the attacking side, especially because Moobs is going to try and be able to capitalize off of all of the chaos that Infiltrator and Dodo are going to be creating on this map here. And it's going to be on 100 Thieves to also lock down some of those holes that Moobs might try to weasel himself into and find some of those lurks.
100 Thieves going up against Winthrop and Shopify, the lock-in versus the absolute chaotic vibes. It's time to see who's going to be coming out on top. Is it time to get into Abyss? And back over to your casters, the other chaos of this all. It's Marks and Tenric.
Thanks, Sierra, I think. I will say the chaotic side of us does reflect from how chaotic Winthrop and Shopify have been so far. But I have to agree with the desk marks. I think they are going to feel a lot more comfortable with that run it down style that they'll at least start with here on Abyss Attack.
Man, I'm looking at the agent selection here for Winthrop Shopify, and I'm like, yeah, these guys, look, we're going to see Boobs go down one side. We're going to see Infiltrator go down another lane, and then Donut's going to go down another lane, and it's just going to be absolute chaos. Like, I'm calling it now. This is going to be a very rambunctious Winthrop Shopify, especially coming off of the last map. Finally, a lot of those kills are starting to connect. They're going to be coming in with that confidence. But you look at the other side for 100 Thieves. You still got Cryo on that chamber. And don't get me wrong, Boobs' chamber showed us a lot in the Ascension tournament, throughout challengers as well. Boobs doing an excellent job at just kind of finding the timings to be able to shut people down or hold down these long angles. But you're going up against one of the best snipers in VCT on the side of 100 Thieves. And so I'm a little bit cautious when it comes to Winthrop Shopify. I think they have to kind of go with the Death Volley style if they want to overpower 100 Thieves to start to win some of these rounds. Otherwise, 100 Thieves, they're going to be able to find those timings, find those individual picks, and shut down Winthrop Shopify.
Well, you're already seeing Donut side questing to get some presence on the A site, and that's going to force Cryo to stick around on his oneer over on A main for a little bit longer as the execute comes through. Slandy and Marceline, though, quick frontliners, and it's all stopped instantly. No one making a dent. Only one fallen for 100 Thieves. The 4-stack fully prepped to intercept.
And once again, that was just Asuna toss out that flash, and then suddenly you see the swing come through from the rest of 100 Thieves. Like, we talk about the vibes on the Winthrop Shopify side of just being so high, they're having fun, they're having a great time. But on the 100 Thieves side, well, they're all just locked in on the same wavelength, it feels like. Like, the amount of just coordination that we're kind of seeing on some of these hits has been stellar coming out from this squad. And yeah, that was over pretty much as soon as it started. 100 Thieves, a very dominant pistol round.
I think, I mean, Slandy mentioned in the interview that she had previously that they haven't really done all that much playing, but the individual understanding that these guys have is carrying them so far, and all it takes is a simple call out of what you need to enable, like that flash, like that opening up. Melia surprising herself with that second as 100 Thieves grabs some style points to finish that opening round.
Melia even popping back in the chair, just like, whoa, I don't know what just happened. Someone took over my body and just made my mouse do that. It's just crazy, but we're seeing those individual pop-off moments from 100 Thieves. And, you know, one of the big things kind of coming into this one was, yeah, Winthrop Shopify, they came through. They just finished up their last map. We finally got to see them start to heat up. But 100 Thieves, they had a map that just kind of sit back and chill. And yet still, they're still looking like they've got those pop-off opportunities and is just well supported by the rest of the team. Boobs, though, this time, gonna challenge that. Melia, just a little bit better, walking away with a clean headshot, and no punishment is done at all. And so 100 Thieves, they're already a man up.
Top frag on Pearl, getting the first ace of the event. She is locked in, hitting Thanos mode here in the group stage. And now Cryo to take her position and grab a second. Like clockwork, 100 Thieves is running right now. And it's all so mechanically sound that, again, it doesn't rely on too much experience together as a unit. Everyone knows what they're doing. Slandy? Oh, gonna get met by a hell of a stack here, and by herself for at least just a moment. That drone is still gonna proc out Infiltrator that Melia can finalize! Dude, she is mutated right now.
Spike down, B.
That's an easy 3-round streak. Hit out the gate for 100 Thieves. They're running this group stage right now.
Man, I saw that happening there. I was like, oh, here comes Infiltrator and Governor. I'm rubbing my hands together, like, can't wait to see what these guys do, because when we've seen them kind of duo up, they just do an excellent job at finding space and just find easy, clean kills. And Melia just immediately finds the head tap onto Infiltrator, shutting that down, buying time for Cryo to find the easiest kill of his life. 100 Thieves can simply not be stopped right now. It looks like they're looking at every single angle they need to be, whereas Winthrop Shopify, sure, they've got that momentum behind them to kind of take the space, but are immediately getting gunned down when they do find those little moments.
Well, it was Marceline that was playing mediator to all of that. Now she'll play instigator here on mid, and she'll grab her first blood. Not a dead gun on this roster, dude. This is nuts. They are winning everything. TDMing it out because they can. Tack them on. Moves. See what you can get away with. They are creeping up, and they are hitting their stride. 4-0.
Yeah, this is looking so clean from them. Every single gunfight that they're taking, they're winning it out. And, you know, we just came from a very frag-heavy last series where you see people just consistently swinging, take those duels, and whoever is just able to find it a little bit better wins out on top. But from 100 Thieves right now, I really think that it's lending itself a lot to the utility kind of coming through there. You know, for example, this kill that Marceline finds, the flash comes in right afterwards, allowing Marceline to just kind of duck away. And then immediately you see someone else from 100 Thieves go for the swing out to try and punish it. Like, the coordination of utility coming through off of Asuna's back has been stellar. And finally Moves able to find a kill onto Cryo. Has that operator in hand, but look at this. 100 Thieves are already in the spawn. Moves can't escape with anything.
They swarmed him as he retreated. And now Marceline still here to grab one on the way out. On top of the Nebula. Again, so minimal. Infiltrator is early himself, though, on this high ground, and can meet that quickly. So it's Alexis's turn to cycle through and play that intermediary. What? Austin is entering dry. Everyone's entering dry for that. And it works.
They're just looking. They're just looking and they're clicking. Like, I don't want to say it's like as simple as that. We do see that there's a bit of like, you know, we're moving out this way, make sure to clear this angle and stuff like that. But every single time Winthrop and Shopify pop out, 100 Thieves are so ready to take that gunfight and to punish them for that. Moves an excellent start at being able to find it. But the map control for 100 Thieves, a triple man flank there, make sure that Moves goes completely checked. And then, yeah, it just comes down to those individual moments of shine coming through. And 100 Thieves, 5 in a row now. No sign of slowing down. Got a couple of ultimates on the side of Winthrop Shopify. I'm wondering whether or not they're going to be entering off of Donut's Dimensional Drift. But Melia already so far forwards.
On top of another great flash, but Moves can center. And Winthrop Shopify can quit treading water pretty quickly. Get back on their feet. Good starter pack to counteract the early aggression, but still got to get out. And Infiltrator, unfortunately, got cornered away in that chaos. So it'll be a 4v4 reset as Cryo is retaking his position on mid.
Oh.
Good jump peek will spot the head. Governor trap, but not finished. This eco is already going a lot better than some of Winthrop Shopify's rifle rounds.
Keep in mind, Moves pulled the 2 to force out as well. Wasn't right off the rip, but after Infiltrator went down, then Sniper Rifle came into play. So I imagine at this point, Moves has to find a kill with this weapon in order to open things up just a little bit more. Donut going for the Dimensional Drift now just to scout it out, potentially find that opening kill.
Governor spotted. Austin is back, looking to stab it as that Dimensional Drift expires. And they head. Donut not alone for long. Moves with the cover fire. Austin counters it quickly, but Governor has made himself known and grabs the quick twofer. Slandy will shut it down, but she stands alone. And counteracted by Donut as Alexis will finally make her way onto the site to get that plant, but just in time for Cryo to get back with this operator, try to find the opening angle. Retreating under the terrace and setting up the Nebula to force the step back out. But these drive peaks have still been so clean, and Donut has nothing left in the tank. Neither does Alexis. And Winthrop Shopify put up a great fight that time with what they had, but 100 Thieves will still carry through.
Yeah, the fact that Governor was able to just completely circumvent everyone on 100 Thieves and find such a key angle. If he had a rifle of some sort, that could have been a lot more dangerous, but unfortunately only a sheriff in hand. Finds a couple of kills, but it isn't enough. And honestly, great call from Slandy to try and slow it down towards the end there. Just play the life. You know Cryo's coming. Play this one together and don't let up at all. was 100% the right call, because at this point, Donut had no idea where Cryo was going to be entering from. So an excellent called round coming from 100 Thieves. They know when to accelerate, but they also know when to break and make sure that they're all ready to go when they go in. 6 in a row now. 4 ultimates online for 100 Thieves. They show 0 chances right now of slowing this down at all. As a Winthrop Shopify, like, we're seeing them finally change up their pace, finally change up where they want to hit here, but they're walking into a lot of difficulties.
Who wants to aggress? Melia with this op, considering. But Winthrop Shopify have made a lot of distance up mid, and it's finally going to get called out by Marceline. So the quick pivot back upstairs to make sure that they can't retreat through secret. Instead, you turn tail, go to the B lane. Trademarks there, intercept, and Cryo is there to perfectly snipe. Entrance off the top of the box. I don't think you were trying to get that much altitude, and Infiltrator's trapped on top of the slow. Slandy grabs a 2-tap with the Hunter's Fury, and it's another round that'll fall apart at the seams for Winthrop Shopify. Cryo, another. Yes, sir. Yeah, we're double offing.
Yep. We've been double offing.
Let's go, dude. Let's go.
Especially with how 100 Thieves have been doing that. But I just wanted to say, I think that's the most value I have ever seen out of a chamber trip in my entire lifetime. Like, oh yeah, we're slowed. Cool. Okay, well, generally speaking, it's like, oh, we got information, someone shot it out, that's fine. But this time it actually slows them down, allowing the Hunter's Fury to get maximum value in the midst of all of this chaos. And yeah, Slandy able to walk away with 2 kills there. And once again, 100 Thieves just not letting up for a moment. Great job from them. And actually, we got to listen in to the 100 Thieves comms now.
Okay. Can you come hold my bed, Gina?
Hold your mat?
Yeah.
Two peeking me. I'm gonna give.
I have their teeth on. I have teeth on.
Just smoke main though. They threw smokes, but you're out. You're 3 feet. Yeah, they're out.
They're out there.
Droning.
Yeah, I'm gonna make pressure
in the smoke.
Guys,
in the smoke. Dead.
They're gonna play in. They know we have basketball. Just play in.
Spike planted.
Just wait, guys.
Yeah, I'm just bullshitting right now.
Nice. Keep holding, guys. When the smoke fades, I'm gonna right click. It won't blind you. Under, hell.
Under you, one main.
And then B main. Post on him. On the right, I think.
He got my gun. You can stick.
Yeah. I'll stick.
Yeah,
we're good.
Nice. Good job.
Really good round.
Beautiful. I'm gonna drop the second op, Cryo.
Okay. I'm done.
Yeah, that's fine. Whatever you want to do, Emily. We have max money.
Okay. This round, I want to do like a bait setup with me.
And it's incredibly methodical from 100 Thieves. Like you said, Marks, very just like stop and go, even in the comms, just understanding when to shift the tempo, when to hold it down, and every inch of that was disciplined and extremely aware. I mean, every action was so well read so quickly.
Yeah, like you talk about clean comms. That was crazy listening to in 200 Thieves. Like, exactly. It felt like we were listening into some sort of like SWAT unit trying to coordinate how they were going about things. And like, you know, we talk about the difference of these two teams, and I'm not saying this is the case, but I bet if you went into the Winthrop Shopify, it would be a little bit more chaotic, like a lot more like, hey, check out this move and stuff like that. But once again, 100 Thieves show zero like level of just really just kind of goofing around. They're in it to win it right now, and you can tell with how this game has been going.
Yeah, more level-headed than cool. A separate kind of chill that can take these guys far in this Spotlight series. Infiltrator, second step out. That was clean to grab his own, and Winthrop will blow through. A lot of high ground control this round. That allowed him a lot more presence early on. Donut's still holding on to it. Now she'll drop. Move's trying to make sure Sparrow doesn't get caught. That's a nice first pick, but it's quickly covered. So the goose egg disappears. Winthrop Shopify will get on the board here on Attack Abyss, but yeah, I mean, it's clear that 100 Thieves are still a majority in control of these push and pulls. It's got to be a lot more individuality that we've been expecting from these guys.
Yeah, and once again, like when you go back to the interview that Melia gave after the first match that we saw 100 Thieves do, and they're just like, hey, look, we're able to just find so many kills all the time, like so many just everyone's just dying, and it's great. And those individual moments from the 100 Thieves side has just been phenomenal every single time. But when we see those chaotic moments happen, that's when we expect Winthrop Shopify to really get a foot in the door. I'm not going to say it's going to be a round win, but we see them actually get to fight back a little bit. And that time around, I really got to give credit where credit's due to Infiltrator, being able to move so far forwards and peeks in, it's too dangerous, decides to double back in. And it's like those little moments that can really allow for Winthrop Shopify to get an edge up on 100 Thieves. But the moments really are few and far between. Looks like the rotation now coming over towards this A site. There's going to be Cryo, though, holding down the entrance. Has that sniper rifle in hand, tour de force. One kill will also slow everyone down.
You see Asuna really prioritizing trying to get here to make sure that a flash can be set up for the intercept, but the one-way smoke might not give him enough time to. The high ground is well taken, and Cryo just doesn't care. He's just gonna get his, and now Asuna is in. He'll get his too, flash off of himself, throw another one in. He'll just go for himself again. Just, I mean, a million different backup plans available at the drop of a hat right now for this defense. It is a strictly sticky spider web that is here on Abyss that Winthrop just can't seem to skate past.
And I'm so impressed with how this KO has been looking for Masuna. Like,
fantastic, dude. It's insane how well he's adjusted.
It really is, right? And like, once again, after now listening to those comms, you know why it's so clean every single time we see 100 Thieves kind of swing off of them, right? Like, the comms are probably pitch perfect clear. You know exactly when things are going to happen. And then you see the players making the individual decisions in order to make sure to gain maximum value off of it. Asuna has been so key in making sure that 100 Thieves have not slowed down at all.
Trying to read this down. Asuna just spraying through, getting so much free damage with the Phantom on top of the fragment. This preemptive defense sets up Marceline to grab the easy 2. And now Governor just running it down, trying to save it, and will. But again, we have a million backup plans, especially with the gun dip here. Melia, yeah, have fun with it. This half has been graceful by 100 Thieves, like watching a swan swim through a lake. Just peaceful, radiant.
Man, yeah, it's been looking like beautiful from them, honestly. And you know, we've been sitting here glazing 100 Thieves a lot, but you know, with how well coordinated they are, once again, this is the first time that all of these players have really sat down and played together in this specific environment. First of all, we're seeing so much value come through from Asuna finding so much damage in there, and the Marceline can just kind of find those little taps with the Phantom in order to shut things down. Winthrop and Shopify have simply not had an answer. Mental Drift going to be online, but Donomat can't even go into the next realm because Cryo going to be sending her right into the graveyard.
Oh, that is a burn on so many levels. Put your mask on before you go outside, Karn. We really are just rushing into it at this point. Group stage type beat. A real shenanigan of a game. But on we conquer. Moobs, the most freedom on mid he's had all game. There's been at least one sniper watching this basically the entire half. Slandy might get caught post-drone again here, though. At least the rest of this stack is quick on the approach. Infiltrator will find it. Oh, he doesn't get back, though, no! All right.
Spike down.
So we're cooked, right? So we... It's okay. There's plenty of game. There's plenty of game. There's plenty of day left. There's plenty of fun left to have. This is okay.
One enemy remaining.
This is fine. Oh.
You saw there too, like, Moves, last person alive besides Infiltrator, who when he flew out there, I was like, he's going a little far. Let's see how he recovers from this one, Conan. Turns out not recovering at all. And Moves even flashing a smile, understanding the situation and just how doomed that round was gonna go. Oh, that's a miss for you. And yeah, once again, this has been an extremely one-sided map here. All of the players of 100 Thieves have been looking so good and so locked in. And what a way to kind of end that one off with Infiltrator just slowly going down. Prod doing him dirty with that replay.
I think I'm dead, guys.
Infiltrator, I think I'm dead, guys. Yeah, I got a good idea of that. Well,
Yeah.
we'll see how the rest of this game goes. There might not be much of it left. We got a quick break and then the half swap. Oh, we're in. Never mind. Oh, again, we're probably not going to be in for long.
Surprise!
Dude. 100 Thieves running it down again. Sorry. This is the break, actually. You might as well just go get something. Just go to the bathroom now if you want to. I feel like we're good to go here.
Oh, man. And already down to a 2v5, 100 Thieves. Train gonna keep on trucking here. Cryo finds the headshot on the moves as well, and Lexus able to at least find one, but looking all but over. 100 Thieves get themselves to 12. And yeah, that break really close now.
Yeah, I was just sending it just a little bit early at the end of the day. That's fine. Not too off the run of show.
Yeah,
wow, I mean,
happening.
like, yeah, what do you even say, dude? Like, this is just like such a clean cleanup, and we got to listen to the comms this round as well. It's just like, it's kind of trivial for that. Like, they just understand so much of how this flow is gonna work that a lot of it they can just do off of themselves. I mean, Asuna doesn't have to calm 80% of the flashes he's doing. Like the other team members just know that they're coming.
It's like they're like spiritually in sync with how clean this has been looking, you know?
Yeah, twin spirits. Oh, the
my
fragment
goodness.
kill? Come on. I forgot that icon existed in the kill feed. Wow. Okay, nice entry from Dodo Nut, but Infiltrator's all they've got left.
Attackers win.
Well, Winthrop Shopify will have one more chance to prove themselves in the group stage. 100 Thieves are 2-0, 26-6 so far. I mean, like, just, again, surgical, clean.
Yeah, like even look at them right now. Like they're like
They're clocking out.
professional aura.
GG's.
You know,
GG's.
Like,
Nice job. Yeah, see you in a sec.
This is the job. This is the tournament that they can kind of come in here and win. And yeah, you know, obviously we were talking about the Winthrop Shopify, how that whole thing was kind of going in on that side. But honestly, 100 Thieves, all of them were just so dialed in and so ready for everything. Obviously, you know, coming into the Spotlight Series, you're looking at it's the 100 Thieves main roster with the 100 Thieves game changers, and you're just like, oh, I can't wait to see Cryo and Asuna. But genuinely speaking, the other members of the team right now were popping off individually. We got to see Marceline kind of have one of those moments there. I mean, Melia was just kind of frying them with the operator. Everything just looked so well done coming through from 100 Thieves. And you know what? I'm like, if we had to pick a favorite right now in this tournament, they are looking like it should be them.
Definitely front runners at the moment, but don't sleep on Winthrop Shopify just yet. Not only is there one more map in the group stage, but there is actual consequential play to come after that. And both of the teams that are sending their players here in Monterey are very drip or drown. Winthrop and Shopify live to choke and live to come back. And they got one more chance tonight too, and plenty more this weekend. In the meantime, we'll head over to the other two teams on the other side of the coin for map number 4 of the day when we come back after this short break.
actually goes further aggressive, but Michaela there, and there should have been seen, but still handles it to perfection.
The only one up and a bit to hold on, and then no!
Let's give it to him as well. Double ace for.
You got the time even on this one? You can't even stop. I don't think she's got the time. She does! What is that?
Welcome back, everyone. I am here with 100 Thieves Asuna after a fantastic win. I mean, we were talking a little bit before this, and you said that the team starting to feel more like a team. So talk to me about that.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously haven't met anyone here. This is our first time, obviously me and Cryo and them three. But yeah, I think, you know, first game we're like learning each other's names, you know, making sure we're not calling each other by in-game aliases or like, you know, agents. So it just feels a lot better now after the first game. And now the second game felt a lot smoother. You know, we're able to tell people, oh, can you play here? Can you do this? And, you know, just everyone's being great and playing really well. And especially Emily playing like a star after the first game, realized, wow, 30 bomb, acing. All right, let's support.
I mean, everyone has been popping off, and the coordination has been unreal. I mean, you're saying that, like, you're learning each other's names, so it feels like a team now. But even from the get-go, it seemed really clean. So I'd love to know your insight on, like, being able to click right away and, like, how that was able to happen.
Yeah, I think it was just, you know, we asked what we wanted to play, what we wanted to do, and then just have a good time. Just make sure we're vibing and, yeah, just enjoying the atmosphere and making sure the games are, no one's getting hard on each other or anything, and just, yeah, chill vibes.
And I mean, that's definitely coming through. You're locked in, but still very chill. And we got an opportunity to listen into one of the rounds too in the comms. And I would love a little bit more insight because it felt like we heard a little bit kind of from everybody on the team and everyone seemed to be very vocal.
Yeah, luckily, what's it called? Prez Slandy. She's like an IGL, I believe. So, you know, we just said, that's on you. So she's calling. And yeah, everyone else is really vocal and has ideas. And yeah, making it very easy for everyone. And
and then you got 2 matches, 2 best of ones under your belt. How are you feeling going into the rest of the weekend? Because, of course, today's just for seeding, but then it gets serious tomorrow.
No, yeah, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but it's just for seeding. And obviously, if you have a bad day tomorrow, that's all that really matters. But it feels good to get, like, you know, in a sense, like warm-up practice, scrims, you know, with the 5 before we go into tomorrow. But feeling really good. You know, obviously, both these games are dominant wins. It's not like didn't ever feel like we were getting close to being tested. But maybe our next game we will be. And, you know, we'll see how the team looks under stress.
And then how do you think the whole team will hold up under stress now that you've gotten some time to build that chemistry and foundation already?
I mean, it should be good. I mean, we'll see. You know, it'll probably be chill vibes and no one will take it too hard, you know?
I mean, it's definitely looking good so far. Thank you so much and best of luck with your final match for today. As for us, we're about halfway through our day, so let's start talking about the next matchup that we have. Head back over to the desk. We have FlyQuest going up against Crew and Lion. 2 teams again. I mean, we're at the point we've seen all these teams. Let's be real. But teams that, I mean, really different results, but a lot of fun to watch. So I cannot wait to get into this one. And we got a special guest over here as well, which I'm especially excited about. Alexis, hello.
Hi, girls. Hey, guys. What's up? What's the vibe? How is Mexico treating you?
Dude, freaking awesome. My team, so good. We're insane.
I can't believe you won 13-1 just now.
No, we stomped that team. Honestly, I felt really bad doing it. Like 13-1 is like
somebody
kind of
had to do it, you know?
right? But like somebody had to do it, and you know what? I'm glad it was me. I'm glad I didn't get 2 kills because that would be like that would be like really hard on like someone's ego if they like got 2 kills.
Yeah. No.
So I'm so like that would be so cringe. So like so glad I didn't do that. Yeah, really fun game. Yeah,
I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Yeah.
I just have to ask the hard-hitting questions over here. Who originally pitched that y'all are gonna just out there? Who's the first? Who's the originator of that?
It was you.
Are you talking about the role swap?
No.
Oh, the 6-7. I mean, here's what happened. So the first game we were like, okay, let's hit this 6-7. Right? It was like a team effort. But then we felt that Governor wasn't taking it serious. And like we felt that like his 6-7 wasn't very passionate.
Yeah. It has to be serious.
It has to be serious. Yeah. You have to really 6-7, right? And he got on camera and he's like, and we were like, bro, that's why we lost. So then the second one he hit it harder. And maybe actually the 6-7 is what caused the loss because now looking back, we had a really passionate 6-7 for the second game. And then
no, I don't think that was it.
No?
No.
Okay, you think we should keep doing it?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
You could also science and like change it up and then see, then you'll know for tomorrow.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, we could do a little experiment since it's like round robin, just for seeding.
Just
we could just check it out. But I really want to do the 6-7 though.
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
That's a really good point.
I really like it. Yeah.
I mean, we'll find out, right? Like, it's either gonna be like 3 for 3, or you know,
Or
it's not related. It's not related.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. We're gonna find out.
I think the other teams need to take a lesson on the vibes because
True.
you guys have got it on lock.
Thank you.
I'm really glad that we got to get that insight from you. And I want more insight from you, too, as we start talking about our upcoming series, because we got a lot of Valorant to get through today. So let's start talking about these teams. The one end of things, we have an Envy and a FlyQuest, a team that we got to see earlier. A team that, I mean, at this point, Alexis, you're also very familiar with.
Yes. Also, this picture of Exer is so crazy. I can't lie. I should have hit that when we did media, dude. I should have hit that. That's crazy. No, but I love this team. Every player on this team I love, especially Jazzykins over there. That's my ex teammate. That's my oomphy. So yeah.
GOAT status.
Yeah. No, actually.
Now, this team is a lot of fun to watch, too. We were talking about it earlier, and it's a team that you have a lot of firepower with. We saw them take on 100 Thieves, and we already called out how strong and dominant 100 Thieves were. So we didn't really get this opportunity to see FlyQuest and Envy really shine. But Dan, like, again, I feel like this roster has just so much potential.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, like you mentioned before, we're kind of right in the middle where we already got the chance to see all of these teams play, and just kind of how they match up against each other. Alexis, when you were coming into this tournament, did you have kind of a tier list of who was going to be the best team, second team, kind of worst team? And how is it playing out right now?
Well, here's the thing. We thought we would be the best team. So far, not looking like it. We're actually looking like bums out there. So, so far my ranking is very skewed. And then I think that we thought 100 Thieves would be like second best, and they're playing really well. So maybe my ranking is correct, but yeah, no, ranking out the window.
Well, they're not talking enough about how this is all a strat for you to dominate tomorrow.
You know what's crazy is Donut said the exact same thing. She goes, no, we seem like we're really bad now, and then everyone lets their guard down, and then tomorrow we actually like 1-2 punch, like we pull out all the strats, we Valo plant tonight, we get a coach, we get a manager, we get a sports psychologist in here, and we really show them who's boss tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Like it's coming in on an overnight.
No,
like she's
Mike
red
is
eyeing
coming,
right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're getting Effie's back. He's actually rejoining the team.
Oh, okay.
He's gonna come over here. He's gonna shave his head
Breaking
like last
news.
time. Yep.
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
it's perfect. Yeah, breaking news.
Okay, Effie's, if you're watching, apparently you're shaving your head again.
Sorry. We came second last spotlight when he shaved his head. At least, maybe we could secure second.
Yeah, exactly.
We'll get the call in, him shaving his head at home to make sure that you guys pop off tomorrow.
Perfect, yeah.
Where on your rankings was KRLY in, though? Because we saw them earlier, and like, I don't know. I feel like this team was underestimated a little bit heading into this, but they were red hot. Like, this team was so good.
Yeah, honestly, I was not expecting them to have like as much firepower as they had. I felt like their aim was like so on point. I was peeking them and dying instantly. And you know what they say, if you die first, you lose the round. So that's what was kind of happening to us out there. But yeah, they're really, really good. And I love Maud. She's so cute. I love her.
Also someone who popped off.
Oh my gosh.
Like crazy.
Oh yeah, no. I was like, maybe we don't hit her site. Maybe we just go somewhere else. Because we started going A because she wasn't there. And then she would just clutch on the retake. And I was like, oh, what do we do now?
Strat book out the window.
No, our strat book's gone. That's literally the extent of our strat book of Wade Launch.
Did you how familiar are you with Munch and Michaela from GCC, like scrimming, like are you guys close? What's the vibe?
Well, someone asked me at GCC who I think like the rookie of GCC, like the best rookie was, and I said Munch because her debut was insane. Like she played so incredible at GCC, and I was really, really impressed by her playstyle and her aim especially. So I knew going into this that she would definitely be a difficult opponent just because her aim is like insane.
Yeah, she's a beast.
Yeah, she's really good.
Yeah, and for the team to just have like, I mean, you guys were really clicking at the end. It was a lot of fun to see, but like they just had such a lead up on you guys. Like, even when you guys were popping off, like they were just so clean.
You know, at least we're having fun though. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because like we could be getting 13-1 and like you could pan the camera to me and I'm crying, but instead I'm laughing. So
that's a real win.
Yeah, no, the real win is having the most fun.
Yes.
And also, coming first would be great.
Dude, we could save those wins for tomorrow.
Winning and destroying everybody would be great.
Yeah, no, that would be awesome if we like won maps too, but like at least we're having fun.
You're just getting the vibes to make sure you can carry on with that
If we
tomorrow.
got the team cam, the gameplay will come next. We don't got to worry about that yet.
Exactly.
We'll get there. You'll ascend. You guys will ascend as a team.
No, for sure, for sure.
We're getting all like the tea. We're getting like, Don't tell the other teams. They can't lock into the strat yet.
Right.
They can't know. They can't know.
Hopefully they're not listening to this.
Oh,
Surely not.
No,
Surely.
right?
No, that would never happen. It's
They're
fine.
just sipping Red Bulls backstage. They're chilling. They're not listening.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Nah.
No, it's fine.
They're just chilling. But where this has been really serious, because it's a lot of fun out there, where this has been serious, Alexis, is our predictions. So we have all submitted our predictions for this series. We're going to pull those up. I want to know yours as well. We need to add you to this list, because we're pretty split over here.
Okay, wait. I could be like a little tiebreaker here. Let's see. Honestly,
not a tie.
Well, no, but I can make it a tie. Is what I mean.
There you go.
Tiebreaker instead of a tiebreaker.
I'm a tie starter. Is what I am.
Exactly.
Honestly, let me start a tie here because I low-key think that NV FlyQuest are gonna lock in. I think they're gonna lock in. I think Exeter's gonna drop 45 kills on Yoru.
45?
And, yep, he's gonna be in their spawn every round, TPing behind them. I think it's gonna be clean.
45 is crazy.
45 is wild.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's gonna get every kill, ace every round. Yep.
Ace every round. Hold on. The math isn't checking out for ace every round, though.
I like the vision that you have.
Thanks.
I really like the vision.
People compliment my vision of the game.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
I think it's good. Yeah.
I feel like Alexis, Dan, you two together, because Dan's
You
been
have no
pushing
idea the
all
things that
duelists
I've-
all day.
Really?
All day is like, let's talk about the Reyna insta lock and the 5 duelists. Oh, sorry, the 4 duelists and the smokes player.
We were about to do that.
Running it down.
We should have.
You should have.
You should.
We
have.
actually
Next
should.
year.
You know what? Next game, if we do it, it's for you.
Oh my god. I'm gonna cry.
Amazing. We love it. We love it. But let's talk about the series. We're excited for that. But we got a map picks and bans. And Alexis, I want to then really ask you for this one because we've been speculating. We've been getting into the weeds about the map picks and bans and the vetoes. It's a best of one. It's for fun. So then, where's your mind at when you're picking these maps? Are you just going for something comfortable, something fun?
We go for something comfortable and we try to win the coin toss because because you want to get team A because no matter what map it is, you want to get like your best side.
Yeah.
Because you could have like 3 comfortable maps left, and that was what happened in our case when we did the veto. Was like we were between a couple maps that we wanted, so it was better for us to try and get team A and try and get our most comfortable side. Obviously, it didn't really matter for us, but that's usually the thought process going into a BL1 veto is like trying to get the side that you want for the last map.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I love that. And going into this, I'm trying to quick map this. We get a new map as well. We haven't seen Split yet today. We liking Split, guys? I love a good Split.
I love a good Split. I was honestly super cheesed when Split was taken out of the competitive pool because I feel like some of the best games that you watch are on Split. Enjoying playing on the map is a different story, I think, for most people.
Yes.
I am personally a Split enjoyer. I can tell that Lexi does not seem to be a Split enjoyer.
No, it's not my fave for sure. I wouldn't be sad if it left us again forever and never came back.
What?
But you know, you gotta play maps you don't like sometimes, and that's okay.
I love Split when I start on defense.
Oh,
Then
that's
I
a good
think it's
shout,
awesome.
Actually, yeah.
If I'm attacking, it's not happening. It's just not happening. I'm sorry.
All right. I mean, in this case, we get an NV FlyQuest that gets to start on defense. We have a little camera mog as well.
A little?
No, that's just how he looks all the time.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, why do you think he was like that in his player shot, Sarah? Like,
oh, my bad. Okay, I'm
like
understanding.
his face is like perma stuck like
He's
that.
locked in.
The lock. I mean, this will be really exciting because KRLY, and we talked about the firepower this team has, guys, but NV FlyQuest was the original firepower team that I really envisioned on the day. Yeah, we got some of the most wholesome players. Oh my gosh. Hi. That's you.
That's my daughter.
That's my daughter. Do you think we're gonna see the double duelist out of Jazzy today?
I hope so. I don't know. She's been like a breach player
I
lately.
know.
I don't know.
I want to see her on the duelist.
would
I
love
feel like that'd be
it.
so fun.
It's such a throwback moment.
Real.
I feel like it matched the team so well as well. Like,
Yeah.
that just,
Because Exeter's used to playing with the double duelist too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So it makes so much sense. I
And
think
Split is a
really
really good
good
double duelist map as well.
Yup.
Yeah.
It'd be
so
so
God,
good.
can we see a Jazzy raise?
That's what I'm thinking. The raise Yoru.
Oh my gosh,
Bring
the
it
ultimate
back.
throwback.
Yeah, bring it back.
Yeah, some of my favorite Jazzy maps have just been like raise moments from way back in the day. So I'd be down to see this, but I don't know. KRLY, they've had their firepower. This is an interesting one. I'm very intrigued how it's going to be shaking up.
I think this one is interesting because I believe Munch should be on the Viper. I feel like that's what she was playing last, and that changes a little bit compared to the way that we just saw her play on the Killjoy, for example, when she was playing Haven. So that can also determine how strong they're going to look like right at the beginning.
Yeah, that's a really good point. And it goes back to, too, like we've talked about, like, people being comfortable in agent and maps and stuff. But again, these are all these mixed teams, right? So it's like, okay, maybe you have been comfortable in them in the past, but Alexis then on the day, it can always be a different story, right?
Yeah, we were kind of talking about comps like in agent select for a lot of these. We kind of briefly discussed like roles, but then when it came to Abyss, like Gov, who's our IGL, really wanted to play Chamber, but I'm not a Chamber player. So then we had to swap. I had to play Astra. Great performance on Astra out of me. And then we put Moobs on Chamber instead, which is his comfort. So yeah, I think it's good to have really flexible players in this event. And I think that a lot of teams do have that, like players who are comfortable switching between a lot of different roles. So we're also lucky that we have some flexible players as well. I mean, Karn, she wants to play support. She's like, let me play Teo. And I'm like, girl, stay on Duelist. You gotta play Duelist, girl. So yeah, we're just trying to run some double Duelists.
No, do you see what they're doing over there?
They're stealing our flow.
Damn.
They really are, actually.
That's crazy.
Damn, you know what they say? Imitation's the best form of flattery, or whatever they say out there.
Real. Saying that to FlyQuest too, yeah. They're just bringing the vibe, though.
No, I love that.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll get to figure out the science experiment. Like the 6-7's not
We
only
really
had to.
We learn. Wait, you know what's crazy though? Is that when we played crew, they also hit the 6-7. So like maybe their 6-7 was like more passionate, or like maybe it was like
maybe what
bigger,
hand
or
you start with.
Oh,
you know?
yeah. No, that's a good point.
I was gonna say that's the one
point.
where Governor was checked out, though, right?
Yes, that's true. That's what I'm saying. They were real passionate with their 6-7 when they hit it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
all about passion.
Yeah, I think it might be. Yeah.
Wow.
We'll get cringe.
You know, but to be cringe is to be free.
Yes.
So we love it. Ooh.
Right.
Agent select, guys.
Sage. Okay.
Confident Sage.
Okay. We get a Jazzy Jet. Okay, we get to see the Raze on the other end.
Jazzy's on Duelist.
Wait.
Yay.
Let's go.
What is going on?
Elaborate. What is going on,
They don't
Ash?
have an initiator, bro. What are we?
I mean, Jazzy's gonna dash in and get info, obviously.
True. I mean,
And
I
4
guess
kills.
you do have like the flashes for Exeter. You've got the Omen paranoia as well, but I'm like, information is gonna be a tough ask depending on how KRLY look to play on the attacking side first.
I believe. You don't need information if you're getting kills. So we'll see how it shakes up. There's going to be a lot of good stuff here. A lot of good stuff to determine what comps come in on top, what team, and if truly hitting the 6-7 before the performance makes or breaks it. It's time to find out. Head into the map. Alexis, thank you again so much. Best of luck in your match later. Let's head into this one and send it to your casters, Marks and Tenric.
6-7.
Thanks, Sierra. So, Marks, you and I predicted KRLY on to take this map, and Alexis predicted Egster to drop 65 with, as Ash mentioned, no initiator here on Split. They're starting on defense, though. Hey, never doubt. And I gotta say, I'm also really happy to see Jazzy on the Jet. Very reminiscent of the old days where she simply owned this map in GCNA.
Yeah, 100%. Like Jazzy going back onto the Duelist again. Obviously, they were talking about the Raze, but coming back onto the Jet, I'm really excited to see what's going to happen here. And I need to comment on the death segment that just happened with the whole 6-7 connection to the win, because outside of this, I am a statistician, and I was losing my mind hearing about how maybe your left hand for the 6-7 gesture might be able to win it out. Well, the way I see it right now,
it's all scientific.
We just saw it's 100% scientific. We just saw NV FlyQuest hit the 6-7. KRLY, they locked in this time. And I'm going to tell you, comparatively, Winthrop Shopify were hitting the 6-7 a lot harder than KRLY. So I wonder whether or not it's just the passion of the 6-7 resulting in the loss. That's the only way that I can rationalize it in my brain on the stage right now. But
statisticize.
I'm not gonna lie, had to air that grievance, otherwise I was going to simply implode.
Yeah, after that death segment, you just had to be one minor discrepancy that I noticed in what we were talking about when it came to who had their supercharged 6-7 active at the time. But yeah, like you gotta watch Thea and Jazzy then. They have the most recent. They still got the aura surrounding them. So
yeah, and I really like the highlight that we got there that NV FlyQuest don't have an initiator here, and I actually think that is going to be something that will probably bite them in the back. Of course, we do expect Exter to hit that 65 kills. It'll be kind of crazy. That could be your initiation, all this. But it's still a lot more difficult to do that without good information, at least clearing out some of those corners, which Exter is really good at navigating to the back of some of these sites, navigating in these awkward spaces, but then we'll now manually have to clear things out. Otherwise, it could be caught by surprise. So, very curious to see how this one shakes out here. But Exter, well, going to be getting his first kill out of 65.
yeah, long road ahead. But yeah, Benji poking out on that B door, but that does sell the pivot. So NVFQ are going to turn tail. Keep only Jazzy's eyes on B main as the toxic screen goes back up, and NV FlyQuest continue to try and play preventative first, and then for that big fight second. But with the toxic screen of Munch's own, try to take a little bit of space back. Eve is ahead of it, and they're going to keep on walking it down. Michaela already pressured away down the ramp. And time is running low for this plan. KRLY on, though, will get it down on that B site, and NVFQ will start that pivot. Mephisto way choked up on this raise. Mayhaps a little too much so. That paint shells is going to have to get used early, and Exter's just going to run through it. The paint shells won't do all that much before that raise is taken care of. 4v2 on the retake is NVFQ. Single file down that dirt. Poppin, first to go. Joe only good for that 1-for-1 trade. Michaela in the clutch, 66 HP, smoke protecting, halfway through, paranoia out. This is done. NVFQ grab round 1.
Hey, at least able to get a kill on the way out there, but that, you know, like we're talking about the NV FlyQuest squad coming together here. First time on the stage, and you can tell they're feeling a little bit more comfortable with them, but that felt like such an Envy round. And like the way that we just see them all single file run from one side of the map to the other are just so confident that they'll be able to find the individual kills. It's that level of confidence that you could tell maybe felt a little bit disjointed on the last series that we saw them play, but now it's coming back, and well, if they continue to play like this, I mean, I've got a really good feeling for NV FlyQuest.
A fantastic start. Just continue playing off of yourself. Who needs the information?
Poison's off.
DP up, get a quick crunch. That's a great misdirection to at least take care of Eve, but the double up is there. So Paranoia will get used to scope out Jazzy. Michaela's gonna try and chase it down just a tiny bit. Force the conversation back over to this empty B site.
And now KRLY on. Find a couple of those kills there, but need to make something else happen. They do have the weaponry now. We get to see Joe have that stinger in hand, making this push just a little bit more deadly, but it's gonna be Jazzy with the outlaw in hand, backing up actually, giving a little bit of space to provide that position.
Haunts out, atop, first drop down, doubled angle, is it taken onto Jazzy, and she'll grab her twofer with that outlaw. Clean as can be. Joe at least with the backstab to turn this back to a 2v2, but with that stinger, he can't really work that mid-distance, and so Poppin and Thea can just take it on back and make it 2-0.
Yeah, and nicely done from them that time around. It's just honestly, like, the spacing that kind of worked out there, you could tell it got a little bit awkward, but things kind of working out for them in the end here. And yeah, it's this chaotic start which really gave KRLY a chance to really be able to kind of make this one back. Jazzy kind of going nuts with it as well as the double drop down here. But Joe really just finding that spacing in the back line to, you know, make it so that it was a lot more of a possible round here. But NV FlyQuest, they find their second round. Now it's going to be the full buy-up as Benji able to find a very early kill. Jazzy going down in the midst of all of that. It's a standstill in mid, but utility will be traded as Thea going up.
You're just kicking off the B peak, and yeah, Thea trying to twist the knife to maybe get away with a backstab, but turn back onto, and there's no support system. All good, though. Very chill round here for NV FlyQuest. Well,
a bit of
spread
reposition now.
Poppin, it's very strange how he's had to play this, because you know he's been wanting to use his slow orbs just to prevent the pushes, but at the same time, Envy want to choke up on the fights so consistently that it's tough to find a good timing window for him to use this util. so far. Spray through the screen. You just enter through this, right? Yeah, Mephisto with the blast packs, but nobody's escorted, so you got to use the C's, and even then, Poppin's undeterred. He'll keep turning. He'll grab 3. And Extra's work is cut to a minimum to grant Envy FlyQuest the round. And brother, you're talking about Envy rounds. That was an Envy round.
Yeah, 100%. You're like, look, all of this utility. Surely they'll be deterred now. Surely they'll back up and play a safer angle. And instead, Poppin just runs out and is like, what if I just crouched and held that left mouse button down and just sprayed them down? Mephisto satcheling right into that crossfire there. And Poppin just doubling back for more. Extra just on the other side as well, providing that covering fire. And yeah, it's just do not falter, do not back off for a second. And that is what we know NV4. And it looks like they're bringing that energy right back into this tournament.
Joe just running it down. Jazzy quickly steps back in for that first duel. Good push by Joe to at least guarantee that space. Seems like you've fully fielded it away, but even then, you're still a little terrified to push in. Mephisto has to kind of slow it down, and it's got to stay noisy. This lurk from Benji is also far back, but he'll hear the steps, and Eve cornered by Mephisto on the re-entry. So Stack has got to redouble up. Oh, but Benji has finally made his way back because he was never detected. Of all the rounds for KRLY to grab.
Cover going out.
Thrifty.
Good stuff.
Yeah. You could,
like from the very beginning there, like Joe just deciding to like take that distance.
It's you can tell there's the intention right now from KRLY to try and play forwards a little bit, right? Like catch them off guard, try and be able to find those timings there and kind of making that one work. And it works out perfectly for them. They're able to just crunch them down completely. The NV FlyQuest methodology here is we want to make sure that we're moving around. We want to make sure that we're taking that space, except when they're not too sure where all of the players are and they can't just bulldoze them like that, then KRLY come out just on top. That have gone up against players like Envy, kind of a kill.
The question of who buckles first for a lot of these openers. Eve, yeah, sensing no more blood in the water. There's still the stack, so KRLY can rethink their approach, delve more into this A site. Poppin's down to just that one orb. So it might have to be another stack clutch. Now Extra with this judge.
Oh, jeez.
Tough timing. No more tools really for this round in the bank. Extra gonna just try and solo Dolo. No one else walks up to him, right? Oh, he's giving a smoke. Yes, please. I swear to God, he gets another one out of this. That's both Prowlers used on him. Still no one has stepped in to fight him. They're also terrified of the shotgun. And now it's the only thing left. It's his playground, dude. He's still not dead. What? Flashes back in, at least gets one more. God, it takes forever, but they get it done.
And I gotta say, like, of this is coming from the prep that happened after Ascension, understanding the way that Envy like to play, and then looking really into how you can counter them, right? Because if you watched Ascension, you saw that all the North American teams were doing a really good job at punishing all of the other regions, save for one team. And you know what? One of the biggest things was don't give up those individual opportunities to your opponent. And right now, what we're seeing from KRLY is every single time, first of all, they're playing more slowly. They're adapting and kind of anticipating some of this aggression that we're going to be seeing from NV FlyQuest, but they're also making sure when they go in that two people are watching every angle at the same time to make sure that when those hyper-aggressive players are going to be looking for those opportunities, it's either going to be a trade or you've got two people covering it and making sure that you find and secure that kill. And so we are now seeing the timeout come through from NV FlyQuest. Here's an opportunity to really change things up for a moment, you know? Keep your opponent guessing, keep your opponent wondering how you're really approaching this game here. And so I'm curious to see how they want to be continuing to move forwards as we get this next round. Is KRLY, like, it really feels like they've got a good read of the other team.
Yeah. FlyQuest have been the only team to call a timeout so far. I reckon, you know, now that Joe and Lace understand how much they can talk about in the time that they're given with that, no excuse not to when they're going to have fun with it anyway. That's just how into the game these guys are, you know? And also, I don't know. I think some money will help boost that stipend now that you're in VCT. Exter! There you go, bud. Beautiful stuff. Part paranoia, part passion. He gets it done. Stack is there, spike is down. Tie no longer inevitable. But Benji has the ulti, so he can grab the spike and once again get a free B site to reset the fight. Eve is early but low. Doesn't have a great gun. But Munch is playing cutoff to nothing. Everybody's going through CT.
Oh man, this flood is just gonna flood in right over Benji here, who now spots him out.
Just trying to clear the gate crash to make sure there's no misdirection. Paranoia doesn't even smack Eve, but the Cloudburst able to actually keep away the rest of the stack. Benji gets away with a second, and now Munch is back to protect the spike for a little bit longer. Jazzy extends to deal with that quickly, and Benji's already fallen. It's all on Munch in the 1v3, and now that slow orb can get put to use to box Munch out. It will be 4-2 with 3 standing, and FlyQuest will maintain posture.
And you made the call out, actually saying that Benji was a player who like really impressed you the last time that we saw the KRLY squad on the tables there. And honestly, yeah, Benji kind of in some of these really uncomfortable scenarios is still able to walk away with so much value, making it so that it was almost a possible round for somehow KRLY to win. But of course, not gonna be the case. The FlyQuest team are gonna continue to fly forwards here, being able to win that one out. Exter now up to 8 out of his 65 kills. Looking a little bit tough right now to be able to hit that 65, but so far Exter 2 has just been doing an excellent job playing off the utility from his teammates, making sure that some of those swings are well coordinated and still just going to be going absolutely nuts on the other team. This Yoru one trick continually impressing everybody.
Remove.
First barrier whipped out by Poppin. Watchdog in B main.
Poison orb emitting.
It's the simple things to at least start him out. Another walk up from Benji. Nice infiltration on the smoke. Could be red though. Yeah, FlyQuest are privy to it.
And Jazzy's still watching things all the way in the back with the nightfall. You know they're going to be flying forward shortly.
Benji's far up. Oh, and Poppin stuck a barrel out. Benji's going to grab him. And just keep on stepping up. Exter, I dimensional drift is going to confirm him. But there's no one to really pile drive it. So instead, KRLY are just going to turn around. But Eve is able to cut off from the tower. And now with that snake bite, he'll sandwich. But Exter immediately turned back onto. It's all on Eve to stop this forward push through the tower. The snake bite will at least force her out for a moment, but FlyQuest are fully here to guard against it, and there's no time left. Jazzy, now the cutoff on the tower, and Benji having to walk this whole team down to try to save the game. Into the pit he goes, and Eve will quickly take care of that. So 5-2 now for FlyQuest.
Oh, that's such unfortunate timing happening for KRLY there. You can tell Joe getting so much space. Hey, heaven is empty. Come over here. And as soon as the team starts to rotate over and you see the rest of the defenders start to really just clamp down onto them, that's when the kill comes through and Joe goes down in the midst of all of that chaos, and suddenly the safe passage is no longer guaranteed. Eve just doing a great job at really just sealing the nail on the coffin here and allowing the rest of the team to be able to rotate over to make sure that FlyQuest close that one out. Now 5-2 and already right back into the action here. Jazzy not able to secure the kill onto Joe.
And continues to walk it down, and Poppin's going to put a stop to that a whole lot earlier. No immediate follow-up available, and now FlyQuest might actually push the go button.
Omen killed. My ultimate is ready.
KRLY, a little trap now. Poppin with
one enemy remaining.
Mephisto. An impossible scenario now. Showstopper online, but Eve has just been doing such a great job at watching some of these angles. A couple of times now we've seen KRLY try and push into them. And well, Eve is right there, just ready to get the kill, ready to find that value and make it nearly impossible for the rest of the attackers to go in. FlyQuest, you see Poppin cracking a smile there finally, sitting back in the chair. Poppin has just been straight bogging this entire time, and finally we're seeing them relax a little bit more. And with how well this has been looking for their team, you can kind of understand why. We're going to be seeing now timeout being called. KRLY be just trying to take a breather here and try and figure out what they can do to try and swing this one back before this map really gets out of their way.
I think it's always worth it to take a breather on attack for split. It's just a very tiresome half to chip away at, especially if the defense starts getting your number. And these opening approaches are starting to work less and less. Thea is becoming more of a consistent threat on the secondary starters. She really hasn't been afraid to just continue walking down. And it's clear that Poppin is really ready to fight on this Sage. Like he's willing to get very active very early. And it forces a lot of these opening attacks to really be questioned because you don't know how much you're going to be walking into, how much Poppin is going to be committing to playing for the slows in the barrier as opposed to just gunning you down, because he's done both. So tough to establish the speed that you really want to take the rest of this half at. KRLY, it'll probably be an uphill battle regardless of how far we go from here. But back in this toxic screen, still an effective way for KRLY to skirt a lot of the opening damage here, but that TP ulti from Benji is going to get minimal information before the 5-stack attempts their way in. There's the first slow orb to force that second decision. Into ramps we go, and Jazzy's already been very forced out by this showstopper. Mephisto searching, and Poppin is able to pretty easily get away from that. Yeah, he has enough time to get out of that. No damage, or what, like 10? And he's got space to work. So does Eggster. Everyone has the open season, but KRLY can eventually carve away the kills back. Snakebite on top of the pit drop. Is any of this accurate enough to do any cut? No, Joe's just going to extend and grab another early frag. Tough to pierce from here if you're FlyQuest. Might just have to take the L and settle for a 3.
Looks like they will be at least trying to challenge things here.
Got a lot of creds.
3 into the pit.
Which is, yeah, I mean, it's pretty well tucked. You can head back into screens. Jazzy does at least get the double stack into 1, but rest of that is nipped in the bud. So an attempt that is made because they can, of course. But otherwise, I'm pretty content with how KRLY adjusted very quickly on top of that. The pressure they put on the ramps, it did take the showstopper, of course, but they were able to pretty quickly apply that to the A side itself.
Yeah, and so this is what I learned from that round. And I like that you highlight the showstopper, because it's as soon as they're able to take all of this space that we really get to see KRLY get themselves set up and get comfortable, right? Like, it feels like so... in to stop them, but I think that really KRLY need to rely on a lot of utility very early on the round in order to get the door open, get the spike down, and then just get themselves set up for the aggression that you can expect from KRLY. They can't rely all the time on having a showstopper to be able to clear out a lot of the space, but they still have a lot of tools to work with to try and open things up without having to put your body on the line.
Jazzy with that first peek, it's not punished effectively by Mephisto. He's still searching for it with the paint shells, but Jazzy is still searching for him too. And another walk up by Benji, another corner cut. That'll get away with here on mid. And all the meanwhile, Joe causing chaos now on the B main entry. Gonna keep 2 steady here. And KRLY is really working every opening this time on the attack. Munch shut down though by Poppin on the walk up. He can quickly rotate up to the ramps. It's got to be 2v1, and the paranoia will force him to the box that can get sprayed. Jazzy just barely not in time to intercept, and the rest of the rotation is succinct. Smoke fades just as the jump in from Eggster on the shorty, counteracted by Thea. Benji in the 1v2. Down goes Jazzy on the opening op angle, but Thea, the double back with the TP, and she catches Benji to give FlyQuest the round.
It's so fun whenever we go to the cameras on the side of FlyQuest, because it feels like both Eggster and Poppin are just so quiet, so still, so just, you know, hey, we're here to play Valorant. But then all the FlyQuest players are just having a great time, making all the call outs, like, let's go, fist bumping everything, and making it look so much fun. But really, there were a couple of really key moments on this round of just little opportunities slipping away from either team to bring us down to that 1v1. Benji, on the side of KRLY, has been finding so much value thus far. Top of the kill feed for that team. But FlyQuest now up to 7. 2 more rounds left in this half here. Once again, they show zero signs of slowing down. They look as confident as ever. Jazzy's got this operator in hand. Already, we see the doubling up on that B side as well from Thea and Exter. These guys have just everything locked down, waiting for KRLY to make their first move.
There. Yeah, not worried about this neutral space anymore. Especially since Joe doesn't have those TPs now. Not as much to worry about when it comes to watching your tail. So Eve can fully focus on the problem in front of her.
Oh!
Jazzy, nice pick. Onto Munch. So again, prevent that offer, and she ain't done. Just Michaela and Benji left on this eco. And you can take this any way you like, really. Whoo, okay. That's nice.
30 seconds left. Last player
Eve
standing.
still somehow gets the kill with the snake bite instead. I really thought they just landed the shots there, but...
There we go.
This is one of those brick wall rounds, you know, like you have enough to get a specific bit of momentum forward, but FlyQuest didn't initially fight that, so you've already burned, you know, a big percentage of what little you had comparatively. And yeah, from there you just don't have a whole lot of firepower.
Yeah. And one of the things too, like FlyQuest is really starting to lock in together. And I think the Jazzy Poppin example up in A Heaven really exemplified it. Like you could see Jazzy, while blind, went for the op kill and sure did find it, but if not, Poppin was right there ready to get that trade. And so, you know, they're starting to look a little bit more dangerous, Eve going in, but Joe ready for that punish. This time, KRLY showing no signs of slowing down. Jazzy pops the knives here, but KRLY going to be now making their way up into A Heaven, Poppin just on the other side.
Yeah, ready to meet a lot of this. That combat first. That's such a great track. Able to find Mephisto in the end of that. Chase down though.
Time to jump.
And again, a little ISO'd after KRLY continues to watch their backs. Joe still having a TP in the bank as well. Again, yeah, far more conservative this time. Leads to far more distance gained. Leads to far more confidence. Now the Nightfall on top of the plant, so you have the knives getting tracked already. Jazzy doesn't have any freeways in. Extra, though, still has the double flash. One pocket dealt with. Sees immediately on the entry, and Michaela gets both. Well done. Well managed by KRLY, who themselves come up with more value than they bargained for, and it's 4-8 on the half.
And KRLY, like, once again, their success was really just in being able to find those opportunities to try and isolate some of the members of FlyQuest and be able to find the kills that way. Poppin as well, once again, has just been really impressing me, I think, in the middle of all of this. Michaela, though, anchoring the back of the site, making sure to find that multi-kill and really just shut them down before they even try that retake here to make it that 8-4 half.
Well, it's definitely a tough hill to climb, but it'll be one that they get to do on the defensive side when we come back after a short break. Well, NV FlyQuest members doing what NV FlyQuest members do best, duke it out until there's nothing left on the field one way or the other, and they've come up the right side of it 8 times out of 12 on their defensive side. Marks, KRLY, I mean, we saw their individual capability on the defensive side of their previous map. The question is, are they going to be able to hold it down against the individuality that it's clearly showing from NV FlyQuest at the moment?
It's so crazy, right? Because you look at NV FlyQuest and how a lot of these players are kind of just fragging out of their minds. I mean, Jazzy with the operator consistently finding value with the sniper rifle to be able to shut down so many of those kills. Eggster no longer the top of the leaderboard, so probably not going to be finding those 65 kills, but Poppin as well has just been so aggressive, never really letting up, just so confident in finding those opening kills. Mephisto, though, opening it up with a kill onto Jazzy right off the bat here. So the defense will have a bit of an advantage, but Benji going to be under a lot of pressure. Spot and Poppin out.
Yeah, caught out and taken care of before things get too dicey. Everybody from Crew still standing, and even blinded, Eve gets 2. And they're still kicking as well to guard Thea's plant in the 3v2 post. Smoke preventing Monch Orja from heading out. Stay boastful as long as you can. Smoke re-upped. Thea can peek back into the tower. Hopefully grabbing only one. No. High-low is there. And so everything left to Eve. Lot to deal with, and yeah, Joe can be the first to prod at that as well. Again, already a couple contingencies you can see in place for this retake game that is probably going to dominate this half.
Yeah, it's man, like the way that Poppin could just walk in onto the site and take so much space. It just like, it feels so like, honestly, this is how NV FlyQuest are just going to be playing this entire tournament. You know, like the FlyQuest players have really had to do a good job of trying to match NV's energy. And I think that this map is really showing that they're coming into fruition like that. But what I think that really exposes is some of the opportunities that KRLY are really opening up for them. And sure, you know, KRLY, they walk away with the win that round, but I'm a little bit worried because if NV FlyQuest a little bit more coordinated, those gaps could be dangerous.
Jazzy opening with that 2K on the Sheriff, and again, continuing to just facilitate. How did they spin so fast? This was just run and gun. Grenade! Oh. Nice box out. That's first problem gone. Yeah, keep it minimal. Yeah, so everything looks like it's nothing.
One enemy remaining. Last player remaining.
Monch! Wow! Again, the switch up to the pistol, dude. She keeps getting away with it.
I am flabbergasted. I'm not gonna lie. Watching that round kind of play out, you're like, yeah, easy NV FlyQuest round. Like you see Jazzy just kind of walk in there, find a couple of kills, open KRLY up completely. And yeah, it all just kind of falls apart there. So excellent job coming through. And you see the pacing really slow down here. As we kind of get down to the very end there, Bunch really just taking time, trying to play off, ready to take those duels. And yeah, that's how that one goes. So KRLY, they get 2 in a row now. So NV FlyQuest, only 2 rounds up. As Benji going hunting again, looks away just at the wrong second. So Thea will be able to find that kill. Nice, clean, and easy. Keep in mind, this is just a bonus here for KRLY.
But Thea's been trying to condition that on both sides already, so it's good to see her continuously find connection.
There.
Making that opening noise. Michaela, I mean, they know that she's been choked up on these, so that's a good read just to take care of the easy part.
And yeah, now Spike should be able to go down nice and easy. For KRLY, you should really wait to make sure that you can kind of group things up here. But look at how NV FlyQuest set this up. So many different players, so different layers of information can be gained. But it does open up the opportunity for these 1Vs to kind of swing towards KRLY's favor.
big investment out the window here. I mean, yeah, Poppin's just gonna stare it down and grab all three. Woo! Talk about a window. That was the tiniest one that he used to find three. That was nuts.
I talked about the fact that it's like, yeah, you know, layers of information. Because maybe if the first one goes down, they can find a kill or two. But then that way it'll alert the other people to know when to swing out and then do it. Or Poppin will just hang out and use a rifle and just wait for them to just kind of fly in and find 3 kills nice and easy. Once again, not even breaking a smile there, just so dialed in. But Poppin has just been on fire this map. As FlyQuest now get their way up to 9 rounds. Gonna be seeing Joe buy an operator on the side of KRLY, try and reinforce the defense just a little bit more. Really hold down that B site, but FlyQuest really interested in it.
Looks like KRLY trying to play, again, very preventative, very early. Michaela yet again stuck up so close, and Jazzy caught by the C's this time. And that's going to be a lot more effective. You have no way in, and you can just spray it down. Everybody getting in on it. And KRLY make mincemeat of that round.
Like, it
so
feels
much,
like
it's just like, it's like mulch, dude. It like falls apart the second you put your hands in it.
They're just running on like pure instinct. Like, I'm pretty sure we saw there multiple players not letting go of left mouse button, but just hearing something happening over here, swinging their crosshair over and being able to find. Kind of come in. You find those small gaps, those small opportunities in FlyQuest before they're able to get the pounce on you, and you just have to stick it. You have to play their game in order to make sure that you punish them when they try and take advantage of some of that spacing. So an excellent defensive round for KRLY as Joe gets the hold onto that operator, this time swapping it around, watching up top on A. As the Prowler should get a little bit of information outside, but FlyQuest spread themselves out and play a little bit more chill this time.
For you.
Little baby steps.
Oh! Collat.
Okay.
Good momentum shift, though.
Popping his bite, I mean, there's nothing to enter with.
Yep. Spike down, B. One enemy remaining.
Oh, he still uses it. Yeah, why not? Wow. We are clip farming this round.
30 seconds left.
Find a cool way to kill Thea. Okay.
There we go.
I gotta see that collat again, dude. Was that just a step out, or did he flash himself?
I'm 99% sure it was just a step out here. And once again,
surprise me.
When you look at the pace that we see FlyQuest trying to plays forwards with, right? Like, it's like okay, hey, we need to take space over here. We're taking space over here. Like, there's not like okay, hey, make sure to check this corner, make sure to go over there. It's literally just and go. And so you're going to have those opportunities where the more patient KRLY can find a collat like that, right? Or you kind of fly through and then they're just holding down an angle and they're able to make that one work. Joe again, finding Yazzie right off the rip here. So Michaela finds Egg.
Yeah, the clone is well taken. Joe, wow, Joe is just stepping out for free. Just over and over again there. Michaela farming some assists there as well. I mean, she's been very consistently able to just toss the season on top of the entry, and there's not too much you can really do about it. But the fact that Joe has had as much freedom as he has with the operator, even without that, a little terrifying this late into the game. He feels like he can kind of have a lot of agency on either side of this opening, and you got to openers on the 1-4s now.
Yeah, now we're seeing NVFly. opportunities. Whereas when we've seen Joe's play style, it's a lot more patient, a lot more wait for you to push into me, and then I'm going to be able to just pop around the corner, find a nice easy kill. Everything is going to be nice and clean and fun, and the operator going to pop. And that's exactly how that one kind of plays out here, especially now that we're seeing that swap back onto the defense this time. The operator has just found tremendous value in Joe's hands. And so I'm excited to continue to see what Joe can kind of do in making sure that these rounds kind of go.
I mean, I would love to see to give credit to NV FlyQuest where credit is due. It doesn't seem like there's too much of a disconnect from how they were playing in the first place. It still seems like they want to meet stack for stack. They want to try and drain the tank and then just duke it out like a bare knuckle brawl on these sites. After you've kind of burned the clock a little bit or maybe scared the off angle away. Because a lot of the fights that NV FlyQuest have ended up winning have been due to reduction first and then destruction. You take care of one angle that is not being managed by Joe, that is either smoked away, or you throw an orb or a seize at it in advance. Or even on, the earlier pressure we saw on a Michaela too. That was, I think, a big part of what was making this attack side tick. You were able to just toss a snake bite or a paint shell in there and deal with that so quick. But now it seems like there's too much of a through line to this Fade util where everything else has everything else has a backup. Same system that you see with the more strung together split defenses from teams that have had more than 3-4 days of prep. So I'm happy to see the lineups that are getting set up here by KRLY and to restabilize. That being said, if NV FlyQuest can keep reducing it to fights, then they're going to keep winning the fights. That's what they do. Well, we'll have to take a quick moment here as this tech pause looks to be extending a little bit beyond what could be the app session that we are so desperately trying to hold on to. I know you guys just want to hear us keep on talking about this. But we'll send to a quick break. When we come back, more action between these two teams.
a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature as electronics.
Hello, everyone. A little update for you all. There is some game issues that are extending, so we are looking at taking a little break right now. Perfect opportunity. You've been holding off on making dinner, folding that laundry, queuing up a Swift play. You have a chance to go do that now. We'll be back with the Spotlight Series Americas as soon as we can. Thank you for your patience.
always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go always. Don't you see the mess you made?
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
We're in, y'all. We made it back. We figured it all out. The players are ready. We're going to finish out this 4th of 6 maps in the group stage. Where we last left off, this split was looking a little tough to conquer back, but FlyQuest have started facilitating a couple of the fights that they know and love quite well. KRLY still got to do a little bit more gate crashing, and Joe is, of course, the one that we will be watching for that more than anything. Marks, I mean, all 4 of these teams have shown that they're definitely starting to get locked in this group stage. Obviously, you know, everybody's going to be able to play tomorrow. This is purely for that semi-seeding, but even so, it's been fun watching everybody get their hands dirty.
100%, and yeah, right back into the swing of things. We're tied up here 9-9. We got to see FlyQuest really take off in the first half, but ever since swapping around, it's been a completely different story. KRLY on the defense, strung together quite a few rounds in a row, and yeah, Joe has been the player that we kind of want to keep our eye on, as it's absolute chaos, but Jazzy and Exter are now down.
Yeah, good start to make sure that this TP ulti doesn't leave too much of an impact. It's already been pretty much detected. Paranoia has to get thrown in before the fight can be fully crunched, and Michaela's able to meet it. Enough resources to carry out the rest of it. Another early fight that precedes a pretty simplified mid-round that KRLY is kind of able to just stick around for.
Yeah, honestly, like, before we went to our extended intermission there, one of the things that we were kind of noticing was FlyQuest, how they've been kind of playing these last couple of rounds has been very fast and furious. You know, like Vin Diesel would have been impressed with the speed that we kind of see these players just kind of swing in the corners, trying to find those angles, trying to find those timings. And on the flip side, what we've seen from KRLY is just patience, understanding that this aggression is going to be kind of coming through, relying on some of these more trickier angles, just slow things down, wait for them to just kind of push in a little bit more here. And that's why things have completely swapped around to KRLY's favor. And once again, what was seeming like a very dominant map from FlyQuest is very quickly falling apart.
Joe stepping in front of that screen with the op and still able to get out scot-free and ready for Extra's TP as well. Yeah, he hears that from a mile away.
Boy.
Third on to Poppin as well, and he's gonna keep stepping this in. Have the next target as Thea is distracted, and now Joe is hungry for that ace. Thea desperate to give that kill to anybody else at this stage, but go down swinging. No, you're handing it over. The second ace of the Spotlight series, and it's handed to Joe Zera.
And like, it's so funny watching the rest of the squad like, don't worry, Joe, we got you. And they just straight walk it. Like they're a bunch of Yoru clones just running forward, making sure that Joe's able to find that kill. But once again, like, on the offense, it really felt like Joe was a lot more quieter, right? Like was playing a lot more disciplined, but really the person who was really opening things up or attempting to open things up was Mephisto for this KRLY squad. But this time around, once again, the operator in hand, Joe playing this Yoru. Yeah, we had to watch the double replay on that one just to kind of add insult to injury, but has just been so sharp with that sniper rifle. And it really doesn't feel like FlyQuest have an answer there, which once again could be a result of a lot of initiator utility on their side.
This is a good cavalcade of timing from Extra in the TP as well as the entry, but Monj on that snake bite completely polices things, and Extra has to work double duty to refine this site. Take it to a quick 2v2 after all is said and destroyed. Joe still on this high with that operator. First tap on the spike to goad Michaela forward. If anything, it's more preferable position for them. The C's to counteract, but Extra is ready for it. The immediate jump out of the dimensional drift catches one, but not the other. It was close, but it is still FlyQuest's way.
And that time around, like we see Jazzy and Eggy going down so early in the previous round, and then this time it's up to them at the very end there. And yeah, I mean, Joe kind of pulling out a page from Exeter's book and just kind of sending the dimensional drift in and trying to get out of it just at the right time to kind of use that shorty. But Jazzy watching the crossfire there. So a good adaptation coming in from FlyQuest to really just stabilize themselves a little bit more as they're now only trailing by 1. And yeah, let's see how this one goes. Joe's still holding things down on that B side, watching that super long angle as FlyQuest take a different approach this time. A lot more patient, a lot more just playing the map before they inevitably move in onto this A site. Michaela going to be the person they will be running into, and been really impressed with how Michaela's been playing so far.
Ready for this pressure. Not as choked up as before. Flash in early on top of the decoy, and that'll be the passage for NVFQ. Taking the long road here, popping, making sure that barrier's set up. Yeah, tucking in the Viper's pit that's set up on top of it. This is a good fortress to set up to turn this to a tie game. It's Thea on this choke. Paranoia at the ready. KRLY ready to condense. Wow, you can throw at this. Yeah, Mancha's ready with this snake bite. Nightfall preemptively onto the site to force Thea to take the oneer. She's gonna sacrifice that angle in order to get out, but Benji just giving the opener onto Extra as he steps out of the screens. Now, it's the rest of that pit you gotta deal with, and fast. 4 huddled up inside. That shotgun could do damage if not for the spray through. 1 for 1 so far. And there's just too much real estate to deal with. KRLY. It looks like they'll have to turn tail, and indeed, yeah, just playing for the raw exits, and they'll only get 1 of those. Make a wish, Marks. The closest game we've had yet so far this group stage.
I was gonna say, like, based on the previous performances for the last maps, I really did think that the FlyQuest KRLY matchup was gonna be a really interesting one. Obviously, both of these 2 teams, like, you know, pulling challengers members, of course, Envy being the team that is going to get the VCT spot, but as well, like, seeing FlyQuest as well as Crew Blaze come into this. Crew Blaze looking so fantastic, and then FlyQuest falling a little bit behind, but there definitely were signs to show that everything was going to be good. But you know what? Let's see how this goes. A very pivotal round. Listening in now to KRLY.
Mika, avanzar. Tiene gap. Sí, lo bajo ya. ¿Me puedes dejar así? Si esa ronda tiene gap, yo me puedo quedar aquí toda la ronda. La pared de Viper tiene gap.
No hay nada medio. Están full friseados en el mapa, Me voy a juntar para la.
TP de medio.
Ok. Debe ser un fake.
Me contacté al B, conchito, me asusté. La misma vez.
No, que pero cuidado B ahora.
¿Puedo retomar el B?
Abrió.
Se vaqueó.
Solo la jet, cabrón, solo la jet.
Voy a repushear esto.
Acá.
A ver, párala.
2 más pasó la Sage. Ya entrana.
¿Cantando?
Spike planted.
Bien OP.
Vamos por CT. Bueno, si tienes sock, vas a soquear Nate Elbow y... Con Nate primero, Nate sock. Nate sock Elbow, ¿listo? 3, 2, 1 y nos abrimos main.
Tenemos dinero para comprar la otra.
3, 2, 1.
¿Él?
Heaven 1. Heaven de OP.
Heaven y default. Dijo la primera C. NT.
No tenga.
Bueno, me pisto, ándate para
Bala? Sure, mounted there by Envy FlyQuest. You notice how the comms are spread throughout KRLY. Obviously, neither of us understand Spanish, but it's clear that so much responsibility has been placed on Monch for understanding the positions as a whole for the other side. And it seems like Mephisto has been dragging a lot of the fight comms for the most part. So a lot of distribution of responsibility between these team members. And it seems to be playing into a good conservative play style that allows for that step-by-step stop-go that works on split so consistently. But Envy FlyQuest had a lot of different opportunities that they took in order to just get that extra inch of ground. And they took it very well with the fights.
Yeah, and honestly, like, watching that last round, right? Like you said, none of us speak Spanish here, and just watching the minimap to kind of see how they were communicating and honestly, like, how they were trying to take their timings together. You could tell as soon as the call was made, as Jazzy found a kill so early in the round, and then suddenly, like, you see a couple of members of crew moving over to kind of mitigate all of that type of stuff, you can see that a lot of that foundational cooperation is starting to work. Where that round started to fall apart for Envy FlyQuest, or sorry, KRLY was specifically Jazzykins, just with the operator, able to just kind of thread the needle in between all of the positioning there and find a couple of very instrumental kills with the operator in hand. It really made KRLY have to kind of double guess themselves as to where the positioning of all the players were, which just made it near impossible for them to properly execute their retake onto that site. So a good job from Envy FlyQuest, finding us now at map point. Just need one more to win out this series, but KRLY definitely not quite done yet.
Seems like they want Ev to be the coattail that KRLY tries to drag this round. And Jazzy with this conditioned dot presence. They dare to peek. They sure do, Mephisto. Bye-bye. And with this shorty in hand, she's just as lethal close up in this next 1v. Surely Envy FlyQuest know that someone else is going to try and pile onto this, so they go for a trap setup, right? Surely.
Benji actually making the right decision. Backing out here, just re-smoke it. Doesn't try any aggression, but he's going to have to weather the storm.
They're still going to get overwhelmed, and there's no one else here. Jazzy gets the kill so quick, too. Masterclass consecutive rounds from her on this B opening. Really solid stuff.
Nice and easy here. Not a lot of utility available. Michaela's used a lot of that. So this retake's going to be tough.
Well, Michaela's gun ain't out, but they can still nip most of the threat away. Joe does have 2 flashes, so this has just got to be timing. They've been pretty good at it so far, but Joe can't exactly orchestrate as well because he's still got that operator he's holding on to.
One enemy remaining.
Poppin catches Munch, and now you can swarm. Envy FlyQuest will even the score on both sides of the table. It's 13-11 split and our ticket out of map number 4.
Yeah, you know, for a second there, it was looking a little bit tense there for Envy FlyQuest. They had such a strong start, like I said. And then, yeah, let's go there. But KRLY, they were really starting to pull it back. They had a couple of opportunities thanks to those timeouts to really start to counter the style that was going through there. But it comes down to the individual plays coming through from Envy FlyQuest, and it looked so damn good. I'm so glad as well that we got treated to the Jazzykins Jet showcase just at the end there. So long ago, we got to see Jazzy playing those duelists, and we could really see a lot of that kind of like momentum, a lot of that confidence really starting to come back there. And so Envy FlyQuest, they close it out. It was a really good effort from KRLY pulling things back, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to win out the series against Envy FlyQuest.
I gotta shout out that battle stage from Poppin. It was like a relatively chill one. Look at him like mogging right now.
That's a classic Poppin.
This is great. I love this. And Extra's not the one mogging. That's crazy. But I gotta say, the spacing that Poppin willingly took consistently on that stage was really impressive. Not even just to set up the barriers or the slow orbs, just piling on top of himself when he knew he had the support system available at a moment's notice. You just see that confidence always persist in someone as cerebral as Poppin. And it's awesome to see here in Spotlight. I can't wait to watch him flex it even harder in VCT. But of course, we still have so much more Spotlight to play. We have an interview before we go into that next matchup, but both pairs of teams do still have Just one more map to play, and we'll head to that in just a moment. Don't you guys go anywhere. We still got just a little more spotlight left.
But Michaela there should have been seen, but still handles it to perfection.
The only one up and a bit to hold on, and then no!
Let's give it to him as well. Double ace for.
You got the time even on this one? You can't even stop. I don't think she's got the time. She does! What is that?
Welcome back to our interview, everyone, where I have Envy poppin'. Great win. Very close match, though. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a close match. When we got into the attack side, we started slowing down a little bit, but we iced them out with the timeout, with the tech pause, or they literally tech pause for like, what, 5-10 minutes? And after that, we just came back strong, had some good calls, and we really came together as a team, I would say.
Talk to me about coming together with the FlyQuest team, because that was a really interesting collab, but one that we're all really excited to see.
I mean, it's been great. We played like one day of scrims before coming here, and I think that like really made us kind of understand each other better and just like kind of know how each other are going to be calming, know how we're going to be calling to each other. And I think it definitely did help, and it worked out for this game at least.
And what's really interesting about the team, we talked about the fact that there's a lot of voices on this team, 2 IGLs as well, with Thea being able to call. So I'm curious who's kind of taken more of that leader role on the team, if it's a shared role, or how that's all working out.
Yeah, so initially in scrims, I was calling, and we were testing out. It wasn't working that well, to be honest. We got dominated. So we decided like halfway through scrims, I just said, Thea, you should call because we are playing with their core, 3 of their players, and she knows how like they like to play. So I think it makes more sense for her to call, honestly.
And then how's that been for you and Extra to be able to adapt to that? Because you're coming from a team too with a very unique play style that works really well for you guys, right? But then how is it like going under an IGL and being able to integrate into the team?
Honestly, I think that because of where we come from, like we're both super reverse like ranked players. Like we've played with every type of play style. We've played with slow, fast, just like contact pops, like everything. And I think that we're able to play with any play style, honestly.
I mean, it definitely showed up in this match. And for yourself, not just any play style, we're seeing any agent coming out from you. So you don't necessarily play the most Sage or Tejo, both of which we've seen from you today. So how's that been, and just agents in general?
Oh, I mean, it's been a blast. You know, usually when I'm playing in my league, I'm stuck on like 1 to 2 agents. We're playing the Sova, we're playing the Sky. I did play Tejo like 1 time during the year, but here I'm just trying to like play everything, have some fun, because hey, what's the point of playing if you're not gonna have fun, right?
Duelist Dark?
Maybe. We'll see.
All right, looking forward to it. You have one more match for today, so best of luck with that. I'll let you go. As for us, we have to start preparing for the next match, where we have someone else to be chatting to as well over on the desk. But for the series, we'll get to see 100 Thieves going up against KRLY and Lion. That's going to be really, really exciting. So I absolutely cannot wait. And I also cannot wait to talk to special guest on the desk, the amazing, the one and only. We got Jazzykins.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Good. Thanks for having me on here.
It's so nice to see here, to see you like play this LAN and also to just get the win. I wanted to ask you just because in the last couple rounds and specifically the last one, it seems like you got a read that they were going to push you and you were just going to kill them with the op. Was that kind of the read that you guys had?
Yeah, actually Poppin called the last like 3 rounds, and you know, we just let him keep calling because his call was amazing. And he was just like, yeah, just go for the B pick again, and I want you to work it like slower, like you don't have to peek it, just like let them peek into you. And that's exactly what happened that last round. I got a free pick, and then yeah, we just grouped and hit. So yeah,
crazy reads.
Yeah.
I mean, this team, you got to hear me talking to Poppin, but I was really excited about this collab, and I got to hear from you how it's been able to play with the NV guys too, and just to be here competing with your team.
Yeah, no, it's really fun. I've only been playing with the team. I mean, we only scrimmed like once, so but yeah, so far it's been really fun, and I'm excited that I'm here finally, and get to play in person with some of the teammates, and yeah.
How's Mexico? Have you been able to see anything?
I got to see the mountains. It was, I mean, you can see it from
look
anywhere.
Crazy.
Yeah,
They look
crazy.
so nice.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, but it's
really
beautiful
nice.
here.
I love how everyone talks about the mountains. It's like
it's just there.
beautiful. Yeah.
It's so iconic, right?
It's true.
The pictures don't like capture it in person. I feel like it looks smaller on the picture, but in person it's like 10 times bigger.
I know, yeah.
So good, so good. But you're not just being put to the test as a player this weekend. We have you here to analyze and help us with the next match as well.
No pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure. Okay.
We're having fun. We're having fun here. But we got to talk about our next matchup for the day. Talk about 100 Thieves going up against KRLY and Lion. Because this point of the day, we've gotten to see that 100 Thieves is just, I mean, Jazzy, they're insane. Insane.
Yeah, I mean, those are my ex-teammates right there. So
yeah. So firsthand, like they're insane.
Yeah, no, they are insane. Emily's insane. Marceline's insane. Slandy's insane. And obviously, Asuna and Cryo, you can't,
I asked this to Alexis before coming into this tournament. Did you have kind of a tier list of where everybody was going to be? And do you feel like it's kind of turning out to be that way?
Kinda. Like, I did assume, like, 100 Thieves is going to be a hard team to play up against. But clearly, they are dominating right now. So
yeah, they're insane.
It's pretty crazy, too, because, like, when we got to hear from Asuna earlier, he was like, yeah, like the first match was great because we were just learning each other's names. And I was like, hold on, wait, pause.
Yeah.
So it's just so funny that they're able to like find that success and that synergy like so quickly. Do you feel like that is partially due to the experience that Cryo and Asuna have, like being at that tier 1 level and being so adaptable?
Oh yeah, for sure. I think Asuna, especially, he's big in the mid-rounding, I would say. And Press is the IGL, and she's an amazing caller. And obviously you got Melia and Marceline, and they are huge fraggers of the team as well. So they have so much firepower, and
Yeah.
it's, you know,
Yeah.
yeah.
Asuna was also insane with the flashes, with the knives as well. It seems like I feel like he's always been a very flexible player, like mainly on the duelist role, but I feel like, you know, he's always had to adapt to something else. But this KO right now on him is looking insane. Were you caught off guard by some of the things that he was doing early on?
Oh yeah, for sure. Like Asuna setting up Cryo, that honestly like won them so many rounds, and just because of how we weren't playing really proactive a lot. Like we weren't taking space and like re-clearing space together. So they definitely took advantage of that, and it worked out in their favor. So yeah.
I mean, so far, 100 Thieves is just the team to beat. I think that they've just looked so coordinated. The fact that they learned each other's names at the beginning of the day,
I know,
still doing what they do, and have just been looking stronger. Man, I don't know. But Crew and Lion have also looked really, really good on the day. That was a really close series. I mean, we have the 13-11, a team that a little iced out, Poppin was saying, by up Oz here. And I want to know, too, like, you had to go up against them. Like, you guys played phenomenally, but, like, they put you, like, through it.
They did. I mean, we had no initiator, so that made our attack side very hard. But we just stuck to the plan. We were like, guys, we're just going to hit sites because we don't have any util to, like, re-clear space and like play slow. So but they played amazing, honestly. They were hitting a lot of shots, and shout out to them, you know, for playing great.
Since you just played up against them, you kind of have like a little bit of a feeling of like the vibes of this team, right? Where they're sitting right across from you. And I'm kind of curious, do you feel like this is a squad where you're expecting them to go from this series where they almost had that comeback, it almost goes to overtime, and do you think that that kind of like losing it would deflate them, or do you think they're going to come back and have more fire under them going into this matchup?
I think they're going to have more fire going into this. I mean, I think everyone on that team is having fun just based off of, you know, the tech pause. Like, they were having a lot of fun, you know. The vibes seem great on that team, and I think even if they're down so many rounds, like they'll bring it back no matter what. So, yeah.
Who do you think is a player to watch in that team? Because we've talked a lot about Munch, but I don't know if somebody else that you think we should be paying more attention to as well.
I would say, sorry, what's his name? The Rays. I forgot his name.
Mephisto,
yeah, Mephisto. He played amazing on the split game, so I expect him to do great things next game.
Yeah, we saw at the beginning of the day he was still like popping off. Like this team was just out of the gate so incredibly strong as well, considering they're pulling players from 3 teams. That's just a insane level to get to be kicking things off, which makes me like even more excited to see how they're going to bounce back as well too. They do get to do the back-to-back games, which when we're talking about teams that are building up synergy and kind of get comfortable in the day, I feel like that's also a bonus because then you're not getting cold. You're just going right back into it.
Yeah, no, like going back back-to-back games is definitely gives you more of an advantage because you're already warmed up, and you know you already got your aim going and your comms going. So I think
and it's a best of one.
It's a best of one, exactly. So yeah.
It'll be a really, really good game. I'm excited, especially too. I'm really intrigued if anyone can take down 100 Thieves because I think Crew and Lion have been looking so strong, but this 100 Thieves, man, if I knew this is how they're going to play before all my predictions, I would have. I don't know. It would have been a lot different. But talking about the predictions, let's get into that to see how we all kind of thought this series was going to be shaking up. Because I did have the foresight, I think. Oh, okay, I did. Thank goodness past Sierra. But I vote 100 Thieves here. But Jazzy, the most important question is who you would be predicting for the series.
This series, I think 100 Thieves are looking kind of strong right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I like how Dan goes.
Yeah, I agree. On the time that you actually vote for Crew.
Curious. Well, we all know we made these predictions before we knew, you know, what 100 Thieves were really bringing to the table. Now we know. Now we're aware. But I'm sticking with my prediction. I'm sticking with Crew. I feel like there's a chance. But if not, then it'll be really cool for 100 Thieves because they'll be undefeated for today. So
yeah.
I think that Crew Lion are one of the teams that could take 100 Thieves down, especially just because I think every single player on Crew Lion has had that moment where they've stepped up. Like that first game that we saw from them on Haven was insane performances from the entire squad. There's just so much firepower going head-to-head in this matchup between 100 Thieves and KRLY. It's going to get really scrappy, I think, in the server.
I hope so. I genuinely hope so, because I feel like this could be one of the best matches of the day to watch. But I feel like, too, when we are talking about the best of one in the vetoes and stuff, this would be interesting to see if that makes, how much of an impact that makes here, too, now that 100 Thieves is undefeated. If, like, even a couple of their favorite bands, like, maps are taken away, Jazzy? Because, like, there's a lot of pressure on just a single best of one.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I know 100 Thieves, they look pretty good on any map they play right now, so I'm kind of...
Also fair.
Yeah.
Also fair.
Yeah. They look dominant out there, so...
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, do you think that there is, like, a best map that crew could try to take them to have, like, the best chance, considering the fact that we do see, like, Melia on that jet, and then you have the chamber there for cryo, because they are like very heavy oppers as well. Do you think that there is like a map in the pool that you would want to see crew try to take them to?
For sure, Haven again.
Okay.
I think Haven would be a good map to take 100 Thieves, and just based off of how the map is laid out and how much, you know, util you need, and I think using the correct util to push off cryo on the chamber, and especially Melia on a duelist. I don't know what she
Which
would
one
play.
it'll be, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, that lineup is looking scary.
What are your thoughts on how much everything is going to change from today, from the results that everybody's getting today, to like the regular games that we're going to have tomorrow, the best of threes?
I think best of threes, it might look a little closer, I feel like, because obviously I think a best of one doesn't really portray how a natural team you know, is and how strong they could be. So I'm excited for tomorrow because I feel like my team will do amazing tomorrow in the best of threes. I think we are a best of three team. So
Yes, okay. I like it. I like it. But we still have some best of ones we got to get through, and a map pick and ban that I believe is ready. So we were talking about Haven potentially like being the best chance to take down 100 Thieves. I feel like we need to get you in the server to coach, to anti-coach versus them here. Got all the strats, but we'll talk through this. We'll figure this out. But what else other secrets do you have to take down 100 Thieves?
Ooh.
Are those all classified?
Or even, yeah.
Maybe a little classified, you know, I don't want to throw the other team a bone, you know, but definitely a lot of fakes with their initiator. Watch out for that.
Okay. Oh, okay. Going into this, we can get the slow, the reveal, the drum roll.
It's such a slow burn. I hate it.
It really is. It really is. They make us wait, but
they really do. They draw it out.
So far, we're seeing some very favorite ban outs for the day. We have not seen KRLY make it that far. Sunset's normally a first or second ban. We're not going back to Abyss. We see one person fall off the side of Abyss, and we just do not go back.
We might get the
Haven.
Haven.
We might actually go to Haven here. This is a...
Will we, though?
I mean, it's in KRLY 10.
Bro,
Oh!
I can't believe we've gotten new maps in every single match. We haven't repeated a single one.
Okay, be honest.
We
Did
had
you guys
Pearl,
gentlemen's
Haven,
agreement
and
this?
What?
Jazzy, did you guys gentlemen's agreement this? Like all the teams to do a different map for each series?
No, actually no. We won our map pool picks, I feel like, today. So, but honestly, I really love KRLY. Like, as a Puggy style, like, caller, like, I do love KRLY, and hopefully we get to play that sometime soon.
How do you feel?
Tomorrow, but Bind.
Yeah,
Bind.
how do you feel about this Bind, though?
Bind is, I feel like that's going to be rough against 100 Thieves. I think I feel like 100 Thieves is going to win a lot of their first blood, just based off of cryo on chamber.
And on
probably.
defense, too.
Yeah, and on defense, yeah. So, yeah, Bind is a hard map. I hate Bind. I might say I hate Bind. I hate it.
Somebody had to say it.
Yeah.
What? Are you guys also Bind haters? Say it ain't so.
You know, it's not at the top of my list. I'm more of a Haven enjoyer, for sure.
Ash? Haven's one of my favorite maps. I'm not a Bind hater, though. Okay. I enjoy Bind. I like playing Bind. I also enjoy watching Bind. I feel like I just like the TP plays, to be honest. Like, I like the dynamicism that the map has, but it also gets stale. I have to admit, it does get very stale.
Mean, once you lose a player on your team, it's hard to cover all the lanes, and at that point, the other team has so much map control that, you know, they know where you're gonna be within like the next 30 seconds. So that's why I kind of hate Bind. It's very stale. I feel like it's very one-dimensional. But yeah, don't like Bind.
See, I'm just a simple player. It's chaotic. I'm like, awesome. Love that. We get chaotic agents. We get some chaotic plays because the map is just so small. Great. Thumbs up. But we'll bring this back to what we're saying. You're talking about seeing some chamber gameplay, and that is kind of to be expected. Any other expectations we can see kind of coming out from Bind?
I don't know. Maybe I would assume still Viper. Chamber, maybe obviously Fade. I think Crew and Lions are gonna play a standard comp, and then 100 Thieves might play like some crazy comp with Chamber. So I don't know. We'll see.
I'd be down for a crazy comp.
I think double duelist again on 100 Thieves though.
It just, yeah, it's kind of so fitting for them right now, and it has worked out before. So
yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised. I think because we're talking about, you know, Cryo, we're talking about how good they are with the operator, especially because they're starting on the defense. You as well, because you're so good with the operator. In what kind of situations for official matches you played against a team on the attack side that you're like, damn, they're like shutting me down every single time. They're not letting me try to, or like get that opening that I want. Like what is it, you know, that they have to do, or what is that annoying thing?
I would say I guess it's annoying when they shut me down, especially if I'm like trying to play slow and they're not giving me anything. But at that point, I just let my team help me out, because obviously I'm not seeing what, you know, the whole situation. So I let my team call for me sometimes.
That makes a lot of sense. And we got an agent select now too, and we got shenanigans. We got no chamber, but that is we got to see a Waylay with Marceline and then Melly. We get the double duelist with 100 VCT.
Is crazy.
Hold on. Yeah, this is all right, guys. I need your thoughts and opinions. This is nuts. I love it.
I did not expect that. Cryo on Viper. I do think Marceline and Melia are very good duelists. Marceline, especially on the Waylay, I think she has a lot of experience on that. And just the saturate is so good and overpowered right now. It's literally the meta. And I think it's going to be a hard game for Crew and Leon's, but yeah.
Yeah, for Cry, it's definitely surprising, but I feel like it's a bit more fitting into what he's potentially going to be doing next year for 100 Thieves, because we already saw him for that in that Sen tournament as well. For example, playing a lot of that Sentinel, playing a lot of the Veto, the Cypher, and now this Viper on this map that kind of goes hand in hand.
I mean, I'm excited for this. This comp is awesome. I am really excited. And I want to see if 100 Thieves can keep up the winning ways for today. Jazzy, thank you so much for joining us on the analyst desk. You're absolutely amazing. As for us, we have a match to get started with. So let's head into Bind 100 Thieves, Crew and Lion, and your casters, Marks and Tenric.
Thanks, Sierra. And as everyone on the desk mentioned, including Jazzy, thanks so much for her time, and best of luck to her in their next game. 100 Thieves are taking one more step deeper into the wilderness with this Viper pick from Cryo and Marceline back on the duelist. But they've cut through the brush with no trouble so far this group stage, Marks. And if anything, this is going to become the status quo for these two VCT pros.
Yeah, I mean, like, you take a look at this and you raise some excellent points with like, oh yeah, Cryo on the Viper, that's kind of crazy. Shouldn't Chamber be here or like a Jet? That's what I imagine. I mean, that's kind of what I sounded like when I saw this.
That's what I sound like too, yeah.
when you look at 100 Thieves GC and you see how they've been playing things, then you know that Melia and Marceline have been kind of stepping up and taking on that double duelist role. And so, generally speaking, when you've also looked at how some of these previous matchups for 100 Thieves have gone, we know that these players are more than capable to stand their own ground and frag out. And so, honestly, maybe I'm a little biased because I picked the 100 Thieves in our predictions here, but I still think that this is going to be a really solid composition for them. Looking at the other side, the Crew Lion composition, this feels very familiar to pretty much what we've seen them being broken out from every single matchup that they've had. Mephisto and Joe on those double duelists, and then Benji just kind of playing the smokes, and then Michaela and Munch really filling into the other roles. Munch usually going on to the Sentinel to try and be that more like anchored core for the Crew Lion matchup. So to me, it really feels like a lot of these players on Crew Lion have solidified what their role is going to be in this kind of a mashup team. Whereas 100 Thieves, they're still showing us that level of flexibility, and we know that they are so clean with their comms. Let's see how it shakes up as we see a pretty stark compositional change.
100 Thieves electing to start out on this defense, trying to find that definition, as Crew Lion have already refined theirs. As you mentioned, certainty on who's doing what. Melia inserted in the pocket, gonna be red, but everyone on 100 Thieves is here anyway, and they're gonna keep that firefight going. Lion just turn up the gas on the other side of the push, and they'll make it work. Hit into the bathrooms and do all the damage necessary. Melia, the only one left at the end of the day. But now she has the time to step back out, and she takes a second, but that TTK don't matter when no one else is looking. And Cryo is on the way back, but he's also going to get backstabbed, so he's only good for one in time. Again, just quick enough. But now, Melia has to make the long walk back to the B site, as Munch is going to continue to find that centrality despite being on a site without a mid.
At this point, too, Melia, 1v2 here. One shot on the Munch should be enough there with the 40 HP, but Joe's still full HP and spotted out first.
Already found, kind of quick. Get a TP back over to the sand. A little bit of flexibility with the peak, no flash though. So Melia can psychoanalyze this. Gotta check the elbow first though, yeah. That's so much time burned away already. Well, you see Munch was tempted to step out immediately, but no, she'll take a second, take the hits, deal him down to 35. Melia going to have the rest of her damage done by Zhao.
Out of charges.
So Crew Lion, good flexibility to adapt to the quick TP over to that B site, and it seems like their response time to all of the threats that were dangerous enough were decent.
Yeah, it really was, and honestly, I feel like it was just the pacing of how they wanted to play this last one. I mean, the just absolute flood in, that confidence to go through and just kind of completely take over the site. It kind of caught 100 Thieves by surprise, and that's kind of why we see the cutoff happening between all of the different teams there. And that's kind of why they were able to capitalize on all that space, making it a very favorable position for them. When it came down to just the raw gunfire, 100 Thieves still kind of contested them, and well, they're running at him again here. But Marceline going to be able to refract out of that one. No harm, no foul, just information gained.
He still has the light speed free if 100 Thieves have to elect to retake again. Slandy revealing a shoulder, going for the shot, finds the kill with the swarm, and Mephisto pressured with the saturate as he grabs the spike. 100 Thieves really tempted to engage immediately, but will wait for all prongs of that fork to get through that road. And so the rotation is quickly tracked by Asuna, and in fact, almost shot. Instead, Crew Lion have that easy presence on A site from the two players they already stuck there. 100 Thieves have to pin.
Yeah, they should be able to walk in here and get that spike down nice and easy. Still just really taking their time to make sure they know what's going on, but 100 Thieves have completely slowed their pace as well. They're going through a 3-2 pinch, but my eye right now is on Benji, who's so far into the spawn and might be able to catch them by surprise if the timing is right.
Yeah, seeing if anybody got insanely greedy here. Hero Guardian on Melia. Everybody else has their work cut out for them in making the distance back onto this A site. Good pre-fire, but you've already revealed your position on that hero gun, so at this point, you've kind of overplayed your hand, unfortunately. All too easy to do in the secondary. So at this point, see if you can take away one head maybe. But I think Crew Lion is gonna get out of this unscathed. Yep.
Yeah. Jinx opportunity there, but Melia goes down in the midst of all that, and that's all good. It was honestly the bonus. 100 Thieves probably would have liked to walk away with at least one more head there, exactly like you said, but unable to find really anything. And so spike goes off. It's going to be 2 rounds now for Crew Lion. This is going to be the buy-up round for 100 Thieves. They went with the save last time. And let's start to see them kind of hone this one in a little bit, because it really feels like KRLY have been doing an excellent job at kind of taking this space. But to be fair, that last round we got to see 100 Thieves kind of go for that rush. So now that they're going to get themselves set up, let's see how it goes. It's going to be a trap play right off the bat for 100 Thieves. It's going to be fast from them, potentially. Never mind. Melia just going to be taking this space, operator in hand, holding this nasty angle.
It's glass, too. So 100 Thieves trying to set up a protection program, but this toxic screen does make it a little tough to navigate. Melia gonna have to just jump in with the shorty and take what she can get as the rest of KRLY's push comes through. Almost a little too tempted to aggravate on top of the off angle, maybe assuming that the stack wasn't there or just playing through on the bonus fairway. Either way, Michaela will get her prong at the very least, and so you have a little more time, a little more space, a little more Mephisto in your life. Marceline found! Well done, El Demonio. 2v2 now. Michaela, 33 effective HP. Has to just play Watchdog. As who knows where Cryo's coming from. They might have a good idea in the coming seconds. But Asuna finds Mephisto's back. Enough has been burned. And this seems like a guarantee now. Still got a haunt, though. You can at least scare away Cryo for a minute. Ah, no, you saw a hit.
30 seconds left.
No, he just tucks into the pocket, too. Yeah. Condolences, but that's gonna be a bonus. Oh, no way! Don't do it to me. Asuna? You
no way, man.
You've got to be joking me right now. Okay. I will not speak anymore.
I like how we were both just sitting here like, yeah, okay, we know how this one's gonna be shaken out. Should be hold on a second. A nice little headshot on a Cryo. Wasn't expecting that one. But yeah, and then Asuna kind of hopping around there, classic in hand, right click, not able to secure the kill, but we'll be able to spray down. But all things considered, a really good round for KRLY here. The fact too that they're able to get that operator off the table completely. And this is with the bonus weapons that they kind of came in from the last round with. And so 100 Thieves, like, you know, backs into a corner a little bit. If they still have more than enough actually to be able to buy that operator. Sorry, I say more than enough, but not exactly the case. Asuna going down pretty quickly. Slandy really having that judge in hand, but Melia gonna be the one playing with this operator, playing with the sniper rifle, ready for it, but will be forced back here as a KRLY so far doing a really good job at controlling the pace of this match.
You can keep setting up an opening angle for Joe without even needing to push this like they did the first kill. There's still 3 more players on the board here that are susceptible to a one-shot. In comes the showstopper to try to clear that space out, and Slandy will still trade away the raise shot. Melia on that defensive post in hookah is at least a distraction, but perhaps not for long, as again, KRLY control more than one engagement. Munch with the backstab just in time as that smoke dissipates. Now it's Joe's op. That will have to be the main point of attack. Still 2 more players on the board. That just take 1 shot. And Joe only needs 2. Cryo. 1 more elbow to the face. As Joe is revealed. Monch has been given away. But as Jazzy mentioned, once you lose 1 channel, it's tough not to lose your grip on all of them. And Joe has more than enough time to reset.
Yeah, and once again, Joe being kind of like, I don't want to call him like Cryo light, but like on 6 Karma before, Joe was so much just like, hey buddy, here's a sniper rifle, go do your thing. You do whatever you want, just go have fun, right? And that is really similar to Cryo's play style, but Joe kind of coming out on top there. And I really think that this round came down to Munch having that backstab. It looked like really for a moment there was an opportunity to kind of pinch in onto the site and really deny KRLY from being able to get the spike down and be able and just really disrupt them. But the fact that Munch just had perfect timing to hop out there made it so it was impossible for 100 Thieves to win. And speaking of impossible, that's going to be Joe yet again, finding Cryo right off the rip here. Melia holding really close to the Bucky.
Just negating so much of the risk of losing any of these rifles, especially in the eco where it would be so pivotal. Yeah, just keep walking Joe down, chauffeur. Oh, but Melia given more than enough time to reset with this shotty. Grabs a twofer before Joe can shut it back down and reset! In an instant onto Marceline. Another double shot of espresso. Joe on track for ace numero 2. Oh, but the walk up, Slandy knows exactly who to target. 4-1 KRLY though.
Oh man. Yeah, that shot definitely felt targeted. Like, you want ace again? Not today, buddy. Just waits and immediately just shoots Joe down. And yeah, like KRLY, as the desk was kind of saying, right, that first kill really opens things up and makes it so much more difficult for the defenders to really control things. And quite frankly, Joe's been the person who's been kicking the door open consistently on 100 Thieves' defense there. And sure, we got to see for a second a Bucky madness kind of taking place right out the teleporter, but it's simply not going to be enough as Crew continue to take the lead. Joe, Dimensional Drift gets a lot of information.
Yeah. Another very safe buy that Joe can weaponize instantly. And Benji with the smokes to facilitate. You still got like 10+ seconds on this too to set up the spike and clean house.
Dimensional Drift available right now for Melia. Might be good to be able to scout things out, but it looks like it's just so patient from 100 Thieves at this moment.
Still watching for Asana's entry out heaven after he threw that incendiary. Yeah, Joe's ready for it, so it's just the link presence that matters, but it's strong and it's loud. Melia, this op game is tough to play by yourself. That's why you pull out that shorty and it almost manages, but Michaela holds it down and now is gonna carve out the rest of that back line. Again, more than enough resources to hold through, and it's 5-1.
Yeah, and Joe's impact right now on this game cannot be understated at all. Almost being kind of like the tip of the spear right now for the KRLY matchup. Like, consistently finding that first blood, making it so much easier for the rest of the crew to kind of fly in there. And sure, we see a couple of ultimates come out from KRLY here, but Joe just running in there, Bucky in hand. We've seen disgusting things with the Bucky, that specific skin as well, but still, it's looking so easy just as soon as that first kill kind of comes through. And 100 Thieves, it feels like their pace is a little bit all over.
That was a fun interaction. Mephisto burning the blast packs in order to save himself from the blind fire. And 100 Thieves can go for round 2 now with Melia continuing to try to poach that Sheriff as often as possible. Even the flash to set up Marceline on her own. Yeah, Joe is ready.
Once again, this is just a save right now for 100 Thieves, so not a lot of weaponry online.
4 ultis though.
Yeah, exactly. All the ultimates online. And I don't imagine that this is really going to be the round where we see a lot of those come out. But next round, when they've got those rifles to try and make sure their economy can continue to flourish, I imagine it's going to be a lot on your screen.
Joe read that there was going to be that jump peek, just couldn't land it onto Slamby. But now you know the presence is there. Instead, it's Melia who's going to walk into it after the haunt doesn't catch him. Great positioning by Joe to avoid everything that would have seen him there.
Wow.
And speaking of haunts that are effective,
One enemy remaining.
you want to give Joe an ace this round? No, Monch is going to steal it from you. But this has been beyond impressive from Josera so far. Even in these anti-ecos, it's just been very clean, very plain. No one can stand alone against him so far.
Man, I was just about to say Cryo literally going in the worst spot possible. Multiple people watching the angle there, but Visto going to be able to find that kill. As once again, it's just lights out for 100 Thieves. You know, the team that has looked so dominant just got a 13-1 on Abyss. And now they're coming into this one, and KRLY really pushing their backs against the wall. We saw in the last interview, Asuna was just like, yeah, you know, we think the next matchup might be good because that way it will really test us as we really start to struggle. And, well, truer words have not been said. This has been an absolute struggle for 100 Thieves, really, to get anything online in this map so far. And this could be the time right now where, you know, let's see how they can start to adapt under these high-pressure moments, what they can kind of pull together to try and come out on top, because they look like a completely different team than what we saw earlier.
Seen them mobilize against 100 Thieves that have been able to silence just about everything so far today. So a tech pause called, you know, as Poppin mentioned, FlyQuest, they pulled this strategy against KRLY. Their previous game helped them get to that 13-11, so this just felt like the right call strategy-wise. No, I think my eyes more than anything are on how little Marceline's been enabled, because she's been given good positions. She hasn't really been able to act on them, unfortunately. And sometimes that's been because she's cut short. She's checking for something like the operator and just getting caught. And then other times it's just because you don't have nearly enough space you can make up to even justify using something like a light speed or a saturate, because it's such a committal use of your time. You would so rather just go for a kill instead, just walk in with the help of somebody else's flash and go for a backup or a trade. So it's unfortunate. I think Marceline positionally has been kind of relegated so far this game, and I'd love to see her get more active. I'd love to see her have more excuses to work, because that waylay, I'd really love to see her go crazy on it.
Yeah, and that was one of the things, right? Like, you know, Marceline very comfortable on this waylay, but exactly like you've kind of said, right? Like every single time we kind of see Marceline kind of fly in there, immediately is just kind of getting punished. And I'm not necessarily sure that that is a fault of 100 Thieves not doing a good job of setting her up, but I will say, what I'm noticing is different from this map compared to the previous ones related to those agent compositions is Asuna was doing a fantastic job of flashing the other team, allowing the duelists to kind of find that opportunity to just kind of walk out and find those kills, specifically before Melia. I haven't really seen that happen this often on this map. It really does feel like 100 Thieves are more or less just kind of like, hey, we're just going to send it out and overwhelm them and be able to kill them. But every single time they are basically walking into Joe's crosshairs there and immediately just kind of getting gunned down. So that plan really hasn't worked out just quite yet. Whereas KRLY still, they feel extremely comfortable. But once again, when Joe's kind of hitting the shots that he is right now, it's hard not to feel comfortable.
Speaking to Asuna's ability to enable on particularly the Brim compared to something like his Omen or his KO that he's been flexing to, definitely a big part of how he's been evolving, because so much of his, you know, growth so far in the flexing role that he's gone with for 100 Thieves has been in his ability to continue interacting with problems, to continue like immediately being on the front line to set someone else up, like Cryo more often than not so far this series. With Brim, you definitely don't have as many windows to be able to directly do that. It's really got to be the step-by-step program. And that's why you should thank your lucky stars that 100 Thieves are starting on defense. If anything, Asuna should feel in his element here, but instead, he's just getting walked down by Benji. His Ditto, Melia, eventually able to put a stop to that. But, I mean, like Jazzy said, you lose one, the channels are open.
I really feel like we're just going to keep on hammering that point home, because the first
it's so
ones
true.
are always going for KRLY too. Oh, it's so painful. But yeah, Benji, another player that you highlighted in the last series. We've seen some crazy individual plays coming through from him. And Melia trying to make that one work, but Michaela, as steadfast as ever, just kind of playing off the jump peaks from Joe. Make sure that that gets punished here. And now, Cryo, all alone in the giant green smoke, will finally come out here, but Michaela actually aware of that. So Cryo going to continue to try and take space here in this 1v. Finds the kill there, but yeah, look at this. Like, KRLY, they're like, all right, well, that's going to be the Viper spit down. Let's just go in and get that spike down then.
And set up our own.
Oh, boy.
Let's go ahead. Yeah. Is anybody using this?
Spike planted.
Mephisto watching the short peek. Yeah, this is like the one round that they haven't prepared for the T-swing that Cryo's now gone for. Surely after a lack of a cross, Mephisto reads that he's in showers. Yeah, Monch is going to set up for it.
Oh, boy.
One enemy.
Oh,
Nicely done. Nicely done by Monch. Yeah, that was well timed. Very well timed. The second that Slandy started firing. Great upkeep of that entire weight. Just able to swing it entirely towards that A site that they take over. Again, personnel advantage matters so much in that, but
oh yeah,
still, you got around everything there, and even though, you know, Cryo got unconventional with it, Slandy applied the pressure, you still have so many ults on the table, nothing feels that impactful.
No. It's so difficult right now for 100 Thieves to try and find, honestly, just an opening. Like, they're really just going on, quote-unquote, unconventional plays, really, to try and make something happen. Benji as well, opening this up. The fact that he not only gets Marceline, but then follows up with Asuna, Melia able to at least trade back, but at that point, like, so much damage has been done. And then Cryo kind of is forced to go for that hero play. So walks right into Munch, watching it just on the other side of that Viper Spit there. So still a lot of ultimates online. We have to start to see 100 Thieves wake up. Otherwise, KRLY could be a quick and easy map for them.
That's the thing about best of one. Sometimes you just unlock it. And that's, you know, going to be the stain on your record. Just how it goes. If 100 Thieves meet this same fate, then if anything, they will know their opponents that much better going into semis tomorrow. Go on this outlaw again. Everybody's half, but it's Benji that gets the first yet again. Not running it down this round per se, but pretty damn close to it. And now it's going to be his job to deal with Slammy as well as she quickly trounces Joe. KRLY can exact the full crunch from Hookah. Shlandy will get shredded. And Asuna, the only presence at the moment, just has to play from heaven. And the orbital strike on top of the plant. Michaela is stuck, and Munch can't get out. Asuna gets a two-piece with the orb. And it's just Benji alone. Step up for Mars. Just the saturate to distract. You can triple swing this if you want to. Incendiary to intimidate, and that's gonna be it. Good setup, good knockdown. Good round from 100 Thieves to get them back on the board here. It's 2-7. Brazil is no longer in Monterey.
That was crazy to kind of see that combination coming out there. An excellent strategy. Slow him down with the waylay ult and then beam him from the sky with the orbital strike. Like, it's just so well orchestrated and completely just kind of swung things back into 100 Thieves' favor. Now, once again, when it comes to just the utility game, this was something that I've just been really impressed by for 100 Thieves leading up to this matchup, right? Like, sure, we got to see them absolutely frying when it kind of came down to, those duels. But I really think that it was just the initiation and Smokes doing an excellent job at setting up those duelists to have those opportunities. We need to see them lean into their utility a little bit more to kind of catch KRLY off guard, because gun duels right now are very much going in KRLY's favor here as Munch finds Melia right off the bat. It's just a dry swing.
Yeah, Melia has not been nearly as consistent on these 1v1s as she has been in the past 2 games. She was on fire up until now. Instead, it's Joe who's stolen the show so far in this kill feed. The opposite Yoru has been absolutely crushing. And it's going to be on him again after Michaela falls. Grabs the spike, spots the stack, facilitates the rest of the push from KRLY. That Marceline is still puppy guarding pretty damn well. You got to spin the site. Hell, you might just spin the whole damn map after the Nightfall is used. But instead, sit Benji around. Was that checked by Mars? I'm not sure if she fully saw that.
Wow. Wrap around as well. Cryo finding Benji. And yeah, now the call is made. Crew have to go towards that B site. We're going to be seeing Mephisto and Joe, the 2 duelists from Lion, try to clutch this one up.
30 seconds
and
left.
that time around, it just comes down to one of those moments where Marceline just kind of has to pop off, go in there, find those kills, and amidst all the chaos, be able to find the win. 100 Thieves now in this 3v2 scenario. Might be able to get the crunch here onto Mephisto, as Joe still watching so far away with the operator.
It's about now that Mephisto will confirm that all 3 are coming through Hookah. Joe with this setup. No flash, no saturate, no haunt, no intel, no landing! And it's Mephisto who must act, the opposite duelist. No one's looking! Only good for 1. Joe, pretty effective health pool to deal with. Stack on the spike, and Cryo swings it. 3 for him on this Viper, and 3 now for 100 Thieves on this defense. We got a game.
We do have a game, and once again, it comes down to 100 Thieves deciding not to just kind of dry swing into KRLY. When you look at the last matchup that we saw, FlyQuest against KRLY, every single time FlyQuest were like, we're gonna run at him and kill him. It never worked out. KRLY do a amazing job of just kind of waiting for you to come forwards and then be able to punish it. But as soon as things kind of get into this level of chaos, level of just like, what the heck is going on, then, well, we get to see players like Marceline really start to take off. We both commented on the fact that we wanted to see Marceline's waylay go the distance, and that was a very key round to at least get a bit more confidence back and make sure that that duelist might be hitting. Mephisto, though, showstopper in hand, lets it rip and is flying in.
Again, a war on two fronts, Cryo dealt with, but not before he gets Mephisto back, so this attack does not have nearly as much staying power. Still, Slandy boxed out, cornered, and killed. And with the Incendiary to play keep away, KRLY will have their sight. 100 Thieves early to this, though, and a couple ways back in. Double flash from Melia. She got out hella early this round, so she's holding on to everything in the kit and that Operator's to slow pull as these smokes will fade.
Portal closed.
Slow and steady at this point. Once again, not a lot for retakers to work off of. More or less just that Waylay utility.
Read onto the saturate. Joe's given away, and he can't kill Marceline. Double stack in, and Michaela swings back out and finds her easy 2. Again, a simple reduction that leaves the rest of the round trivial. KRLY get their own streak going.
The timings for KRLY are just so good, man. As soon as they hear someone kind of popping out, they all poke their heads around the corner from all their respective angles and are ready to just punish everything. A great job from KRLY to continue to make this one happen. Kind of crazy that in the middle of all of that, Mephisto goes down despite getting the rocket off and getting tethered and being flung around, but still works out in favor for KRLY as they now get up to 8. 100 Thieves on the verge of having their economy broken again. Marceline got the ultimate back online here. See if those convergent paths can do as much damage as we saw previously.
Big stack on top of another convergent paths that's looking to set up the one decisive play you need for this round. There it is. That's 2 caught, but not available. The Boombot can play just that crucial second, and yeah, Marceline's not taking that with the line that's given to Benji. Instead, it's Joe, who has been given enough space in the meanwhile to take 2 before falling. It really is the little things. You just can't forget about Joe. I think that's a 20 bomb for him this half, by the way. It might be 19. Oh, it is 19, yeah.
TP taken here. Asuna still hanging out. We'll have to deal with Munch, who honestly has been playing a really good game so far.
Holding close. Nice shot on Asuna. That was quick. Again on a Slandy. She dares to press it. Munch is good. And she's gonna have to save the day again. No, Mephisto beats her to the punch. There's too much KRLY to go around. And it is a cursed half against the undefeated so far 100 Thieves.
Yeah, and on top of that too, like you could see the idea with the convergent pass to kind of crunch him just outside of that teleporter. And it kind of falls apart. I think that little bit of mistiming going on there, as in the middle of that, Melia gets caught in the convergent paths as well, slowing down the support that Marceline was supposed to have in that push forwards. And then in the midst of all of that, Joe kind of playing that solo duelist, just running around the map on all these different angles, gets the backstab online. It's just such a great job coming through from KRLY. But don't go anywhere. We got a break as we go for this half. Stick around to find out who wins out this map.
I have a wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
Well, 100 Thieves certainly has a tall task ahead of them if they want to maintain their undefeated streak so far here in the best of one group stage. On Bind, their defense just could not hold up against Crew and Lion, escorting Joe to a 19-kill half, practically unstoppable, along with the rest of this team, able to manage all of the crevices. But 100 Thieves flipping this around now, starting on the attack half, and that means Marceline is going to try and get a lot more active. Instantly shut down, though, by Mephisto. And now the crowd can try to converge on their own side. Crew Lion might just press their own smoke. Mephisto looks tempted.
A little bit of discipline there. Trying to back off, but 100 Thieves still ready to pounce on this site.
The double duelist is always the first to act. 1 for 1, as Melia will get hers before falling, but Crew Lion control every other facet of the A site, and they only have half of the team there. Cryo, first step out, he's good for his, and he fixes up NG. Nobody else free outside of the smokes for that, by the way. That is all Cryo.
Suddenly down to a 2v3 scenario. Crew Lion still have the haunt available from Michaela. Bunch gets set up top. Cryo down to 10 HP, and Asuna not looking the right way, gets taken out for free.
Tough reposition, that timing given away so instantly, and the health pool is already Crew Lion's way now. They run down Cryo. The haunt catches both, but you just can't swing this too efficiently. You've got to do it one at a time, and Michaela will be the first to fall. 70v42, you just need a headshot, and Slandy manages. 100 Thieves will grab the pistol and keep themselves strictly alive in Bind.
Yep, keeping themselves alive. And once again, we're coming in from a 9-3 score half. So an excellent stabilization round to make sure that you stop things from getting a little bit too out of control there. But honestly, I like what we're seeing still from Crew Lion. The fact that they're sending Mephisto and Joe to kind of go hand in hand, hall pass, walking down things, ready for the attack, and just ready, honestly, to play off of one another. Like, if it didn't come down to the heroics from Cryo to be able to find a couple of kills just hanging outside of a smoke, that completely would have been a different round. So good job, 200 Thieves. We're going to be seeing the buy-up. Joe going to have the Bucky this time around. Looking for a potential opportunity to kind of pounce on any of the players if they walk in through hookah. But 100 Thieves, this time smartly just kind of playing things slow. I guess spotting someone out here with the Outlaw.
They want to see if they can find an easy opener just to guarantee a channel, or guarantee that Crew Lion will be forced to put too much into a different one, which it looks like they already have thanks to the fact that they're on pistols and they spotted that Outlaw. Yeah, keeping good discipline. Want to ultimately just set up Joe so you can minimize the damage done to the rest of the team.
So slow and steady. We've commented on how 100 Thieves like to just play a little bit more of a disciplined game. Playing things as professional as possible, but Mephisto just on the other side.
That's so gutsy from Melia, and she'll get punished after the 1. Could try to go to pick up that Outlaw, but it's just too dicey at the moment. You don't have enough intel much. Oh, fine. Slandy can't line it up, but does know Marceline could be on the way back. If they scare 100 Thieves, but they have no reason to be scared. They can just keep on pushing. Asuna catching Joe on the lurk as well. And now the stack can fully press. Keep that eye on Monch. She can still cause a world of hurt in this 2v4 post plant. There's one. Quick to it. But can't deal the rest of the damage. And Benji on this classic. Okay. Well, that is something to be proud of, but we'll keep 2 up. And it's a 9-5.
Love me a good 9 to 5, am I right? Clock in, clock out.
Yep.
But yeah, that's the grind. But yeah, I mean, that time around, you know, Benji still impressing me with that aim. Honestly, in these 1vx scenarios, Benji still able to find a couple of kills here. And yeah, we're seeing a little bit more of that kind of like overextension from the side of 100 Thieves. You can really tell that that's really what they want their duelists to do. They want their duelists to be able to fly through and find a couple of kills, find a little bit of those openings to kind of swing things around. But still, I worry because now that we see Crew Lion on the defense, their playstyle is very much just wait for your opponent to kind of push into you and then set up these traps and get ready to counter. And now that they've got rifles into their hands, I'm a little concerned for 100 Thieves, if I'm being honest.
Portal closed.
Yeah, if they can get themselves going. Hey, that's not a great start to it, though. Joe looking for Cryo, and he's found him. No reason for him to stop doing stuff like this with the 4-1 power that Bind can multiply. KRLY, no reason not to stack into the stronger side as well. Hot to scare away Melia. Wow. That's a nice step up from Crew. Just again, understanding the window of time that they still have to spare. That'll necessitate the TP. Mephisto is close up on this, and he adjusts. Catches Slandy. 100 Thieves take a breath, readjust themselves, make sure it's just a 1-for-1.
3v3 now. No really initiation utility on the side of KRLY here, so they're coming in blind.
Marceline watching from the bench. Benji's gonna have to scare her away now. She's been found out. Can't scare Marceline like that, though. They eventually find it after skirting the truck. Asuna on the way back to help babysit Cryo. They still have been setting each other up all day. Spike intel. Here's the tap. Launch. Stepping out early, but Michaela, a keen to it! And both members of Crew Blaze will manage both members of 100 Thieves.
That's kind of crazy. I honestly, I just wrote down to comment on the synergy between Munch and Michaela, because we see that little trap play get set up in Hookah, where immediately you see the Viper kind of hop up in there, just on the other side of the wall, and it isn't until the Haunt flies down that they push through together at the same time. And these two players looking so clean as they decide to take the 2 on from 100 Thieves. The dynamic duo of Cryo and Asuna make it look easy. Crew Lion now up to double digits here. And surprising myself, and I'm sure quite a few people, because 100 Thieves looked so clean up until this map.
I really appreciate how much Monch is trying to also go for these lurks and off angles that Cryo has been getting away with too. Just really showing 100 Thieves the holes in their own tapestry that they've woven. And outside of those moments, she is stoic as can be. Immovable, so long as you're not throwing anything her way. Time though, first bit of space made. Cryo, nothing out. Well, you gotta go for the 4 now.
A lot of space being taken here, but more importantly, the orb getting rescued up. 100 Thieves might decide to pivot here. Haven't fully committed onto this site, but just watching just in case.
Yeah, the smokes are gonna be able to make sure that's all she has to deal with. Benji has a little bit of time to fish on top of his smoke. Well, Mephisto's on a journey. He's made his way through.
Spike down, B. 30 seconds left.
I was
now alone. 1v4 here. Mephisto going to be taking the swing around, so we'll be able to rescue the rifle. Still 16 seconds. Not enough time, though, to get that spike down.
It's a real saltwater taffy round. You see that first, the step in from Cryo, obviously 4v5, RIP. They consider the TP for a moment, but they don't have enough intel to really justify it. They have information on Monch, at least temporarily. And then the smokes go down and everybody just kind of disperses. It was like a complete dissolution. And Mephisto is like mall hopping right now with this judge. It's insane.
Yeah, I liked it actually. I thought that was smart from 100 Thieves to kind of drop the smokes so close by. Really shorten the amount of space that you kind of have to cover, especially understanding that, you're coming in there with some classics. Things aren't going to be that good. And yet still, in the midst of all of it, KRLY, they just kind of hold strong. Once again, their specialty really seems like when they just have to hold the angle, hold the space, and set up the trap to be able to do so. Now, Viper's Pit deployed right out front of a 100 Thieves. Itching to move in here. It's going to be the buy-up as Slandy getting ready to use this Nightfall as they look like they still want to go for A and try and flush Munch out of this pit.
Are they predicting that this is weak site, or are they just willing to pressure Munch because they know how much positional advantage they can gain if they beat her? Already got a lot of pressure in showers.
Face your
Making
fear.
sure they hear you. Paint Shell's out very early here from Mephisto to try to make this like one at a time, piecemeal. Marceline's in, Asuna skating out. Benji's been caught. Wow, 100 Thieves made it work. And that was pretty dry too. That was off of just like that one flash from Melia,
Yeah.
who did make it to the back of the site as well. Very well strung together to keep it clean and very quick as well. That didn't allow for any real response from KRLY. The Viper's Pit was almost a non-factor.
Yeah, an excellent job from 100 Thieves that time around. Just coordinating things, setting up those traps, flushing out Munch just with an ultimate and a little bit of utility. And that completely opens things up. They even force out the showstopper from Mephisto there in the midst of all of that chaos. So Joe and Michaela, they decide to save their weapons for the next one, as 100 Thieves are going to be able to walk away all of their weapons in hand, which is pretty good because the bank was getting a little bit tight there, but we'll be able to live for another round. Now 6-11. Got to push 5 more rounds to be able to catch up to KRLY. While KRLY, I mean, if they can win 2 more, that is going to be quite the upset here, Tenrek.
Yeah, you just need one more spin back for KRLY to make this group stage look really weird. I'm not sure, like, I know the seeding is kind of present, but yeah, I don't know. I feel bad for those statisticians down in Monterey. I feel like you could relate if it ends up going to 3-2-1 teams. But in the meantime, I mean, this economy is very unstable for KRLY. 100 Thieves have 2 ults in the bank and more than enough to cycle. But they won't have that orbital strike or the smokes of Asuna waiting alone. And KRLY have pumped the gas up. Monch holds 2 herself and is now alone on B site with this spike before the rest of KRLY even complete their dumb hookah flank that was totally going to work anyway. Cryo's lurk is basically the only thing that's made any headway on 100 Thieves, as consistent as it's been. Marceline stuck between a rock and 3 KRLY hard places.
Yeah, now
there's
Cryo.
your round, dude. I mean,
hey, Cryo could make this happen. I'm not saying it's likely, but it's still a possibility here.
Screen up gives him spike. Running out of time to find the angle. Peeks onto 1 at least. But yeah, you got 6 rounds of game point for KRLY to hand 100 Thieves their first loss.
It's kind of crazy, you know? I really think it comes down to a lot of just dry peaks coming through from 100 Thieves. I mean, them moving in onto the spit on the ground there, like, that's something out of Envy's playbook. But Envy is the type of team that is just like, we're actually just going to keep on W keying instead of just kind of like chilling out inside of all of this so that you aren't able to actually shoot me, and we're going to win our fights here. And the story of this map so far has been KRLY are going to be able to win those fights. And unless 100 Thieves really try and set themselves up for a lot more of these set plays, they just kind of fall to the wayside as Michaela finds Melia right off the bat. Like, 100 Thieves have been really struggling to get anything online at the start of a lot of these rounds. They've got 3 ultimates. You have to see them use them. Otherwise, this series is open and shut.
Michaela finds a different pin to stick up your nose every round. She's always too close quartered. She's always in front of the situation, and yet she's always unpredictable with it. And just like every other round we've seen it, 100 Thieves immediately looks so much weaker in the macro without any fifth, despite it being Melia, who unfortunately has been the one that is really underperformed when it comes to that frontlining. 400 Thieves attack. No dimensional drift, no secondary flash to go for the second entry that you now have to use your convergent paths early for, but Marceline's at least going to make that space work with the help of the orbital strike to keep away anybody in the hall presence, which now there isn't. The rest of KRLY is making the walk back with their own orbital strike intact, and that's going to delay the plan even more. 20 seconds now, and KRLY, they can't exactly choose to fight this now, so the Viper's Pit will go up in response. Spraying through that elbow smoke early on. Asuna getting a lot of purchase, but no kills! And Mephisto getting the credit. Having to slink around this pit. Cryo gets away with Benji, tucks back inside. Mephisto with the tap, forces the sight from Slandy, and Michaela's got the coverage. KRLY A 13-6 victory, and this group stage is not as well defined as one would think. It's anybody's Spotlight Series, baby.
That was unbelievable coming through from KRLY. And once again, when we talk about how these squads have kind of developed over the course of today, because once again, this is really when these teams have come together to be able to play these rounds. KRLY, it really feels like they're starting to solidify the roles that they want to play. We saw a bit of a compositional change-up, a difference in how 100 Thieves wanted to approach this, and unfortunately, it played perfectly into how KRLY want to set themselves up. And so as a result of that, it is a little bit of an unexpected result, but KRLY win things out against the 100 Thieves. And I'm gonna be honest, Tenrek, those rounds did not look that close sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that attack half was really just Joe getting to run it down, whether it be with the help of Mephisto three-legged racing him, or whether it was because of just a tremendous setup from someone like Benji on these smokes that just let him run wild across his sight. He really looked so undeterred on just that sniper in the open field so often. 100 Thieves had no answer consistently for a lot of that. Eventually, they were able to dig out the pockets, but it was really tough to get there. I'm happy with how Austin was eventually able to adjust to still being that like backup for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
He still obviously couldn't be as ubiquitous as he has liked to be on the Omen or the KO on other maps, but I think he's definitely still getting somewhere with these Brim setups. I think he knows what he's doing for sure.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see him work his magic in those best of threes that we'll see in the playoffs from them. But that is the end of 100 Thieves and KRLY's group stage for tonight. We still have one more game to go. We'll head to an interview, some desk chatter, and then one more go around the block tonight. We'll see you then.
down, and Dots again actually goes further aggressive, but Michaela there to finish. Should have been seen, but still handles it to perfection!
The only one up and a bit to hold on, and then no!
Let's give it to him as well. Double ace for...
You got the time even on this one? You can't even stop. I don't think she's got the time. She does! What is that?
Welcome back, everyone. I am here with Munch after an incredible game. I mean, our conversation today, we've just been talking about 100 Thieves. Oh my gosh, who can stop them? Like, they've been so dominant. Y'all stopped them. Like, how'd you do it?
I don't know. I feel like we individually have so much like knowledge about the game. Our comms, I think we are really good, and I don't know. We just play simply, and it went easy like that.
I mean, this KRLY team has also just been so much fun to watch because we talked about at the top of the day, a lot of firepower on this team, and we've really gotten to see that. So I want to know how it's been hopping in the server, everyone, gelling with everyone. If you got a chance to play with the other team before this weekend?
Yeah, we just screamed once, like yesterday, and we just played ranked, like duos and like that, but I don't know, everything is like new for us. We never screen bind. We just talked about our comp before the match, and I don't know, it just came out like that.
And it's just clicking. It is just working. I want to talk about you being able to compete here as well, because all of us are traveling from afar. For you, being able to compete in Mexico, like, what's that like?
I don't know, I'm really happy, and I'm very proud of me being represented by Mexico. And I don't know, I feel like I did a really good series today, and I'm confident about the grand finals and everything. I feel really confident about my team, and I think we can win. Yeah.
I like too, it's not even just confident about tomorrow and semis, confident about the grand finals. Like, that's the level of belief in this team.
Yeah, of course.
I love it. Absolutely amazing. I know you got dinner to run off to, but thank you so much for chatting, and best of luck in the grand finals. Not even just tomorrow, but in the grand finals. Thank you. As for us, fantastic day. So one more match of Valorant to go. Envy, FlyQuest, Winthrop, and Shopify. Dan, this one's gonna be a cooker.
Is the last one as well. So we just talked about, a few games ago, we talked about Winthrop and Shopify being that chaotic team that we have, because I feel like we always have to have one. But I wonder, how they're feeling. It's been a long day for them. That last match didn't really go their way at all in the way that they were expecting. So, I mean, I'm excited to see what they're able to do this time around.
I think what's the most interesting about this matchup, too, is just the familiarity of these players up against each other, right? Like Winthrop and Envy having played against each other the entirety of VCL and in Ascension as well. And then same kind of story there for FlyQuest versus the Shopify girls, right? So it's a lot of that kind of like, we knew going into this that there were going to be those moments of the familiarity, knowing the ins and outs of each of these players and like the way that they like to play. But in this particular matchup, it's like another level of depth that these players know each other too.
And that's going to be so exciting. I love that call out, because the conversation all day has been the teams and the level of familiarity, right, within their own rosters. But seeing a matchup that just extends so far throughout this year with players that are so familiar, like even when you're looking at the game changer scene, like players have been around forever and just kicking butt, right? So this is going to be really, really exciting. But talking about the teams, two very different stories on the day for each of these rosters. Because, I mean, one's doing a little bit more winning than the other, but one's having a whole heck of a lot of fun. Let's talk about Envy and FlyQuest first, because this is a team that maybe at the beginning of the day wasn't quite the result they wanted, but Ash, we really did get to see a lot more synergy coming down the line. And yeah, this team was looking quite fiery.
They definitely were. And we heard from Jazzy as well, like when she was joining us on the desk earlier, the fact that they were looking to try and like balance the calling, how Poppin kind of stepped in for Thea, like towards the end there, that Poppin had mentioned during his interview too. But Jazzy kind of talked about just like them being able to like trust the calls and have that game plan when they're running a comp that doesn't have an initiator. That kind of forces you to really commit to whatever whatever goal you have in that round here on split. And the fact that they were able to make those adaptations in such a close series where Crew is making that comeback, I think says a lot about the adaptability of this team.
And I think too, when you're talking about the that is a tough word for this hour of the day, guys. I'm not gonna lie.
That's fair.
Actually,
adaptability.
Adaptability.
I got you. Phone a friend.
Thank you. I mean, my worry at the top of day was just like conflicting roles, but we've gotten to see, I mean, Poppin, instead of a lot of more of the traditional initiator we see him on, we see him go on to the Sage. That really worked so well. We got to see a little Tejo earlier, which we didn't really see too much throughout this year, but a little bit, right? And I love too that we're being able to see the players kind of change things up a little bit, but Dan, for it to all look really cohesive still when it all comes together.
Yeah, it's something that we mentioned at the beginning, and it's also a situation that you have to face when you're going to a tournament like this one, how everything is going to work out, because you don't have a lot of time not only to prepare for the tournament, but also, you know, if things are going wrong, or if you need to fix something small when it comes to the communication, or with the compositions, or, you know, instead of playing a double initiator, let's play a double duelist, whatever it is. You need to do it pretty fast, especially for this format that we never really ever have, these best of ones, where also we've seen every single map at this point get played. So it's a quick time that you need to adapt, but so far it has looked good for both of the squads. I think obviously one, like you said before, winning more than the other, but you know, it can be a good opportunity to learn for tomorrow, because that is when it's going to really matter the most.
And hey, what they are lacking in the winning of the matches today, they're making up for fun.
Yes.
On the opposing
for
end.
the vibes.
It's
Yes.
also their secret strat, guys. Like, don't forget.
Exactly.
You know, do horrible today, and then everybody doesn't expect anything from you in the following days. I believe in it. I'm believing in it.
Yeah.
The strats. The strats. We'll see how that works out. But
well, you don't believe?
No, she's not a believer. She did not sound like a believer there.
You don't believe?
I believe. No, I just I mean, we're not going to see it for today. If the strat's hiding it till tomorrow.
Alexis know.
She said they're hiding it for tomorrow.
Okay.
She said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, she didn't.
Let's talk about the opposing team here, guys. Let's talk about what we're seeing on the opposing end here, because Winthrop and Shopify, a team that super excited for going today. And again, the vibes out there are immaculate. Maybe they're not quite winning too much yet, but I'm going to put that more on the fact that like these other teams have just gelled so fast and are just actually just crazy. And we've gotten to see some really good things out of Winthrop and Shopify. So Ash, I believe even if it's not this match, it'll be tomorrow for sure. But hopefully it could also just be this match.
You just went back on what you were implying earlier, but hopefully it does have that turnaround for this match here as well. Sorry, Sierra, you know that if I'm on the desk, I'm not going to let you have every single win. But I do think that it is going to be interesting to see how that double duelist continues to develop here for Dodonut and Infiltrator, how they continue to build that synergy up. I feel like it was kind of difficult in some of their previous matchups because you kind of saw maybe like even though they're having fun, some of the frustrations that build up, right? When we're looking back at this map here up against 100 Thieves, I think that there was just so much value that Cryo was able to get out of having like that trip towards mid. And for Winthrop SR, they kind of had trouble like pivoting around that, and were very much so just like flooding into like a lot of those stacks and whatnot. So we're gonna see what the adjustments are, especially now that they've also gotten a chance to see a lot of these teams play. Or all of them, I should say.
Yeah, and I think too, when I look at Winthrop and Shopify, one of the issues too that was talked about was just like, okay, well, we want to play this comp. Okay, well then this person has to be here, so then that's going to be a little bit of uncomfortable role for someone else, right? So maybe something too where we'll just see an issue with that with one map, and then hopefully with kind of the rest of it is going to be completely fine, right? And I think with the best of 3 setting, that we definitely should see a lot more changes to that. But as we're waiting for our players to get ready for this series, Ash, you said you can't let me win at anything.
Okay. Well, I didn't say anything. I said I can't let you win
on
for
this one.
Everything.
Okay. Well, I plan on winning this one. Our final mini game of the day, everybody. I'm ready. Are you guys ready?
Against each other now? Is that
depends on what it is. How like you know
That's
if I'm
true.
ready? What is it?
It is Guess Who, or the Who's That Player, or the same one we played at the beginning of the day that I didn't have a great working title for then. It is back.
Okay.
We're going to ask a question. We got our 4 players to pick from, and we got to decide which player it is.
I think I got it.
Got it?
I'm feeling it. Yes.
Got it?
I feel like my answers were not so good. My soul reads were not good
They were
earlier.
not.
They were not doing it today.
No.
Absolutely not.
You know, I believe in Dan. I don't believe in myself this time around.
Well, you're putting more pressure on me, and I don't know if you know that could affect my confidence into this.
but I
you
have
considered that?
confidence in you. So
No, but
shouldn't that be like
I'm
raising?
no, it's going down. It's going down.
You know what? I think you're
It's
gonna
going
lose.
up.
I think you're gonna lose.
We started today off
I
as
know.
friends, and these mini games have been tearing everyone apart. This is actually just honestly tragic. But let's send it with the very first question. We're all up against each other now because we got to determine a mini game winner for the day, right? So
Okay.
let's get into this. Who actually likes Breeze?
I think I know. Actually, I don't know. I could be lying, but I think Alexis.
Wouldn't Alexis? Oh, I'm trying to think back. She said something about Breeze. It was that she liked Breeze, right?
I don't know.
I
don't
thought
know.
it was that she liked Breeze.
Somewhere in my brain, there's a vibe.
Everything before the tech pause is just escaping me, guys.
No, I mean, she didn't
Understandable.
say it now. But I feel like I have memories of her saying it before. Now, am I right? Did I make it up?
I thought she said it
Well,
while she
about
was
to find
on.
out. I don't know.
I have my answer. I think.
Walking in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm walking in moves for this one.
Okay.
He's a chamber player, so like it kind of makes sense for
Sure.
me. I'm gonna lock in moves for this one.
Okay.
And then you're locking Alexis?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'm also locking in Alexis because I'm so sure we had that conversation, guys. Maybe I'm going
Not
crazy.
now. We definitely didn't.
I thought we did.
I think you're thinking about the fact that Jan said Breeze was in the map pool
Yeah.
earlier today.
I think that's what you're thinking of. I was like, oh, I can't wait for them to play Breeze.
Oh man, maybe it was Dan that was.
I think so.
Oh man, I
think that's what it was.
It's okay. The tech fox, it cooked us all. It cooked us all.
We're so cooked. I mean, first thought, best thought. So I'm gonna stick with it. But let's see the answer. Let's see who actually likes Breeze.
Oh my god.
Let's go. First point. Do not
Alexis
let
is
me
gonna
down.
watch this and be like, Breeze. Oh hell
I'm
no.
sorry, Alexis. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I'm just making stuff up over here. You know. You're not even here to defend yourself. I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
It feel like that sometimes.
It do.
It do.
But you know what feels good? Getting a win under my belt, guys. This feels good.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of you. Let's see
It's
if you
the
get the
only
next
one you'll
one
get,
now.
but
Oh,
it's okay.
Fighting words.
Dang! You hear that?
No, she didn't hear.
I
What were
actually
you
didn't hear
saying?
that because you were talking.
It's getting brutal out here. All right, next question. This desk is falling apart. Guess the troll player. I mean, actually, I don't.
How is it not?
How are
extra?
we defining troll player?
I think no. You know what? All of them.
Well, that was kind of actually my first thought.
Yeah. Like, is it not all of them?
Because I'm thinking of like we talk about the insta-lock moves. Like Alexis is over here joking with us earlier. I feel like got some trolly vibes sometimes. I mean, we've talked to Envy and they've talked to us about purposeful miscoms just for fun sometimes. And we know Slandy's just fun. We love Slandy.
Yeah.
So like, man.
I would go with Exter because I feel like that's the obvious one.
Especially Yoru.
But it could really be any of them.
We were talking about him coming out of a Yoru TP in someone's face earlier. Like that is so troll.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in between Exter and moves, but I would go with Exter.
Oh, that's kind of my thought, but now I feel like I'm just copying you all the time.
I'm actually anti-Eggster on this one, guys. I'm
Okay.
anti-Eggster on this one. I feel like I'm between moves and Alexis. Honestly.
I just don't think Alexis is such a great support. I think it's hard to like you can't troll and you see what you understand what I'm saying.
I understand what you're saying.
You
but
get
I
it.
think that
You get
trolling can be defined in so many ways too. And she's a goofy gal.
yes.
I also like her flashes in game and her insist is off the chart. So you know if she wants to flash a teammate, she is hitting that flash every single time, and you're cooked.
But is she doing that?
I think it depends on who, like, what context we're talking
man.
about, you know?
I still feel like I'm copying Dan's homework, but I'm going to say the Yoru player and have to lock in Extra off that. Because you can do some trolly plays with Yoru.
I'm going to lock in Alexis.
Okay.
Because I think she likes to get goofy sometimes.
Yeah. That was like a very close second answer for me. Like, I think that I would be very
see what
okay
I'm
to be
cooking
wrong
up.
here. I know. I get it. Like,
Okay.
if we had other people on this list. But okay, let's see the answer. Let's see who it's going to be. Dun, dun, dun. Wow.
Oh my god.
My god.
I should have.
Why is it just always moves?
I actually
Genuinely.
should
It
have.
really is.
It really is.
I mean, that makes sense. It's just, we just don't know if we're thinking, you know, in-game, official game, or we're thinking outside of the game.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a lot, but we know moves for being a little troll. As of his recent post on Twitter.
I mean, all right. Valid.
Yeah.
All right. Wow. Wow. Okay. So when in doubt, just guess moves, I guess, is kind of
Yeah, that's the.
I'm understanding.
Well, unfortunately, yeah, we're done with games, so.
I feel like I should get a half point for that one because he was my second choice.
No. Well,
okay.
I also said it was my second choice.
Okay, so we should both get half points.
Yes.
That's not how this game works.
Yeah. Majority here. Sorry, Sierra.
You're voted off.
here.
You're voted
Y'all
off the
done.
island.
Y'all done. Production also says no, and
I
production
can't
is the
hear.
higher powers.
I
So,
can't hear production.
Yeah.
I'm not
No.
listening.
all right. Do we have another question on this, guys? Dun dun dun.
I
Production.
feel like
let me
there's
know.
one more, right?
Yeah, there's got to be.
Surely.
All right. Who walks away from the finisher instead of watching it?
Okay, who's just standing there and watching?
Me every
There's
single
no-
time.
We got weapons to pick up. We got skins to look
This is
at.
why I buy the fancy guns with the awesome finishers, so I can sit there and watch it after I clutch a play. The
I don't
one
know.
time match, I maybe watch someone else clutch a play and definitely don't do it myself. Like, that's the whole point.
Who walks away?
Wait, but that also means that 4 of them, or no, if it's who walks away,
3 of them
then
sit
3
there
of
and watch
them
it.
watch.
They know.
I think Eggster walks away.
I think Joe walks away.
I think Eggster walks away.
I'm gonna say Ev. Soul read here.
Okay. We all got different ones.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
different
as soon as.
It might. I'll let you guys know for my half point. He's my second pick here.
Nope.
A
All
half
right.
point you vetoed.
All right, let's see who it is. Who walks away from the finisher? The soul
Oh
read.
my.
Soul
Okay.
read. I
It
could not
really
give you a
was.
reason. I felt it in my soul.
I respect
Valid.
it.
Yep.
Valid.
I
But
just knew.
they're not just standing there watching the fin. I mean,
That's what you're supposed to do. That's why they're so
A
epic.
lot of people like stand there and shoot at it.
well, I guess it depends on what it is, right? Like,
Well, like
Yeah.
some
to
of
be
them,
fair.
some of them you also have to like stand like where the kill happened, and then,
I
like,
got
you know.
skins to look at. I'm trying to find a better one.
She's shopping.
I don't
Yes, actually.
need a better one.
I mean, I can have my favorite skin, and I'm still looking.
I just
I don't know.
You always got a window shop. I don't know. That's.
Yes.
I agree. I
yes.
no,
Yes.
no. All right, last question. I think we're all doing very good on this one. Who prefers left-handed view over right-handed? Oh, now I wish I was paying attention because I'm sure you would just know this from like. I despise left-handed view personally.
I'm gonna say Mephisto.
He was also my soul read for this. I was thinking Mephisto.
I feel
I have a vision,
Melia.
but I don't know if it's real or not. But I feel like it's Mephisto.
I'm between Mephisto and Thea.
So that means you have to pick moves, right?
Exactly.
You're not wrong.
Moops is there once again. So
It's good. It's gonna be moves. I'm not gonna pick him. I'm gonna say Melia. Again, soul read, but like
Okay.
it's gonna be moves.
Okay.
I'm gonna go Thea, so we all are on something different. Yeah.
All right, and then yeah, it's gonna. Like, let's roll it. Let's see. Okay.
Oh my.
Okay, I cooked this
She's
time,
going
guys.
crazy.
I cooked.
Yeah. You did. Nice.
Man, it'd be like that.
It's I respect it. I know it's something to do with your eyes and like your dominant eye or something that you choose like right or left. I tried it one time on the left and I felt so lost. Like that was not Valorant that I was playing. That was
not
something
Valorant.
else. I can't do it.
I don't know. I see it and I just don't get it.
Have you
I
ever
just don't get it.
tried?
No, but
Try it.
I'm old. I don't
Try
like
it.
new things. I don't
I
like
know
change.
there's a way to test. I don't know.
Old man yells a clip.
Look it up.
I don't know.
Look it up.
I don't know. Ash won the game.
I did win the game.
I don't know. I might be winning this one out, guys.
Not just you and Tenric. Like, you
Me
can
and Tenric,
at least
yeah.
give Tenric a shout out here. Like, it's not a one-man show.
That's true. So that means Marks is with you guys, and I'm fighting Marks now, and you guys are fighting Tenric.
Yeah, I feel like the Dusk is always fighting
I'm
Marks.
What? That's crazy. Marks, you're awesome. You're awesome.
No, he is amazing. I'm just saying, he has some contrarian prediction picks sometimes.
He really does. He really does.
I cannot speak here. I am not allowed to speak on this one.
My thing here is surely Winthrop
Surely.
and Shopify will walk away with 1 win today, right?
I agree. I'm a believer.
Surely.
I think they're just saving them for tomorrow. You know?
No.
We'll see. I mean, all right. This one was tough when I was making the prediction, but like, man, FlyQuest have just looked so good today. So I cannot take anything away from them there, but we got our final map of the day. We've gotten to see a lot of different things. What do we think the last one's going to be?
I'm just.
What do we want?
What? Corrode. I want Corrode.
Yeah, we haven't seen Corrode.
I was gonna say Corrode too.
Yeah.
Jazzy was just talking about Corrode as well.
I'm
think it's
thinking about
fitting.
Alexis's reaction there. I don't know if she was happy because she got A team or she was like, no. Because she didn't get it. Because she just talked to us about.
She wants A team.
Yeah.
She wants A team.
Yeah, exactly. But I don't know if she got it or that was. I don't know if that was like, yay, we did it reaction or like we got it or like no, we didn't get it. But we'll find out soon. That's what really matters, according to her.
No. We don't get Corrode, guys.
All good.
No Corrode. No Haven. What's even left at this point?
Pearl.
No.
And Sunset.
Wow. Well, we haven't seen Sundat either, but we're gonna get a run back on Pearl. I mean, we saw this top of day with Envy and Fly, and one where, I mean, we didn't really get to see the most from them because it was up against 100 Thieves, and they just did awesome. So I'm curious now that we get a run back, because they're a little bit more familiar now, Ash.
Yeah, they are. And I think that you could maybe expect a slightly similar playstyle on the side of SRG Winthrop too, because if we end up seeing like moves back onto the chamber, and then you've got Dodo Nut and then Eggster potentially getting active there too. But the leaning over towards like FlyQuest being on defense first, I think that when you look at the squad that they have to work with here as well, you know that it's going to be really annoying to deal with Eggster on this map. Like, he's always able to like find some sort of way to thread the needle.
Yeah, and again, just going back to something that we were just talking about, the FlyQuest, they are the one who got the A team, so they got to pick the side. That to answer my question before, Alexis was not happy. That was no way reaction, and also she's getting she's getting what she wanted. She's getting the 6-7 on the other side.
Yeah. Oh no, and SRG Winthrop, they're not. They're just saying no way. We're keeping that for the other team, but ooh, agents. Ooh, this is all right. I love this.
I like this, yeah. So yeah, it's going to be, as we mentioned, FlyQuest starting on that defensive side, and Jazzy was just recently popping off with the operator, so that is something that I'm looking forward to seeing once again on that B site. And then for Winthrop Shopify that we haven't seen on this map, moves on the Clove is nothing new. That always reminds me of the Lotus, where the Winthrop University was playing that Clove for quite some time, but kind of bringing it back with Dodo as well in the chamber. I like what I see.
I think that Dodo on the chamber is going to be nice. I feel like this adjustment really makes sense with Alexis heading onto that double initiator too, because it just gives so much more opportunity to set Dodo Nut up on those deep lines once they do get to swap sides, and even on the attacking side as well, like trying to get her inserted into places on top of that. I'm really curious to see how this is going to pan out, because I feel like Winthrop and Shopify have also just looked a lot more comfortable starting out on the defense previously than starting out on attack.
I mean, going into this, we get to see some comfortable picks. We get to see a lot of fun and a lot of smiles in the server. It's our final matchup of the day, everyone, as it's time to head into Pearl. Envy and FlyQuest going up against Winthrop and Shopify. Let's get to it and head back over to your casters for the final times. It's Tenric and Marks.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, it's been a jam-packed first day. Everyone's been here to, get themselves into the thick of it, get a couple more scrim maps in before these semifinals come calling. But I think we've definitely learned a lot about how far the individuality of each of these teams can go. For Envy and FlyQuest in particular, Marks, it started to look a lot better. That pop-in KJ would initially make me a bit trepidatious, but it seems like he doesn't need to see his teammates to direct them adequately.
Well, keep in mind too, like Poppin did say that Theo was the one who was making the calls just because they're working with the core from FlyQuest. And so a lot of the calls kind of went on there. But, you know, with how this whole composition was kind of going down, I wrote 3 big points that really stood out to me about how things are going to be playing out here. The first thing is that Jazzykins, we're going to be seeing her right back onto the jet. So we're going to be treated to a little bit more of that double duelist prowess. And we really got to see Jazzy really take over the map with an operator in hand previously. On the other side, we've got Moobs onto the Clove. And the only thing that I could remember was how Moobs said, "Do you like that teleport play that I did on Omen?" Because I did not know what I was doing. I might be paraphrasing here, but I'm like, okay, you know what? We're having a little bit of fun. I don't think I've seen Moobs on the Clove. I was expecting more of that chamber to come through, but Dodo not going to be the one picking it up. And the last note that I have is to Alexis, she said that they were not going to hit it for science and see who is going to win. So this really, you know, everyone take your notes right now because this really could go either way, but could really determine a scientific prediction here.
Yes, this is an experiment at heart. The precedents that this will set for centuries to come in the VCT space will be legendary. This determines if 6-7 lives on in VCT slander or not. This game right here.
It's like
Dodo literally
meme.
fake this out. Yeah. Okay, Poppin is staying close to the problem at first. They've been trying to play preventative on top of these smoke openings the entire time that these Pearl B main sites have gone down, but the Yoru is always the thorn in the side. Exter turns to that first and turns to Governor second. The only 2 kills going NVFQ's way so far have been his, and he'll keep that climb going. 3 now for him as the rest of the hull's been cut, but Ev can cut that short. 2 stay standing, and frankly, Jazzy couldn't even see the fight before she got there. So a great start on the pistol for Envy FlyQuest.
Yeah, and just based off of that round, you know, I talk about the comfortability from that last series where we saw KRLY really kind of fitting into their roles a little bit more, right? But then this time around, I genuinely think that Envy FlyQuest are starting to get a little bit more of a rhythm as to how they kind of want to play things. Jazzykins always going to be that flanker now, always going to be the person who's kind of taking that space while the rest of the team are kind of running things down. And it is really funny seeing Poppin just kind of, you know, hit random agents every single time, trying to pick out who he wants next. Because it's kind of reminded me of back when Kane's era on Envy as well, was just kind of like, I'm just going to pick whoever. And now Envy really, Poppin really taking up that mantle.
Karn going on this chamber now for Winthropify. And already able to find that first bit of stoppage onto what is, for the most part, solid round by Envy. Egster alone with this Outlaw, swarmed and coddled, and Donut is still holding her own. She's got a 3! Golly! Karn! That's nuts!
Next time we'll use
And that's the first anti-eco on Pistol 1 all day. I think. No. There was another one. I think this is the second one, actually. But, I mean, that was, like, strictly pistols, too.
Yeah. And, okay. I actually really like this composition kind of coming through from the Winthrop Shopify side. And the reason why is because if you look a lot of how Shopify Rebellion play, there's a lot of reliance, really, on DodoNet to kind of just be able to go in there and find those individualistic frags, right? The thing is, right now, well, finding yet another, but on this chamber pick, so that generally speaking, you don't lose that much if the chamber goes down, while the rest of the team can kind of play off of Egster, who's honestly really stepped up when it comes to, or sorry, not Egster, Infiltrator, who's really stepped up when it comes to claiming space onto the map. And so I like this adaptation. They're really playing to the strengths of both their double duelists.
Yeah, it's Infiltrator's time to shine now with this entryway onto Just Alone Poppin' with only a classic in hand. Already doing a lot of the carving. Poppin' forced to just wait this out. See if he can get away with a backstab. Infiltrator's gonna course up. Girl might have been spotted there. It matters not. You got too many people to stare into. Jazzykins with the pressure. That Nanoswarm will actually get popped in the angle. That's a great adjustment from him to at least cut down one, but that is all that there will be. NV FlyQuest will fully reset going into round 4.
And once again, all things considered, with the amount of value that Dodonut was going to get just at the very beginning there, not a bad look from NV FlyQuest because, you know, they lost so much just at the beginning there, and yet they're still able to kind of turn things back around. So we're going to be seeing now Winthrop Shopify kind of take the lead here, as I think that this is really the first time that we've seen them honestly look as clean as they have been. Dodonut already has the tour de force online, but it still will be, never mind. Yeah, Big Sniper is going to be out.
For sure. Knowing that there's going to be full shields on at least a couple of these, would rather just start cycling now. A lot of walking down by Infiltrator. Yeah, you haven't drained the drone yet, so the TP will get used. Quick response into the road. Look at this single file stack coming up Art. This is like, and they're gonna approach with nothing. Oh, Infiltrator's got 2, okay. Oh, he's got all 3. There you go. Yeah, that's how you would hope he manages something like that.
Oh, man. Honestly, it's kind of a treat sometimes seeing Infiltrator go for those pop-offs, but now going up against the NV boys, popping an Egster. Last 2 remaining, popping, already moving forwards here, looking for a timing, looking for a kill. Spots out Dodonut, but the position is given away.
Governor's able to skirt it first, and by then you've got the backups. So that'll be a 3rd round for Winthrop Shopify on the board. And so another necessitated reset for NV FlyQuest. They'll start to get the ults active pretty soon, though. So, I mean, you have a lot more springboards available going into the next bit of regulation here. I think your big issues are just having enough for all of the individual fights that you're taking, because it seems like Winthropify are really like piecemealing this at the moment. They're cutting it into chunks. Like they've got little 2v2 strings going before they actually find what they're going to commit to, and they still have a lot of time on the clock to be able to do a little more than that. So, I mean, you can keep conditioning Dodonut's lurks in these lanes. You can keep conditioning Infiltrator being a guy who will kind of just walk you down until you use Yuto to flush him out. You already have so many intimidating factors.
So we're calling them Winthropify now, are we?
Dude, chat had a good idea, and I'm not going to shade him for it.
Jazzy with the knives, though. Shuts Infiltrator down. No more crazy Yoru shenanigans this time, as Ev now watching this angle. They're going to take point first, but actually it's Alexis who goes down.
That is nasty timing that grants Ev at least the 1. 3v4 as Winthrop Shopify are going to make their approach, but Jazzy is on the way back with these blades. Is she in time, though? No. Governor and moves have already made their way on, and by the time Jazzy gains altitude, Governor has all the space in the world to look to it. That's 3 for the guy who's currently IGLing the team. Egster, alone with the Sheriff. Do what you can. You can't. Governor gets a 4-piece to grab the 4th for Winthropify.
And honestly, when it comes to their own composition, like if you looked at Winthrop University throughout the Ascension tournament, throughout Challengers, we've seen Governor take on quite a few initiators. But I feel like the comfortability when it comes to Fade is just a little bit better compared to Sova. And there have been so many moments where we've seen Governor just on the Fade with an Odin in hand, just kind of gunning people down, going for those individual opportunities, kind of clutching things up for the team. And now that we're seeing the Governor Fade come back in with a Winthropify that looks so much cleaner this time around, I mean, it's 4-1. NV FlyQuest, they have to take that time out because right now, this is looking like Winthropify should be able to get this one pretty easy.
This is the exact kind of stride that we were all hoping that these teams would hit. Sierra and I guess, a little bit less, but that's just for the sake of our records, which we don't care about at all. But I gotta say, I'm so impressed by like how, this is gonna sound so mean, how little these guys care right now. Like they have really thrown a lot of this caution to the wind. The time has passed. They have been, you know, settled into the studio, into their seats. They have had a lot of time to just adapt and get comfortable. And you can really start to see that for these Shopify and Winthrop members, just playing to their own strengths a lot more often, understanding how much they can trust themselves when they take on a channel every once in a while that they're alone with. You've already seen Infiltrator more than willing to handle that on his own. Governor more than willing to handle that on his own.
Oh,
and there's another one. That's nasty. That's like the first time that Jazzy's pressed that too. So you're already like keeping that from getting conditioned.
Yeah, and it's just Infiltrator who, if I'm being honest, has been a little bit inconsistent thus far. But when Infiltrator starts to heat up, like he just fries people. And it really feels like, at least at this point, for Winthropify, things are looking like Infiltrator is set up for success. Once again, I like the fact that they're kind of leaning off Dodonut being the tip of the spear duelist and leaning into Infiltrator finding that ground, because when he's having a good game, like it's so much easier for the rest of the team to just kind of thrive and be able to push off the space gained.
I couldn't agree more. Yeah, Dodonut, the playstyle that Shopify Rebellion Gold has to sometimes go for is just having Dodonut be that body that they throw. Whenever she's given the space, she's always going to frag. If she always has that space, I wonder what can happen. Infiltrator, I mean, cares not about the gravity well. He's broken, but not bruised. And Moob's walking it down too. Everything's coming up for the Golden Eagles. Eggster, the only staunch position holder here on the A site, and he is quickly shut down by Karn's op.
Wow. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. There was a moment there where I'm like, wait, why is the spike over there? You've already confirmed the other site or other site. You could just walk over there and get it there. You got 30 seconds on the clock. But once again, it's just clean coming through from all these players right now. I really feel like it's just a lot of comfortability coming through on what all of the individual players kind of specialize on. Moob's another player who, once again, previously on Winthrop was kind of that solo lurker, right? Now has that opportunity play in the Clove this time as well. And so they're setting up so many of their own agents for success just based off of their own comfortability. A very early Hunter's Fury coming in from Ev, but a lot of info gathered on that last shot.
Well, you just go for all the preliminary strikes and you're gonna catch something. I mean, like, that's still a lot of stoppage, but yeah, not enough guns to really stop the rest of it. Wow, moves. Very active for that too, but I mean, everybody from this team is just looking so alive. Nice streak hit. Yeah, the Hunter's Fury there is an interesting choice. You do have the stack free, but yeah, I mean, even if F hits that, they can't do anything immediately after. You have to rely on the pistols that are there to do the talking, and it's just, yeah, a little tough.
Yeah, and man, what a breath of fresh air coming through from Winthrop Shopify. Like, not even to be negative, but like we were joking about how they're going to be just like kind of like that goofy team, but they've really just kind of pulled it together. And now let's listen in on some of their comps.
Who's next? Give me one. I'm going to lick now.
Or spawn's gonna be gap, guys.
Yep.
Actually, I'm doing double smoke.
Link.
Flash it back.
One more stag.
I'm taking up for you.
Heaven.
I'm planning open. I'm sticking this.
I'm vulnerable, Phil.
There's two heaven.
He faked it.
Getting out. 2 heaven, 1 spawn. Planning for long. One link.
We got it. Nice.
I have 1 flash.
I'll get TP.
Nice. Planning back long.
Find it for your Karn.
Oh my god, you're around, bro. Dude, what a fucking flash back call, by the way. Yo, we lined up. No.
Yeah, we did. Our scaling was so good that we lined up.
Fantastic work by Infiltrator primarily, but I mean, that was just great upkeep from Winthrop and Shopify in general. Again, you can see like how these comms are so adaptive for these co-ed teams where it's like everybody understands how much everybody else knows. And so it's really like there's a soft shift between the action and the neutral time that seems so fluid that like you don't even need to do that much directing. You just give that open space over, you call out what others don't know, and from there everyone just acts.
And one thing too I noticed from those comms as well, doing a great job at explaining what utility is left over in the midst of that fight so they have an idea as to what they can necessarily use. Ev here, able to find Infiltrator in the midst of all of that, so an excellent start here for FlyQuest, but Dodonut trading it right back on Eggster.
Moves the extension. Ev doesn't turn back to it, expects the stack. So Moves gets away with a whole lot more. 4v2 and the null command gonna get popped by Alexis. Not sure how much the stack is here, but Poppin's prepped for all of it!
Well then.
I think he has a website or something.
One
Well,
enemy remaining.
Stodonut, 1v2, operator in hand. Real question right now is to whether or not you try and take this opportunity, but given the economy here, imagine that is going to be the case. It's going to be the stun coming through. Poppin now going to swing for this one, but yeah, we'll be able to secure that kill. Poppin steps out, a clean 4K, no flash this time. Just makes it look nice and easy.
I mean, really, just stepping into it. That was magnificent. Just tapping those heads. On top of pretty minimal, I mean, you hear maybe 2 pairs of steps to start. You don't know exactly how it's set. You don't know exactly how much Alexis is going to throw in that early on. But Poppin just ready for all of it.
Yeah,
And you have
honestly,
the creds to... Sorry, go ahead.
You go ahead. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say,
Finish
you have the creds to set up now. That's all it took. You just needed that one round.
Yeah, honestly, and like this is something we expect Poppin to kind of do. Really not afraid to just kind of take those swings, take those opportunities, and try and find those timings. And the reason why I think that Poppin is so successful at a lot of that is because if you're on the other team, you're simply not expecting somebody to just walk out in front of you while you have a team of 3 moving in. At this point, you know, you're going up against the Killjoy. You expect the Killjoy to be really bunkered down to the back of sight somewhere, right? Like just squirreled away, hoarding everything, just trying to catch some people on the off swing. And quite frankly, that's not how Poppin's playstyle works. Poppin is going to just run at you. You throw down a molly, Poppin is running through the molly, actually, and is going to look for an opportunity to catch you while you're not expecting him to kind of go through there. And so it's these little opportunities that if you're really not expecting these NV players, they're just going to be able to kind of catch you off guard like that. So an excellent round coming through from NV FlyQuest to try and stabilize themselves, but Winthrop Shopify still leading things right now, 7-2, as the GC players right now showing love across the stage.
Yeah, a good amount of consorting with the enemy today while you still can. There is still, I think, a lot of potential for this half to lopside towards Winthrop and Shopify with the way that they've been able to cascade these stacks. Other than that one. And yeah, I mean, Dodonut just hasn't missed a beat on this operator this entire map. She's been insane. It's like we said, you give her an open, you give her the open field. You give her no excuse to die for the purpose. Like, she can do whatever. Tough pinch. Yeah, no getting out of that. Controlled an entire half of the map after the first 2 kills. That's nuts, dude.
Spike planted.
And on this time around, it really felt like a lot of that familiarity in your opponent's playstyle came into effect with Infiltrator, right? Because Infiltrator sees Poppin throw down the Nanoswarm, immediately just walks through it, understands that Poppin is going to try and still, you know, probably be aggressive here. You just got to punish that. You just got to walk in through and then just catch them off guard and punish them before they have an opportunity to kind of walk out and walk away with a triple kill. And so, once again, just great understanding of how your opponent is, but all of the players right now on Winthrop are just looking so sharp. All of them have been doing an excellent job at finding so many frags. And I don't know, if you're kind of watching this, like, for Winthrop Shopify, you might not want to pick Pearl into them because this has looked clean against an NV FlyQuest that has looked pretty good all day.
Yeah, they're just dying to set up these checkpoints that have so consistently robbed rounds. And I mean, Karn's first bloods are discouraging a lot of the continuation of that. But just generally, it really seems like, I mean, Infiltrator as well, just piercing through. It doesn't seem like NV FlyQuest have any place that they can, you know, consistently stick themselves to be that thorn in the side. It always feels like there's an answer, whether it's on A main, whether it's on the art swing. You know, if Moobs decides to take that wide angle and sell a stack, or if they decide to go for that single file stack themselves, it's just, there's always something. Jazzy close up again. She's not turning it, but instead, it's gonna get hit by the Prowler. So Moobs will grab another body, as Winthrop and Shopify will make their way on. Infiltrator on top of the drift, catches Thea, tucked up inside the dugout as she's forced to be for so much of this defensive half as well.
Spike
Very close response for the A site. Moves, doesn't give a care. Gets his second of the round, and that'll activate Dodo Nut. It needs to, as Poppin has made his way on. Eggster doing the rest of the cleanup. Governor found from the back, popping up to 3. Alexis clears the rest of it. And it's 9-2.
Who had this on their bingo cards based on how Winthrop Shopify have been playing all day. Once again, it's just like a completely different look coming through from this team. I thought Alexis said that the whole strategy was to not play well today so you could surprise your opponents tomorrow. But apparently they saved all the surprises for the very last match of day number 1. And sure, just overwhelming utility here, but once again, all of these angles just being watched so well by all the different members of Winthropify watching. So every single time FlyQuest decide to move in there, they're having difficulties, especially with how dynamic Infiltrator has been at getting space right up close and personal into FlyQuest's space.
So this is not the first time Jazzy's posted here, but last round she held close. This time she won't be read immediately, but Infiltrator will still pick up the double that tried to scavenge the path. It's all going their way!
And they're just showing no sign of slowing down. Yeah.
We're so back.
Like, this is kind of crazy. You know, Jazzy has been having a really tough time playing this Jet so far. I talked about the style that really we expected Envy to FlyQuest to be using Jazzykins alongside the rest of the team. But like, it's just like all the Shopify and Winthrop players are just popping out there and like, oh, headshot, haha, joke's on you. And FlyQuest can't do a thing.
This is the embodiment of Winthrop and Shopify's years that we live to see. Cavernous lows followed by inexplicable highs.
Genuinely, I feel like all the teams tomorrow, when we actually get to the best of 3 bracket, are going to be like looking at all the stat lines and being like, all right, so we know what map's not.
Yeah, Shopify still own this place. Nice to bookend it for the day. I love a good Pearl post plant that everyone's still figuring out, man. But Winthrop and Shopify have to do that no longer now, as they'll be on the defense. Only need 3 rounds in it. Everyone's been fragging. There is not normally for a dominant game like this, there would be one player that would have that like 18-19 bomb. That's what's happened once or twice today, but everybody's killing it. We'll see if they can finish it out after this short break. Well, Winthrop and Shopify are on the verge of getting their first win of the group stage in their last opportunity to do so, which would drag Envy and FlyQuest to an identical 1-2 record with them here in this, again, so crucial group stage. It's been such a fun day for real, Marks, and this will be the last half of it regardless, but the question really is Envy FlyQuest going to be able to come up with those magic moments that they have farmed to get them this far, or does Winthrop Shopify have it in a bag?
Tenrek, we are sitting on the precipice of setting a deadly precedent with the 6-7 right now. Because once again, remember, it was NV FlyQuest who did it. Shopify wins up. We're like, not today. This is not the one. And now we're sitting at a 10-2 score line. That is unbelievable. Yeah, and hey, you know what? If Winthrop Shopify do win this one, it actually makes it a lot easier to kind of seed everybody. So, you know, that kind of works out in the end. However, let's see how this one goes. Donut find an extra right off the rip as it promises to maybe make this a little bit easier. At least Infiltrator goes down on the other side.
She's just not skipping a beat. Post flash, she's good for another. Just keep the camera on her. She's not gonna slow down. That's Ev cut down to half. One more bullet. She totally gets this, dude. Yeah! Oh, I've got her back!
1 for 1, right?
That's magic right there.
One enemy remaining.
Double out into mid. Governor early to it, only gets the 1. But that keeps the advantage, but forces the sway. Poppin is heading to an unoccupied A.
Placing swarm grenade.
Well, Poppin has 70 HP here. This is the last Nano Swarm, at least to guarantee nobody is behind there. Still has these lineups, despite not really playing Killjoy that often. Should be able to get the spike down.
30 seconds left.
Of course, though, it's going to be Alexis and Moobs moving in together. Moobs will have a couple of smokes, and Alexis does have the 0 point to try and gain a little bit of information here. It's going to be the turret back online for Poppin. See how he wants to play this. Time ticking down.
10 seconds left.
Time to plant.
Spike out.
Holding it. Knife doesn't catch him. Didn't catch much, really. You still have to check Dugout. You still got to check Art. Hey, there he is. Lexi's down to half. Hot shots first. Lexi makes it in. Moves guard dog. Taken care of. Ooh. So Winthrop Shopify will win another pistol. It's 11-2 now here on Pearl.
What is going on, man? This is kind of crazy. But hey, at this point, I would like to reinforce that I did go for Winthropify here on the fence because we know that is really important. And while the desk isn't here to fight me, I know that you are. So
hey, I'm right. I'm right here,
what up, man?
I'm right here.
Yeah, of course. But you know, like it is really nice kind of seeing, like, obviously we've talked about Winthrop Shopify having such great vibes. And this time around, like, it really feels like it's clicking. And honestly, all of the players feel like they're playing off of each other so well. Before we kind of saw them being a little bit elusive, right now, it feels very locked in for them. And it is really nice to see.
Infiltrator. Big stack that they're walking into. And that's another great decoy by Eggster to make it dicey. Jazzy gonna collapse on to number 2 as well with this stinger buy. Already a great management. The pack fight is what you should pack watch. Governor, reload fever. Oh, you come down with something. Pop and also the extra catch and NV FlyQuest. They ain't hero moments, but they are moments for sure. And they will most probably steal away another post pistol.
There we go. Too easy at that point. A shotgun just around the corner. Someone watching the other side there. And this is kind of what we expect to see from NV FlyQuest, right? Like, with how they want to control the map, how they've got flankers getting set up on different sides and really just kind of playing the map. And this is the time where we get to see the Stinger Rushdown really work because they go through mid. They take so much space in these close quarters, and as a result, once again, if they've got SMGs, it doesn't matter. The Stingers, especially doubled up, are going to just shoot a little bit faster. An excellent just kind of adaptation there. Still have quite a bit to do in front of them. I think they need a total of 8 rounds, and already here, it's going to be a flash out, aggressive from Winthrop Shopify.
That's the space that NV FlyQuest have been trying to reserve this whole time. Infiltrator takes it on his first go. Extra missing the shots. Let's go with the gun. Has to flash to recoup, but makes it work. And yeah, telling Moves, you had time on that, my man. Time for the rest of FlyQuest and NV to get in on the action here. And Infiltrator will stand alone after that opener. So a nice, clean getaway to get NV FlyQuest to 4. Eggster still... Okay. Infiltrator, yeah, he's cheesing a little bit on that one.
No, if he was cheesing, he would have shot a couple bullets back, you know, just for boobs.
Nice quickness. I think you're out of time regardless, yeah. Good setup by Jazz. So, yeah, I mean, you can hit that velocity pretty... What are you gesturing at, Moves? You can hit that velocity pretty easily if you're NV FlyQuest on this other half, as it seems. It's like, there's still going to be these fights that Winthrop and Shopify clearly dominate. It seems like A main is just sort of a place that you should just never go into at the moment. It feels like that's just utterly dominated by Karn and Infiltrator. But everywhere else, hey, it seems like you can have a good time. Eggster sure has been.
Yeah, and right now, it really feels like NV FlyQuest are leaning into their strength, being just a spiraling death ball. I talked about Jazzy really being the flanker previously, but that time around, Jazzy is honestly just kind of playing with the team. And on top of that, it's just kind of like a 5-man push onto one of these sites. It's nothing fancy about getting up so many different flank angles online or anything like that. It really is just about kind of, you know, bum rushing your way in onto the site. And this time around, Eggster is able to find the kill. Looks up over the monitor as well. That's crazy.
Those kinds of gaps, he knows he can find him, and Eggster's not done. Gonna keep searching for this, force the decoy to get burned away, and that's every excuse he needs to try to enter into the Ditto fight. Infiltrator will win that, and so that forces the split board early in the retake, which Infiltrator will also initiate. Alexis on the outskirts will hopefully babysit, but Ev is able to keep it in tow. So a 2v3 now is Karn trying to find a proper opening. There's the flash off of Lexi. It's perfect. The second one to try and thwart Ev, who will throw this drone in response, but all it can do is force out the rest of the util from Thea to try to keep the peace. But Dodo Nut this whole way through, skirting up, Lexi on the spike, Dodo on the fly! And that's gonna be 8 rounds of game point that Winthropify hold on to. The GC Golden Girls hold it down.
I was going to say, like, just excellent teamwork coming through from those two players. We see Dodo just kind of going in, putting a lot of pressure onto Art, making sure that no one can go there, and then just making sure that Alexis has that time to watch that angle, finding that kill, making it so clear. Eggster, you can tell right now, really wants to pull this one back. Obviously, watching Envy, a lot of eyes were on Kane's era being kind of like the star duelist, the kid who can just frag out of his mind. And then when we came to the Ascension tournament, Eggster turned up that dial to 12, and you're starting to see some of that prowess come back into this map. Winthrop Shopify, one more to win out this series against NV FlyQuest, and Eggster goes down very early.
It's the earliest Alexis has been to anything, and she's playing entirely off of herself to start. Now the trap set with Dodo Note after the crowd has been re-cleared, but the sandwich is coming, and Karn knows it. Has to step up to Ev, who has already revealed their intel. Oh, but Jazzy's too quick to it. Those blades are not going to go unanswered. Winthrop Shopify already kind of forced away from the problem, and with the low creds, you question if they even go for this, but it seems like they'll at least try to go for a couple pins.
It looks like they might just be looking for exits at this point. Obviously, any additional kills can help the economy, but also get closer to the ultimates online, because at this point, you truly just need one more round to win. And Poppin, well, popping out around the corner, finds a quick little headshot. So Governor, gonna know better, gonna back off of this one, and just carry that rifle into the next round. NV FlyQuest, what started off as a very rough start with Eggster getting gunned down immediately. The rest of the team are ready to pick up the scraps and make sure that they carry that through. Eggster being the only member who went down in the midst of that round.
Yeah, and again, that comes from him willingly throwing himself into things first to cause that extra chaos with the help of that decoy. Just making things as much of a coin toss as possible in the midst of the insane mechanical ability that these players have. It's one of the luxuries you get when you can play Yori. You force that uncertainty out. And he's been using it greatly to just help the rest of this pack stay deathballed. Still got to do it another 7 consecutive, though.
Jeez.
To keep NV FlyQuest in this. And, I mean, yeah, you're kind of screaming at all of the barricades right now, seeing which front seat you can take. And Winthrop Shopify will provide one hell of an audience with this eco. Governor with the hero rifle. Already given the space to roam. Egster playing the closest and safest angle, and he'll use it to take two for themselves as well. And it's well managed this time.
Yeah, keep in mind, this was just a save round coming through from Winthrop. Shopify, you see, they're like, we're just going to send it on mid. And you could see the flashing kind of coming out there. They're able to at least catch a couple of people off guard as they collapse through. But then the cavalry comes in for NVFlyQuest. All the rifles just walking through the smokes, so ready to take the fight, so confident as well. Something we know a lot of these players are, and Ev closes that one out with the jump and right click from the classic as well. NVFlyQuest not quite done with this matchup just quite yet.
You still got a little bit to go. And again, if NVFlyQuest see that opportunity to get inside the cracks, inside the crevices, then they will take it at that moment's notice. They are so quick, so keen, so well understood. You forget how much collective experience is in this entire team. Jazzy has been such an OG. Poppin's been playing the game since its inception. And Egster just might be Yoru now.
It started out as a meme, but suddenly the meme crossed over into reality, am I right?
It's just, you like, there's really a library of intelligence here that works at the drop of a hat. It's what's made Envy so dangerous to get them to VCT. It's what made FlyQuest Red so dangerous the past year and a half plus in GCNA. No matter the comp changes, no matter the roster changes.
This time around, NVFlyQuest gonna be moving in here. Dodo not the only single member hanging out onto B site, but with the trademark going down, a lot of information gained, but yeah, Dodo not just goes out there and is able to find a kill onto Ev.
Yeah, not supremely pressed. The lockdown's down late. So you don't have too much of an opportunity to punish. No pinch like before. Egster was forced to kind of just W key back into the crowd, and you have to challenge. Karn, timing's bad, but her shots are so good. 3 for her. Alexis will deny the ace. Winthrop Shopify will deny the clean record. And NVFlyQuest beat KRLY. KRLY beat 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves beat Winthrop Shopify. And now, the Spotlight Serpent has consumed its own tail in the group stage. Everybody wins today, but there can only be one by the end of this playoff, Marks.
And what just a showcase going on from Winthrop Shopify. Between Dodonut and Infiltrator, really just finding so much value on their individual sides. And then Moves as well, finding a couple of clutch moments. I mean, it looked like a completely different team stepping up to the stage. They looked so clean with it against an NVFlyQuest, who once again was feeling very comfortable with themselves. You could tell that they were really getting set up and really understanding how to do things. And so, yeah, a great job there. I thought Moves was walking away from Egg for a second, but not at all. Just was made it. Moves, the biggest troll, am I right?
Man, I feel like NVFlyQuest should know better than anyone how this team that just beat them operates. It really just comes down to going, wait, I'm goated, and then being goated. Like, Karn stood on business so hard this game, it's insane.
Yeah.
Silencing any sort of doubt you had of her needing to warm up the Spotlight Series, or anybody for that matter. I think everybody's warm by this point. Everybody had a pop-off moment. Everybody had a good time. It's clear to see. The vibes are just immaculate, even now after everyone has played so much Valorant today.
100%. And, you know, I can't stress enough, given the fact that all of these were best of ones, and really, like, the teams, they did get a little bit of practice, but it's like, you know, there's not enough time actually to figure out what the vibes are like until you're really on the stage and kind of go through this gauntlet. But this provides a lot of information for the tournament tomorrow when we get into those best of 3 brackets, because suddenly the map picks and bans, well, there's a lot of really clear gaping holes in some of these teams' map choices and really clear bans that you might want to do against a team, especially like Winthrop and Shopify. I mean, there's a lot of information that has kind of been gained today. And sure, today was all fun and games because all these teams do qualify for playoffs. But tomorrow, like, this is when the bloodbath begins.
Yeah, the gloves are off tomorrow. 6-7, but for real now. Everyone's for real doing the 6-7. But yeah, I mean, everybody's going to be activated tomorrow. Like you said, there are definitely some gaps in the pick bans. There might be some hard bans. There might be some good anti-stratting tomorrow. We'll get to see a lot of that actually come to fruition and see just how much experimentation these teams still want to do. Because as basically everyone mentioned, there really hasn't been a lot of time for these players to scrim with one another for the most part. Everyone's just still sort of picking it up along as it goes. And I think that's going to continue into tomorrow in the best of threes for sure. But every second that these players spend with one another after tonight, going into tomorrow, it's going to help them understand how they can play more fluidly for that prize pool tomorrow and going into Sunday.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, it's so nice being able to see a lot of the synergies really just starting to come together and click between these squads, right? Because, like, you know, not too many players, only 2, I believe, coming back from last year. And so a lot of these guys, this is their first time up on the stage kind of in this environment. And honestly, like, hey, no matter what the result, they all look like they're having fun.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And it's great to see the studio down in Monterey getting the love it deserves after all the work that they've put in. It's holding one hell of an event. Let's take one more good look at it. Sierra, Ash, Dryad, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. I am here with none other than the Donut. You guys got that win. We were talking to Alexis earlier. We were talking about maybe saving them for tomorrow, but you decided to get it now. So talk to me about the change.
We had like a 2-hour wait. So then we were just like, I guess, trauma bonding and like just spilling lore. So I guess that made us like a little closer. And we were playing like double duelists before, but then we were like, damn, we lost like 13-1. Like, this is not working. So I was like, I'm just gonna go play chamber and maybe like infiltrator, just solo duelist, and then Moobs, he was gonna play Astra, but I was like, just play like ranked. So he went Clove and it worked.
It worked. Play like rank, a little trauma bonding. That's the key to victories, guys. But I want to talk about you on the chamber because that's not really something we get to see, but you were popping off.
I mean, I just went into the range, used the chamber deke for a little bit, and I was like, okay, I think I'm feeling good. I mean, I'm not new to like chamber. It's been years since I played it, but like it's still like kind of duelist, but you're solo, and you have to be like a little more careful on your side.
So it's just a match made. It works out so well. And I want to talk about you, Shopify, and Winthrop University, because out of all of the teams, you guys are just having like the most fun. Everyone's here having a great time, but like, man, you guys just like talk to me about the vibes, because this just seems immaculate.
Well, we all kind of know each other. It's like tier 2 and being in the NA scene together. We're just here to have fun and hopefully win money, because those college boys really want the money. But me and Alexis, we're gonna win it for them, hopefully.
Eyes on the prize for them, and you know what? That's so humble of you two to try and help them out a little bit. There is something I don't know if you want to share. You can tell me if I'm wrong, but Alexis clutches up, just awesome, and then you guys talk and you just like laugh. Like, was there you guys just like talking back and forth? You encouraging her? Like, what's going on with you two? It's been so much fun to watch. You and Alexis.
Oh. No, we're always hyping each other up. I don't think we have like those like talk crap to each other kind of banter. I think we're a really nice duo, as you can see in game and outside of game too.
Y'all are so wholesome. I love it. I love it. Last but not least, we have the most hard-hitting question of all. This team has been having so much fun. We've been seeing before the games a lot of fun. You know, a little 6-7. We were talking to Alexis and we thought it was cursed. Obviously, you guys had a conversation. You guys are locked in, and like, was that the difference maker?
First game we did 6-7, but Governor didn't really do 6-7 that well. So then we talked to him and we were like, "Yo, you got to dial in for the 6-7," and he did that, and then we lost even worse. So we were like, "Okay, no more 6-7," and now we're just not gonna do any 6-7.
6-7's over, guys. It's over. It's officially done. Donut, congratulations on the win. Best of luck for tomorrow. Go have the most fun and win some money for yourself and those college boys. As for us, it has been a great day of Valorant, one that we're going to start to wrap up with. We got our bracket. We got to talk a little bit more about the teams and head back over to our analyst desk. So looking at the teams, we got our final seeding. Of course, no teams got eliminated on the day, but KRLY, Lion, NV FlyQuest, and then it's going to be 100 Thieves going up against Winthrop Shopify.
This was the ideal situation because we didn't have a team that's undefeated. We thought it was going to be that 100 Thieves, but then KRLY Crew and Lions were able to win that last match, and also we don't have a team that went 0-3 for today because we just saw that Winthrop SR get that win. So it's a good balance, I feel like, between the two, and I feel like I like the evolution that we've had throughout the day, where first match maybe a little rough for some teams. Going to that second one, they talk about a lot more about the synergy, about the vibes, and everybody kind of getting more and more comfortable on stage.
I think what I'm really excited about with this bracket, Ash, is we had an opportunity to see all of our teams face off against each other today. It was best of one, though, and a lot of the teams, I mean, some even just saying they've just learned each other's names today while in the server, right? So I'm curious then when we get into the nitty-gritty tomorrow, elimination on the line, but also the best of threes, how things are going to differ in comparison.
I think that's where we're really going to see how these teams are truly able to go toe-to-toe, because you can't really get a proper feel of that just in one map because of like how quickly those adaptations need to be made in a map if you are down so many rounds. Meanwhile, in a best of three, you have that chance to like have a little bit of break between maps, that opportunity to have a bit of a bounce back, maybe find that map that's a little bit more comfortable, and you get to see a little bit more of that depth from the teams here as well. And we were even hearing it from Jazzy too, right? She was saying like her team's like they're a best of three team, right? And I feel like a lot of these teams are probably going to echo that sentiment just because of how you can really build up momentum in a series that just isn't one map long.
I mean, today was a great little tease of what is about to come for tomorrow, but that is unfortunately it for today. It has been a lot of fun games, a lot of great Valorant, and it's only going to be better tomorrow. Thank you all again so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for our intense best of three matches here for Spotlight Series Americas. Have a good night, everyone.
All the weaponry that they would necessarily want, but where I get a little bit concerned though is they brought up all these Guardians, so it is a bit of an investment. An excellent flash though, you're finding two, finding four now. Blades from Pop looking for the ace.
Give it to her, Thea saying, yeah, they'll do this quick. A little scary how alone Alexis is at the moment. There's the TP in from Joe. Great paranoia to force her to blind. Rest of crew jumping in, and Munch will grab two from the corner. She just chokes up.
Oh, just such good awareness. Infiltrator though, ready for the trade.
Yeah, that's good awareness to be able to get that early counter frag, but the rest of KRLY's already here. Mephisto almost finalizing with those blades. Now you just gotta step into the smoke, and Governor can at least turn on to the one, but Benj. The entire half. Landy might get caught post-drone again here, though. At least the rest of this stack is quick on the approach. Infiltrator will find it. Oh, he doesn't get back, no! All right. So we're cooked, right? So we just know that they're coming.
It's like they're like spiritually in sync with how clean this has been looking, you know?
Yeah, twin spirits. Oh,
my
fragment kill? Come on! I forgot that icon existed in the kill feed. Wow. Okay, nice entry from Dodo Nut, but Infiltrator's all they've got left. Well, Winthrop Shopify will have one more chance to prove themselves in the group stage. 100 Thieves are 2-0, 26-6. Green with the op and still able to get out scot-free and ready for extra TP as well. Yeah, he hears that from a mile away.
Boy.
Third on to Poppin as well, and he's gonna keep stepping this in at the next target as Thea is distracted, and now Joe is hungry for that ace. Thea desperate to give that kill to anybody else at this stage, but go down swing, and no, you're handing it over. The second ace of the Spotlight series, and it's handed to Joe Zera.
This retake's gonna be tough.
Well, Michaela's gun ain't out, but they can still knit most of the threat away. Joe does have two flashes, so this has just got to be timing. He's been pretty good at it so far, but Joe can't exactly orchestrate as well because he's still got that operator he's holding on to.
One enemy remaining.
Poppin catches Munch, and now you can swarm. And
really disrupt them. But the fact that Munch just had perfect timing to hop out there made it so it was impossible for 100 Thieves to win. And speaking of impossible, that's going to be Joe yet again, finding Cryo right off the rip here. Melia holding really close to the button.
He's negating so much of the risk of losing any of these rifles, especially where it would be so pivotal. Yeah, just keep walking Joe down. Chauffeur. Oh, but Melia given more than enough time to reset with this shot. He grabs a twofer before Joe can shut it back down and reset! And it
There's 2 heaven.
He takes it.
Yeah. 2 heaven, 1 fun. One for long. One lane. I have 1 flash.
I'm gonna TP.
Playing it. Point it back long.
Find it for your card.
no pinch like before. Exer was forced to kind of just WP back into the crowd and have to challenge. Karn. Oh, timing's bad, but her shots are so good. 3 for her. Alexis will deny the ace. Winthrop Shopify will deny the clean record.